But it's actually not as comfortable as it looks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty chill. I'll be comfortable, whatever. But
Dude, I love that thing. But it's just you kind of like, for me, I've always catch myself like if I'm watching a movie, I'm laying all the way back on it. Like I'm just laying, my back is straight out on there, or I'm like curled up. Like I find different ways to sit on it because it actually doesn't make sense to sit on it normally all the time. Because you end up, I see people like they end up
pushing towards the edge,
trying to figure out what to do.
the scooch, the squirt.
You're big enough for it. That's another thing. Like it depends how
being
big
a large
you are.
man has its benefits.
It's
certainly
designed for a large man.
I honestly feel kind of kingly. It's like throne-like.
Kingly.
Yeah,
it is.
If I put my arms on the side, I need like a scepter to like peer down over my servants.
Like a throne.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. And it fits three people if you really squeeze, but two to three people.
I could fit two just.
That's on the sides. Like sitting up on the sides.
Hey.
Wow, you're thinking like a king. That's what a king would do.
Come on,
He'd have
it's very
like
on brand.
2 squires or something.
We're establishing a narrative, and I'm just trying to like stay on track. Is that so wrong?
You want that mic as close to your face as you humanly possibly can. But you can swing this thing back and forth. You got the magical arm of amazingness.
Yeah, I have a studio at my house. I actually did I did record a podcast at Content Club in Bucktown like 2-3 weeks ago.
For what? Like for you?
For another, I was on a podcast called Mission from Pod.
Okay.
And it's, dude, you should see their space. It's like insane.
Where's it at?
It's
Wicker
on,
Park, you said?
It's in Bucktown, like on Milwaukee, like down by where the Stop Long's at, if you know where that, like, you know where Lincoln Lodge is, right?
Yeah.
It's like a mile down Milwaukee, more towards like Wicker, Bucktown-ish.
And it's a podcast studio?
Yeah, it's called Content Club. There's this dude.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, they rent out the space, and I think the dude that I was on his podcast, his name's Adam, and I think that he like does some creative work with the dude that owns the studio, so he gets some space like for free in exchange for like publicizing it and being like very active on social media about it. And so like a fair amount of comics have gone on recently, like Sorab was on there, I did it, my buddy Corey Wagner did it as well.
Yes, this is sounding familiar. And you know what? I think I have seen it. It's kind of like a bright room. And
really orangey. The color grade on my episode was funny because it made my lips like extremely red. And I was like, fuck, I like tan. When I come back from vacation, I was in like Turks and Caicos straight to the podcast studio.
Color correction really be like that sometimes.
Dude, as like I do a lot of it myself. And
that's why you know what's going on.
Oh, as soon
like if you're somebody who doesn't know, you're just looking at it like, why do I look wrong?
Yeah. Oh, he knows me through the creative world. Like I met this dude there's this like Chicago creative studio called Powder Blue. Okay. And they have a creator magazine and they do all these like live events and stuff. And my buddy Corey was in one of the issues of their magazine for like a food tour around Chicago.
Oh yeah. And he put that in one of his videos.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Corey, was he on this?
Yeah.
Dude, he's like my best friend.
Oh, he's awesome.
Dude, and then Zacko, who we were talking about earlier, him and Corey had been best friends since they were like 15. They went to high school together. Zacko like lived with him.
Yeah, and he just moved to Austin.
Yeah. It's funny because when I had my podcast, that was kind of how I got into comedy, and I saw Zacko was like the second or third comic to ever come on our podcast, and right away we just like became buddies, and he introduced me to Corey and his content partner Sean, and was like, yeah, you should have them on. And then me and Zacko got close over like 2 years, and then my mom passed away in like 2021, and that year Corey like invited me over for Christmas, and I was like, this is the nicest fucking dude ever, and we've just been like boys ever since. 2021.
Yeah. Okay. And with Corey, Corey's very cool. Corey I found through, I want to say it was one of the sketches that was the Midwest Polite sketches on Instagram.
Those are great dudes.
I saw it on there.
Alex Donowald and all those guys.
Yeah.
Actually, the night I met Adam, Alex was with us. So
yeah,
the crew together.
So help me understand. What is it that you do? I mean, for people watching this, they also might be tuning in. They have no idea, who is this guy? So if this is episode 253, folks, of Ruse Radio.
It's a lot of episodes.
Yes. Another one. Yeah, gun sounds. That was like a laser. You did a laser.
I'm futuristic. What you guys don't know is I'm actually an AI bot.
Yeah.
I'm a figment of your imagination. This is entirely added in After Effects.
Yeah, and you guys will slowly figure it out through the episode.
I'm gonna glitch. By the middle of it, I'm gonna have 6 fingers on each hand.
Watch
my
closely.
fingers.
Watch his fingers. Wouldn't that be so cool if you had like an extra thumb that you like brought with you?
Yes.
Like
yes, it would be super cool.
But yeah, what is it you do? I mean, like, you seem to do a lot of different things.
I do. Okay, so my name's TJ Sopoci. I do stand-up. I am a photographer. I am a director, filmmaker, done some acting, musician. I just have like a lot of energy, and I don't sleep much, and I stay like real active.
Yeah, and you've been like that forever?
Literally forever.
Yeah.
High achiever as a kid, played a ton of sports, was like really good at school, even though I didn't really give a fuck.
Right.
And then like 6 or 7 years ago, I was like doing a creative thing, and like I was always like had an inclination towards creativity, and then as soon as I got an opportunity to like pursue it in any meaningful way, it was like, oh, I can just do these things. I don't need like help, or I don't need like someone to tell me how. I'm gonna just start doing it and figure it out. So I kind of just throw that energy into everything and take that ethos forward.
Yeah, and what do you start doing first?
This is wild. So it all started I started a podcast, which is like, of course, like I'm a fucking middle-aged white dude. Of course I've had a podcast.
Hey?
I mean, you're not middle-aged yet, but you'll be there eventually.
Middle-aged at heart?
Yeah, you have an old soul. It's the inner Michigander, I think.
Yup.
So like dude, this is kind of a ridiculous story. Like, I think everyone thinks their story is like so cool, but I think my entry point to like comedy and creativity. So like, I was married, I got divorced in like 2017. I started like getting on dating apps, and I matched with this woman. We went on like a couple dates, and great human being. Like, we really got along very well, but it was clear that we would be better as friends. So after a couple months of friendship, a mutual friend was like, hey, we're starting this like podcast network. She worked for WGN. It's called like WGN Plus was their podcast network. And she's like, you guys should do a podcast about like dating from the perspective of like divorced 30-somethings living in Chicago. And I was like, honestly, that's like not the worst idea. And Jenna, the woman I'd met on Bumble, she had previously written a dating column for the Huffington Post. Mm-hmm. So she had like opinions and a viewpoint, and like was a really intelligent person. And so we start this podcast, first like 11, 12 episodes, just like friends and colleagues, and we're getting like 300 to 500 downloads an episode. Then we had, are you familiar with the Instagram account Overheard in Chicago?
No.
It's like...
Well, it sounds like it's what things that people overheard.
Over here, yeah. And there's like an Overheard in New York and Overheard in LA. And
because I know about the New York one.
Yeah, and the one in Chicago, it's like 200,000 followers probably. It's these two women, Tina and Liz, run it. And eventually they agreed to come on our podcast. And their episode like kind of blew up. And like overnight, we went from like 500 downloads a day to like a week to like 5,000 a day. And we were like, oh, we should capitalize on this. And so I started getting like comedians to come on. And eventually, like, I was like, oh, I know all these comics. And one day,
was it just an interview show?
It was a comedy podcast about sex, dating, and relationships. It was called Menage a Pod. So we would have dude, it was crazy because we would do, and it was wild because at one point it was like definitely the most downloaded podcast in Chicago. We had listeners in like 60 countries. We were getting like hundreds of thousands of downloads a month.
Okay. Menage a Pod's a great name.
Yeah, dude, it was great. And our logo, I actually liked the logo we didn't settle on better, but I think the logo was good. And we got some like reasonably, we would alternate. So like once we started being able to get bigger guests, we would have like, sometimes we'd have comics because, you know, comedians can talk like just on anything, usually pretty confidently and reasonably intelligently.
I would even argue that's why they are so associated with podcasting in the first place. Is because that's just what they do, is they just talk about things.
All the time. Yeah, That's all we are. And
I mean, it used to be radio shows, and then they just took over the whole industry.
Right.
That's basically what happened.
Yeah, the comedy podcasts, it's like 90% of them are that now.
But to me, that's exactly why. Is because comedians can just talk about things. You bring them in, and they'll just go. It's why I've found they're the easiest people to talk with on a podcast.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's just easier. Like you can't even. They just want to talk. Whereas other people,
what are you talking about? I'm an introvert.
Dude, sometimes it's like pulling teeth. Like you have to really try.
Yeah.
I feel like it's like it tests my skills. And so when somebody comes in and just does all the work for me, and comedians mostly, for the most part, they do that. So you can just count on them. You can just count on them to come in and take over. And
the last podcast I did, the guy afterwards, he was editing it. He calls me and he just goes, "Man, I gotta be honest. you used less filler words than almost anyone I've ever had on. And I'm just like, I talk a lot, like both in my day job and through comedy, and like every exploration of my creative side, it's all just like talking.
Yeah.
Who doesn't love the sound of their own voice? I mean, come on.
But he said less filler words. So he's saying you're not saying
like. Yeah, I was really locked in that morning. I mean, I've said some today.
That was just a really good morning for me.
I mean, I was operating at my peak,
That was peak performance.
Yeah.
I mean, it probably was. Some days I'm like, wow, how did I do that? So, and then other days I'm exactly what I think I am. I feel like that's how it goes.
When we had...
Folks, that is the gosh darn truth. Some days I'm the best. Some days I'm like, how did I do that? How am I so freaking awesome? And other days I'm like, you know what? You are a freaking loser. It's like life is kind of just throwing you back and forth between these two playgrounds. And I'll tell you, the thing that makes me feel the best, the thing that makes me feel the most powerful is one, when I'm performing my music, when I'm out there and I'm giving my art away and it all feeds back into itself. To me, that's the best. But also, two, is this show. I love doing this show. I love talking to people. And I feel like it all just gives back in the end. I love the entire experience of it. I love making it happen. I love what it represents. And I hope you do too. And if you want to be a part of this show, the way you can do that is Patreon. That's right. $5 a month, the price of a coffee, the price of a beer at the bar, and you help this show grow. You help us become bigger and better than ever. And I would love for you to be a part of this show. I mean, not only that, you get to hear my music early. You get to hear my music that no one else is ever going to hear. It's only going to be on that Patreon. You get to hear podcast exclusive content, all right? Some conversations that are only on there, such as recently we just talked with Chris Jones, the hypnotist, who hypnotized Howie Mandel on America's Got Talent. No big deal. Friend of the show. He's been on here. But he's also got 35 minutes exclusively on that Patreon. And the other perk is you get your name on the screen right here, right now as I'm talking about it. And at the end of every single video I ever upload, because I appreciate you that much, because I really do. I mean, think about it. Enough of you guys join that Patreon, and I can just put so much more into this and make this bigger and better than ever. And that's what I want to do. I want to make it bigger and better than it already is. And, right now I'm just getting by. We could be taking this to the sky. You understand? You understand what I'm laying down? You want to be taken to the sky with me live? I can make that happen on April 17th. You can catch me live at Gorilla Taco Party. Friend of the show, Tim Perez, is putting together that show. It's going to be so freaking awesome. It's going to be madness, music, more. You're going to freaking love it. It's at a taco restaurant called Casa Cafe, so you can get authentic Mexican food. It's literally a taco party, and it's going to be a whole bunch of fun, and I'm going to be performing some new songs that I've never performed live, so I'm excited to do that. I'm excited to do it in front of a captive audience, and it's we're going to sell out that room like we did the last two times. Tim Perez, friend of the show, he is putting it together, and the last two taco parties that we had sold out. So make sure you get your tickets as early as you can. It's going to be so much fun, I'm telling you. Some madness, some ridiculousness, but the exact kind of ridiculousness you might need on a Friday night. What else do I got to tell you? Oh, me and Tim have a song out now. Me and Tim Perez, the aforementioned friend of the show. We have a song called Bogart that you can hear right now. You go to streaming services, you type in Ruse, Tim Perez, Bogart, it pops right up. So catch us live, probably performing that song April 17th, doors at 7, show at 8, Casa Cafe, and listen to that song whenever you want on those streaming services. Now let's hear some more podcast stories from our friend TJ.
When we had our podcast, the funniest thing was like, as our audience grew and we would get like the weirdest fucking DM slides and people just being so strange. But we alternated and we would have like subject matter experts. Like we had a transgender sex therapist. We had a woman who had her master's in like women's studies from Northwestern, but who works as a dominatrix, owns 3 sex dungeons, and was in a Netflix series exploring like fetish life.
Yeah.
And some of the most interesting, like crazy conversations. And what I would find, and like Jenna and I are both like articulate, reasonably intelligent people. And so we could, when the moment I was usually the comic relief. I was trying to not take myself too serious.
Right.
And Jenna, like, I was serial dating sort of like all over the map, so I had like a lot of goofy fucking stories. But when it was time to lock in, I would lock in, and more than the DMs from random people, Jenna's mom would sometimes message us and just be like, TJ was so thoughtful in the last episode. And I'd be like, you're goddamn right, I was. I'm so thoughtful. I have emotional depth.
Yeah. I mean, like, were you trying to be deep? Were you trying to like give people advice?
I don't know. So like, I would never give advice. Like, I mean,
Why do you think her mom thought you were thoughtful?
So I have had a very interesting life experience. I grew up very poor. I like had a lot of like weird shit happen in my childhood. I'm like heavily therapized. Like I've been in therapy for a very long time. And I just think like my outlook on the world, I think I do have some depth. If anything, I'm more apt to try to like cover it externally. So it's like a little more superficial, the things I put outwards into the world, because you're just trying to like prevent parasocial relationships and create like some level of distance between you and the audience.
You know who I think had a lot more depth, like especially right before he died, is Norm Macdonald.
Oh, he's amazing.
Like he always had depth, but like before he died, he would actually start speaking candidly about a lot of things he wouldn't speak about before, and you just realize how deep. Yeah, I warned you. You can see it on the video because the light is like gonna shift a little bit.
My big ass head, just a fucking like a lunar eclipse on the wall.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Margot's playing with the light. That's what we're talking about. Margot playing with the light.
And if this is your first time watching the show and you don't know who Margot is, it's his sex slave gimp that's in a leather suit laying right off camera.
Yeah. I try not to describe Margot. I try to just leave that part out. But he's the first guest to ever tell people what Margot looks like. I have a cat as a cover, though.
Some secrets cannot be kept.
It's kind of hard to keep that secret. You're the first. I mean, it only lasted like 100 episodes.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think after several. I mean, and some of these episodes go like 4 hours, and you would think after 300 hours of people sitting in the chair, someone would have mentioned the gimp suit.
No, because I warned him beforehand. I forgot to mention it to you.
I was caught a little off guard when I watched it.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to be casual for once. I was like, I figured this would be the time I'll be cool about it. I'm not gonna warn the person. Don't mention the gimp, and you mentioned the gimp.
Cat's out of the bag.
Cat's out of the bag.
See what I did there?
Yeah. I mean, there's a guy who would want a gimp to just sit in the corner of his room. That guy does exist. Like, you ever think about the infinite possibilities of the world and the fact that there definitely is that guy? I mean, it's kind of like why I like talking to crazy people. Wait, I like to learn that this exists.
It's funny that you said the sitting in the corner of the room thing. So this is a story that I've never told on a podcast, literally ever.
Oh, great.
And I'm only going to tell it because this friend now lives overseas and he will never watch this, ever.
I'm excited.
You should be. So in my 20s, I had a roommate who was my best friend's brother. And we were good friends, but we were like very different dudes. But we were both like dating a lot. Like, I was like in a pretty serious relationship for a while, but he was dating pretty casually. And this dude cut a cat door into his bedroom door, okay? And put like a little curtain over it so the cats could like come and go, which fine, whatever. But he would have like, he was like constantly having sex, and he liked to choke. So he would like choke women, and you would hear them through the cat door, like, So eventually this becomes like such a running joke in my friend group, because everyone knows about it. Like, we'll just have dudes at my house and he'll be like sleeping with someone and you'll hear whatever's going on through this cat door. And this joke begins to go like so sideways over time, where he one night like makes a joke about that he's like built like a trap so he can like stand in the corner of my room in the dark and watch me and my girlfriend. And so then another friend suggests that he would like, you know, gimp suit, cock chair, maybe he's filming, whatever. So then this was when I realized that maybe I had comedic chops. I came up with the concept of what we call Rachel.
Okay.
Robotic arm chokehold ejaculation lounge.
Ooh.
So in the corner, in this like crazy fucking chair, it's robotic, so it like holds you down, but it like chokes you as you're like watching in your gimp suit. So this is like a 3-year-long running joke in my friend group. He now lives in London.
You should get a patent for that. That's pretty good.
I mean, who doesn't want Rachel?
Well, and
I mean, it sounds like the perfect fantasy. If you can make it safe, like safe enough to where people don't die. Because imagine like how people usually die from like choking themselves doing crazy stuff is they didn't have the proper materials to do it right. They'll be just like tying something
like
to their
David
bed frame.
Carradine.
You ever see that movie? It was a Robin Williams movie where his son dies like that. It's like World's Greatest Dad or something.
Oh yeah, right. You know what I've noticed? I've watched, like I said, like 5 to 7 episodes of this. I've heard a Robin Williams mention on 3 episodes now.
Do I bring him up a lot? Is it me?
He was in the Matt one. You guys talked about him.
That's funny.
Because you were talking about Fran Drescher and the movie she was in with Robin Williams.
He mentioned that one. Because I didn't know her.
You were Robin Williams adjacent.
Robin Williams adjacent. It's because he's great and he's ubiquitous.
He was great.
He was great and he's a ubiquitous guy. It makes me wonder how often I bring up Norm Macdonald now that you say that, because I probably bring him up a lot too.
How do you? Okay, no, so Norm Macdonald. This is important to me. Do you remember? I don't remember which roast it was, but the roast where he just had the newspaper in front of him and he played it entirely straight and said the weirdest shit the entire roast. Do you remember this?
I don't know about that, but I know maybe that's the same one. I know about the time that I think it was the roast of Bob Saget that he was on, and he went on and he did a bunch of just purposely bad jokes, like he bombed on purpose and just corny bad jokes. And later he explained it like he just doesn't like roast battle, or he doesn't like roasts. He doesn't like roasts, or he wouldn't like roast battle either. He doesn't like that type of humor. He was never with like put down humor of his friends. So his approach to that was to go out, because he liked Bob Saget so much as a friend. He said he would do it, and then when he goes out, he just completely bombs. Norm Macdonald's one of the only people who can do something like that. Like that's the thing about it that makes it so great, is nobody can actually pull that off but him. Like that's an impossible task.
Yeah, he did when he was up on the podium. He did very bad jokes intentionally. Yeah. And when he was on the dais, he literally read the newspaper the entire time.
I didn't know that part.
And any time, because, you know, like the way that the roasts are set up, particularly like in the Comedy Central style, you have like just the one
Which is what it was back then.
Yeah, you just have the one person being roasted, but the roasters also roast the dais. And usually when they roast the dais,
what dais?
The DAIS, it's like an old term for where like the grouping of people sitting to the side watching something.
Okay.
And so they would like
you go through person by person by person and roast them.
And it's not a roast term, but in the roast they would call it the dais. That's like what it's called.
Yeah.
And they would go to the people in the dais and they would all like, so Norm, you would get a chance to like respond to the roasts on you. And he would just like look up from his newspaper and say the weirdest shit ever. It was one of the most incredible comedic performances I've fucking ever seen.
Yeah, and it cannot be replicated or redone or anything.
Not even a little bit.
I think that's why Norm's like one of the best, is because he just does things like that.
Dude, and anytime
he's the only guy who can go on The View and act the exact same way and still be funny.
Dude, anytime you hear any stories about him from other comedians too, it's also it's always hysterical. Like I love Anthony Jeselnik quite a bit. Like I do a lot of very dark comedy because that's like the thing that I'm into. And Jeselnik told a story. He co-hosted a season of Last Comic Standing, and he co-hosted it with Norm Macdonald. And like Anthony didn't want to do it, and they convinced him to do it by being like, "Well, Norm's committed," and Anthony's like idolizes Norm like almost everyone else does. And so they do this, and Anthony like famously tells a story where like, you know, they didn't really get along, and it took a while for their chemistry to match, and it was a weird experience. And when they were doing like the press rounds, they're getting ready to go on a show. I think it was like a late night talk show, and Anthony was going on first, and then Norm was going on after. And Norm's like, "Hey, I have an idea. Why don't we go on and just like shit talk each other?" Say like you'll go on, like you'll say like how bad of an experience it was, how miserable a person I was, and then I'll come on and I'll shit on you. And
that's so funny.
So it comes out, and Anthony like goes first and is just like, yeah, you know, it was like being stabbed in the back by my idol and a legend, and it was such a bad experience. He's such an awful dude. And then they cut to Norm, and Norm is like, Anthony's the most talented young comedian ever, and it was the best experience ever, and I couldn't imagine how I'm so lucky to be blessed with his presence. And like Jeselnik didn't know until he like saw the thing.
Of course, because it was a joke on him.
Fucking amazing. Dude.
Norm's the best.
Yeah.
Dude, that's so genius. That's so funny. It's funny on multiple levels.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it's funny because to the audience, of course, they're presented with Anthony Jeselnik just being an asshole. But what's even funnier is the second layer that only Anthony Jeselnik knows until he tells this story, which makes it even better.
Yeah.
Like the fact that it really is a joke on him that nobody understands but him makes it so much
Incredible,
better.
dude. Incredible.
And Norm, I've heard a story about him. Like he was at like a comedy show and everybody did their sets and then he did everybody else's sets and he just killed with everybody else's set.
I think that he could read like a recipe off the back of like a box and I would laugh hysterically.
Yeah. I mean, like, I think the classic example is the moth story on David Letterman, just because it's like such a simple joke that he extends into a 5-minute story. And it's the journey. It's the journey that is the joke.
Arguably one of my favorite jokes ever. He has a joke about Tiger Woods. And it's like,
I think I might know.
Yeah, he talks about like how the world was all up in, this is like right after the cheating scandal happened, and he is talking about like the world is like so up in arms about Tiger Woods like cheating on his wife and how beautiful the wife is, and it's like something about how he cheated on her with what, like 20, 30 blonde Waffle House waitresses, and he's like, but how many women would sleep with Tiger Woods? And he's like, so he starts like demographically breaking down like how many women that could potentially sleep with Tiger Woods. And then he's like, so and out of all those women, he slept with like 30, which is like less than 0.0000001%. We round that to 0. Tiger Woods has never cheated on his wife. Tiger Woods is the most loyal husband in the world. And now picture it being delivered by Norm Macdonald in the most like deadpan, insane way possible.
Yeah, was this on a podcast or a special?
No, it's like one of his most famous jokes. He did it in a special.
In a special, okay.
Yeah.
Because the reason I even found out who he was on YouTube when I was in high school. I was either early high school or late middle school.
So that was like 4 or 5 years ago then?
Yeah, it was very recently. Yeah, this mustache adds like 20 years.
Yeah.
But Norm Macdonald Live was the show, which you can't even find a lot of the episodes now. It's a shame. Like I don't think it's anywhere. I don't think it's streaming anywhere because only on YouTube, and now it's not on YouTube. So like so many of those, like the Jim Carrey one, I don't think that exists anywhere anymore. I think there's clips of it you can find, but I don't think you can find the full episode. And there's a bunch of those. Like they have the first few, but they do have, like he had a show on Netflix that came after that was the same kind of thing. But Norm Macdonald Live
it wasn't good, really.
It wasn't the same.
The Netflix show, I did not like it, which is surprising given that I like pretty much everything he's ever done.
I didn't hate it or dislike it. I just didn't, like, I fell in love with Norm Macdonald. Like, I was in, like, 9th grade listening to...
Very, very, like, formative time for the comedy mind.
I didn't even understand, like, okay, because I think the first episode is Super Dave or something like that. And I remember watching that. I didn't even understand.
You're like, who the fuck is Super Dave?
Why is he so mad? That's what I kept thinking. Why is this guy so mad? I didn't realize, like, that was
the
him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because I was just genuinely confused. But and it makes me wonder, like, because that was me as a kid. It makes me wonder how many people are like that as adults, where they just don't even understand it's a bit sometimes.
Probably a lot.
Real.
You ever go into
Exactly.
comment sections on the internet where someone makes like something that's like an obvious piece of satire, or the first comment on something will be a comment that's clearly meant in jest,
Yeah.
and then that comment has 1,000 responses of people being like, it's like,
Yeah.
clearly you either aren't smart or you don't understand comedy. Dude, your cat's looking into my soul right
She
now.
does that sometimes. People have told me that
Yeah.
a couple times recently. That like they'll say, "Oh my god, like the way your cat's looking at me," which, you know, I gotta say, guys, that's kind of a compliment. Like, I mean, Margot's got, I would say, a flirtatious way.
I would say like, so Oscar was a much more aggressively, like, Margot has a healthy boundary. She's like, I want affection. I will pay attention to you.
Yup.
But there's going to be 3 to 4 inches in between us.
You just nailed it exactly. You know, you actually kind of said it better than I've ever said it just now.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Because I've always tried to like put into words, like she'll want to be right next to me, but she doesn't want to be like on me.
Yeah.
And it's like a 4-inch gap is a great way to put it. She wants that slight little barrier just to know that.
Literally, she's keeping like such a consistent distance. Oh, never mind. Jokes ruined. Thanks, Margot.
No, she was just gonna smell you and go right back.
Yeah.
She's just getting a little sniff. That's all. Yeah.
Smells like fear and desperation.
She's yeah. You know, she could probably smell that kind of thing.
I'm sure she can.
Mm-hmm. She's a cat. It's probably why she's staring at you like that. She's like, you know what? I'm gonna have my way with this guy. I'm telling you, cats. Yeah, and the thing is, Margot probably has a whole separate life outside of what we see. I think about this sometimes.
What do you think it is that she does
when she goes outside?
Yeah. Oh, is she outside cat? Inside, outside?
She doesn't do it so much here, but like when summer comes around, it's gonna happen again. She likes to dart out the door as soon as she possibly I'll open the door, she'll dart out the door. So it's like, oh my God. And there's just nothing you can do. You just have to wait for her to come back.
If you were saying all of this, but people still hadn't seen what Margot was, and they still thought it was like a rando in a gimp suit in the corner.
Right.
Sometimes she gets out and darts off into the night, but I gotta grab her by the legs and pull her back in.
You're so right, because we never distinguished that for the audio listeners.
All of a sudden, there was just a cat on me, and we were just petting it, and this is the woman in the gimp suit.
Yeah. Well, if you're letting your gimp suit woman escape in the middle of the night, you're doing something wrong.
That's what shackles are for.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going, okay, I think I just got canceled. Never mind.
I'm just saying, like, there's some type of thing going wrong with your strategy at that point. If your gimp suit person, especially that...
I'm glad you clarified person.
Yeah, could be anything.
I would rather have a dude in a gimp suit and I wouldn't do it like sexually. I just have him do chores around my house. Like, hey, I'd love a new ceiling fan. Could you take care of that?
That would actually, maybe that is like a good use. Like if you just had a maid or butler, but you dress them in a gimp suit, that would kind of be a cool way to like, maybe that's how you taper off that fantasy.
I'm going to hire like a weekly cleaning lady, and when she gets to my house for the first time, I'm going to be like, I need you to put this on.
I'll pay you extra. Make sure to say, I'll pay you extra.
An extra Ben Franklin, come on.
It has to be a significant amount extra. Like, deal you can't refuse, like Godfather level. Like,
Okay.
I'm talking, give her...
Make you an offer you can't refuse.
2K. Say 2K. I know that you're only cleaning my house for $100, but I'll give you
2K is a lot. Also, I don't know why I made my Godfather sound like Antonio Banderas. It was like, it's more like Desperado.
I don't think I could ever do a Godfather. I'll give him an offer he can't refuse.
Today on the day, it's the day of the month. Yeah, now I can't even remember the line that I'm trying to quote.
I think there's something stuck in your stuff in your mouth like this.
That's a spot on Brando.
It's right here.
Yeah.
All I did is I pushed my tongue. I pushed my tongue up here. That's
No,
all I did.
well, I
dude.
sounded like developmentally disabled.
I didn't realize that's really all I had to do, because I think that's pretty much
Whatever you do, don't clip this part.
My gimp suit person escaped again.
Yeah, so far, 25 minutes or so into this is the most cancelable episode of your podcast you've ever done.
I went to go buy an apple, and my gimp suit person.
Well, now you're doing like the Godfather meets Donald Trump. You even did the hands.
I always do that.
You got
Every
into
single
Trump.
impression, I always just end up getting into Trump somehow.
It's hard not to.
Because it's the only impression I can do properly.
I feel like it's...
the only reason I would ever do it is because I feel confident enough in it. But like everybody has one, so that's why it's...
One of the first impressions that I ever tried to do, and this is going to give away my age, when I was like very young, like under 10, and I lived with my grandparents for a year, and I started doing an impression of George H.W. Bush, the daddy Bush, but
Papa Bush.
I was basically doing an impression of Dana Carvey's SNL impression of him.
Right.
So as like a third grader, I'm just like walking around my grandma's house being like, no new taxes, and just like, over time, I got like pretty good at it, that it was like a family party trick. People would be like, TJ, do Bush. And I'm just like a fifth grader walking around doing a George Bush impersonation. Not my finest work.
You're very intelligent. Shows your intelligence. They're like, wow, this guy knows about politics.
Yeah. I was in the Cook County Young Democrats as a fourth grader.
Yeah.
No big deal, guys.
I was trying to get my Jordan Peterson down, and I had it for a minute because it's kind of like Kermit.
Oh, that's
but
good.
It's like Kermit, except you go up here, and once you're up here, I think it's a little bit different, and you need to do things for a hierarchy. You see, there's a hierarchy that's happening all around you, and
That's
there's
a good
lobsters
Jordan
clambering
Peterson.
in a bucket, and you need to look at the bucket and say, no. But the bucket is just a means of words. It's actually much more than a bucket.
You sound... Wait.
See, I've never kept it for that long. That was probably the best I've ever gotten it.
To be clear, we don't like him. It's just an impersonation.
Well, you see, like is a word. You need to define the word like if you're going to talk about that word, because like is very strong. It could mean a lot of things. It could mean that you enjoy something, but it could also mean that you envy it. Have you ever thought about that?
I'm having PTSD right now. Dude, the only like my best impression is Bill Cosby.
Ooh,
And-
pudding pop.
Yeah, oh yeah. But again, I'm impersonating Eddie Murphy, impersonating Bill Cosby.
Yeah.
And I hadn't done it in like a long time. And during a podcast episode, we were reading like listener email, and me and my co-host would like take turns reading the emails. And it was like my turn to read. And I was reading like a woman's email, and I was describing the outfit of the man that this woman had gone on a date with. And she was like, he was like kind of well dressed, but he had on it, and started to describe this type of sweater. And Jenna, my co-host, was like, oh, like a Cosby sweater. And with no warning, I like on the spot snapped into my Cosby. And at that point, he was already canceled. And so I was like, wait, what value is it? I mean, you do Jordan Peterson, and he's not like clearly he's problematic, sort of a fuckface.
Yeah.
But I think you can get by doing, if I'd like hang my hat on doing a Cosby at this point,
I don't think Cosby works.
no.
Well, Jordan Peterson, the difference is that I think that people are familiar with so did you see the thing he did, the Jubilee thing he did recently?
Yes, Jubilee is insane. Holy fuck.
Yeah, and it's just funny because like even people who would side with Jordan Peterson were not with him on this one, because he's gotten to the point where his argument, like he's not a good debater in that type of format, and like his argument was that they told him it was one. He said that they said it wasn't going to be one Christian versus a bunch of atheists. He said that they told him it was going to be something else, and then when he got there,
Wait, I thought he was the atheist. Wait, is he Christian?
that's exactly it. He doesn't define himself as a Christian, but Jubilee labeled it one Christian versus 20 atheists.
Yeah,
But that's why he got like clowned in the comments, because the whole time he has this wishy-washy argument of like, oh, well, I'm not saying this and I'm not saying this. And at a certain point, he's kind of just not saying anything.
Yeah, it's like, what are you saying? Dude, those shows are addictive, kind of. The Jubilee thing.
Jubilee? Oh, yeah. Well, the thing is, that's the problem, is that it's so addictive, that it's so watchable. I think that's the problem with anything that's naturally divisive, is that it's...
You mean the internet?
The internet. Well, that's why the internet is the internet, because it's naturally more entertaining. Like, it's a question of the chicken or the egg. Like, is it human nature to look at those types of things, or is it an algorithm guiding human nature, or is it
It's both, for sure.
working together? Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And so it's the chicken and the egg, essentially, because it's like...
It's the name of my old cover band.
Yeah, the chicken and the egg. That's really good. But I just...
Don't humor me, bro.
Yeah, that's... I feel like... Oh, I lost my train of thought. Chicken and the egg. It's a chicken and the egg. What the fuck was I just saying?
Divisiveness versus the online discourse, and is that human nature?
Oh, well, I think that it's one of those things where I don't even know how you
Jubilee.
would...
Yeah.
I don't even know how you would do anything other than that. Like, I don't know how, because the internet rewards that type of content. That's why Jubilee exists. I don't know how you make something else. You'd have to start from the complete ground up and just make it so good. I think podcasts are kind of that, because it's people being collaborative and coming together and not arguing with each other.
We're collaborating. We're coming together.
Coming together.
This is the best podcast.
We're collaborating and coming together.
Coming together. Oh, man,
I think that...
I got Kermit the Frog at the end.
See, Kermit the Frog is Kermit the Frog. That's the beginning of a Jordan Peterson.
Yeah,
that's how I figued that one out. Was Kermit the Frog is actually just...
At the end of this episode, Michael Winslow is going to come in. Do you know who he is?
No.
He was the the artist or the actor who was in like the Police Academy movies, who did the sound effects.
Oh.
The black dude that would make like, machine gun noises and do impersonations and sounds and shit. All of a sudden, we were like, "We've got a special guest for you!" Like through the door comes Michael Winslow, and he's
I saw a video of a guy. He was on stage and he had a microphone and his voice was hooked up to a guitar amp and he was going like...
I'd listen to it.
And then, but the amp makes it sound fucking awesome, because there's like... You know, it's like...
Yeah, he's got like overdrive, just feedbacking like crazy.
Yeah. And everyone's like, how's he doing this?
Mind blown.
No one knows how a guitar amp works. Like, that's what's so funny. No one knows its effects on an amp that's making his voice sound cooler. So they think he's just fucking the most amazing person.
Dude, there's this online creator who's a musician. His name's Austin, but he performs under the name Mr. Wobbles. Are you familiar?
No.
Fucking incredible, dude.
Mr. Wobbles.
He goes, I think he does like his content on like mostly on Omegle, if you know what that is.
Yes.
He's like a producer, and the video will start and he's holding like this like touchpad that has like several colored buttons on it, and whenever the interaction starts, he waits for the person to say something, or he will say something to them to trigger them to say something, and then he samples whatever they said, and he'll quickly like just play back like the sample of what they said and start building a song.
I keep seeing videos like that.
He's the best at it. Like, there's him and there's other producer Ari at home that's really good. He walks around with like a keyboard through New York City and like collabs with all these people. The two of the best content creators out there.
Yeah, he's live streaming, right? The other guy.
Yeah, they both live stream. It's fucking amazing.
Because live streaming, walking around with a keyboard in New York is crazy,
dude.
Like doing music.
It's a keyboard and like a MIDI controller, like a whole. It's basically like a production station wrapped. He's got like a straps like on his back, support his back, and it's like hooked up. He's got like a ton of like XLR mics and shit, and he'll just walk through New York, and now he's like kind of famous, and so. He did one with like Wyclef recently, but it's normally just like people on the street come up and you're like, oh, New York is covered with the most talented people in the fucking world.
Yeah.
It's like every other person is like an incredible singer or a crazy rapper, and they'll come up and just be like, oh, and he's like, you want to get on this track? And he's like, yeah, what do you like? Oh, I like boom bap. And he'll be like, hum me 3 seconds of a harmony. And then he'll sample the harmony, build a beat over it in like 10 seconds. And 15 seconds later, this dude on the streets freestyling to this random dude producing a song on a keyboard walking through New York City. Fucking insane, dude.
Yeah. Well, two things. One, every time I see one of those videos, I'm like, this could be staged.
Some of it certainly is.
Some
like
of it is,
yeah.
and some of it isn't. Yeah, it's hard to tell sometimes because sometimes it's so good. I'm like, no way.
Most of the ones, like the two dudes with the violin, and there's always like they play in the mall, and there's like the piano, and like the little kids will come play the piano, and there's always people around it. Those are staged as fuck, like so staged.
Well, I've even seen one where it was like exactly what you described, where it's like a guy making a beat and he samples their voice, and then the person just makes a song, and but it was like if they're free, like I don't know how you could have made that without any prior planning, but. Maybe.
Well, and also like,
and it's music, so it's hard to tell.
And even if it's not like prearranged,
and even if it is fake, it doesn't matter.
Well, I would. So what I think is most likely is like that the beat is organic, that's being made on the spot. But like if you are a singer
or an artist or a rapper, you have like lyrics.
You
in your
have
mind.
lyrics that you've written, and if you're like, okay, we're playing the beat that he just made. It's a 4/4 beat, or it's like whatever time signature, and you just start rapping over the beat. And if you have a handful of verses that you've written. Is that a freestyle? Not really, but no one's ever heard the verse, and you can rap it over any beat as long as the beat matches the tempo and the time signature that you've written it for.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Sometimes I'll be watching one of those, and I'll be like, even with that considered, this is like too good to be true.
Oh yeah, well, dude, you like one of the most famous online freestyles of all. You know who Little Dicky is, right?
Yeah, of course.
He does that freestyle on. Oh, dude, I'm gonna lose my fucking hood card right now. What's that?
XXL?
No, there's the morning show with like Charlemagne the God and fucking
The Breakfast Club.
Yeah, he's on Breakfast Club, and he does his fucking. I'm like, I never say fuller words, and I'm just like, meh, meh, meh. He does his freestyle.
His freestyle was really good.
And that one on that show is like people bring that up as like one of the best freestyles ever, and it's incredible.
Yeah,
it pops in my algorithm like all the fucking time.
It is really good.
Yeah, and it's
Childish Gambino had a really good Breakfast Club freestyle too, but Lil Dicky's is incredible. Also, shout out Riff Raff. Riff Raff also had an incredible one.
He's a great basketball player too.
Riff Raff freestyles like no one else. Let me tell you that,
dude. It's funny. I was like, I'm a
Is he good at basketball? You said
great at basketball.
Yeah.
There's really, really good. And there's kind of an illustrious history of rappers and do you remember the rapper Master P?
Yeah.
From like No Limit, and I think he made $1 billion. He was definitely one of the 5 richest rappers ever.
I didn't know that.
He played in the NBA briefly. Like he never made like, he was like summer team, made a couple like preseason rosters, played in the preseason, but was on like the Raptors and the maybe New Orleans Pelicans or Hornets when it was the Hornets.
Nice.
But like there's a history of musicians who are very good athletes and a lot of rappers who can fucking ball out for sure.
Yeah. Kind of makes us short rappers a little jealous. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, I watched some of your stuff. You're good, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I'm the greatest of all time. I know. The problem,
That's big rap energy right there.
that's you gotta
Every rapper should think he's the greatest of all time. You got some idols.
Thank you.
But I'm coming for them, and I'm the greatest of all time.
Thank you. See, not everybody understands that. Like you have
how
to say
problematic is it that we, as two white men in Rogers Park, that we are like proclaiming you the greatest rapper of all time?
I am the greatest of all time, and I know I am. It's like not even a matter of whether or not it's true. It's a matter of me believing it
sure.
and then manifesting that into reality. Like that's how I look at that. Like you have to believe that. It's kind of like why people who are successful would tell you, like I think people who are successful would say that they believe in manifestation. And of course they would, because they manifested that.
Sure.
But like there's way more people who aren't successful who tried to manifest that. So you just have to kind of believe it anyway and know that the odds are all stacked against you. Like know that there's actually probably only like a 1 to 5% chance that you get anywhere near where you're trying to go, and then just do it anyway. And then believe that you really can do it. And in my mind, that means I have to be the greatest of all time because I am. Because I do it better and I do it better and more efficiently.
There's nobody out there rapping better than I am.
But it's also like I heard Kendrick Lamar once say like,
Who's he?
He's just this underground rapper. He's kind of not that good, honestly. Okay. Drake's much better. So anyway, I heard Kendrick Lamar once say that you want to be proving to yourself that you're the greatest all the time. And I think that that's such a good way to look at it. Because like he's somebody, people look at him and they think, oh, he's just so talented, so incredible. They just write him off as good.
Great, yeah.
But the thing is, in his mind, he's always trying to be the best.
Yeah.
He's trying to top himself. And that's what makes his work so good. That's why like when he plays the Super Bowl, it's unlike anyone else ever playing. Like no one else is ever going to do it like that. And he's never going to do it like that. Like one thing I like about his performances, for like big performances, like when he does the Grammys, when he does the Super Bowl, he always like writes something specifically for the show, which most people would never think of doing.
You saying the last two things you said, it brought up two things to me. So the Super Bowl and Kendrick Lamar, obviously this year and last year, there was like a massive discourse that wasn't entirely positive around the Super Bowl acts.
Yeah.
And
where was Kid Rock? We should have we needed him last year.
Dear God. Did you even ironically watch any of that?
I saw clips. I didn't seek it out, but a little bit of it was shown to me. I thought it was interesting. I mean,
well, dude,
Kid Rock's from my home state, you know. Got some pride. I actually do kind of like Kid Rock's music in a funny way. Like it's kind of like ICP to me.
Sure. Dude,
like there's
ICP,
a weird kind of appeal, like bow with the da, the bang, da bang. You know, like, I can kind of understand.
You should all know that was against my will. That was non-consensual Kid Rock exposure.
It's just because it's so out there to me. Like it's like somebody who's so confident and proud of what they are. Like they're not afraid to hide any of it. It's like what Slim Shady started.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, dude, with Kendrick at the Super Bowl last year, I mean, there's been other times where like old white people have been bitchy about who played the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And what's funny is,
doesn't it kind of happen every time? It's just kind of escalated.
Lately, and I think just like the nature of like the 24/7 news cycle and social media being so prevalent, like, and everyone's got a fucking take, but certainly like the last 2 years more than ever. And with Kendrick, I made the argument, like, it's arguably the first time that the Super Bowl was actually cool.
Yeah.
And by cool, I mean like relevant, timely, of the moment, like capturing the zeitgeist. It's usually like
Taylor Swift 3 years in a row. Was it 2 years? I think it was 3.
I don't even know, but they like
T-Swift.
The only other time they ever had a band on when that band was absolutely like at the peak of its popularity was the worst Super Bowl halftime show of all time, the Black Eyed Peas.
Yeah.
That was dog shit. But like they had Bruce Springsteen on. They had like even like Prince and Michael Jackson.
I mean, they had like Dr. Dre a few years ago. I thought that was cool.
It's cool, but it is
50
not.
Cent.
But it's not timely relevant and of the moment. Those are all dudes in their 50s.
Yeah, it wasn't. No, it was more nostalgic than anything.
Yeah, and that was kind of my point. So like even with Prince and Michael Jackson, which I think people universally look to those two as like the standard bearer of the best Super Bowl shows of all times. Both of those happened. Like Michael Jackson did, I think, in '92.
Right.
That's like 8 years past Thriller. Like he was not at the peak of his powers. He was certainly like a huge star, but at that point he was like more of a freak show than anything else. And so it just wasn't the same. And with Kendrick, it was like he is arguably one of the 5 biggest musicians in the world in that moment. The him and Drake thing was fucking massive.
That's why I think it's inarguable. Is like that was coming off of that, and like he that was the biggest song of that previous year, or was it at the end of the year? I can't remember when. Not like
Bro,
us
seeing
came out.
80,000 people or whatever in the stands of the Super Bowl screaming A minor. Let's be fucking serious. Like that was insane. And then kind of a weird pivot, but you were talking about like with how Kendrick said like if you feel like you have to put out there that you're the best, like feel that you're the best, constantly topping yourself, and that's why you do that.
Yeah.
And Ali Soroka in the last episode, I watched some of that. I know her a little bit. She had said something. You were asking her about like the things she did, and she was talking about like she was an actor, and she's like, I'm putting it more out there than I am, and that really resonated with me because it's.
She was saying like you say that you are so that you become
a thing.
Yeah.
Well, and like. I subscribe to that. Not only do I subscribe to that, I like watched some of the LA podcast this morning, so I did not hear it before that. I had a conversation with someone last night at a volleyball tournament. Her husband is a musician, very talented, but it's not like his career. And he just in the last year has started putting out his work.
Okay.
Like in like a very like humble, low key way, and it's not like blowing up or anything. But he's created the thing that he loves and he's putting it out in the world. And I think when you do a creative thing, whether you're trying to act or you're a musician or you're doing stand-up, for me, what was relevant for me, this is like for filmmaking, I have always wanted to make films. And I would like Corey and his content partner Sean, they know this a lot. Like I have a camera in that bag right there. I always have cameras with me. I'm recording everything constantly, but I would almost never put anything out. And then I saw a filmmaker. I went to a show at the Music Box. I go there all the time.
It's a great theater.
Bro, I'm a sponsored. So like my stepmother, who was the mother of my 2 half siblings, she just retired last New Year's Eve after 47 years working for the parent company. My younger brother and sister had their first job at the theater. When they renovated the theater last year, I sponsored a seat and paid like $750 to get my name on a seat in the main theater. I've been like a donating patron for like a decade. I fucking love the Music Box.
You don't say.
Yeah, so dude, I went and saw Princess Bride there on Wednesday. Last Thursday, I went and saw the Kill Bill series in its entirety. I go like all the time. So I go and I see like a filmmaker give like a chat afterwards, and he's talking about, he's like, he said, he's like, if you want to be a filmmaker, make a film. He's like, if you make a 2-minute short and you put that out in the world, you're a filmmaker. You directed a film. You are a director. You're a filmmaker. Put that in your bio. Put that on your YouTube. Put it in your social media. Tell all your friends you are a filmmaker. And that's sort of that same ethos. Like, if you want to be a thing, just like in earnest, do that thing at the most entry level, and you're that thing.
Yeah.
Like, Allie's situation, she talked about acting, and I had never had an inclination to act at all. And then I dated a woman who was in like commercial production for a while, and we dated for like 3 years. She was like a head of production at a large commercial agency. And she called me, I was on a work trip, and was like, hey, I have a client who needs you fit the brief. Would you want to audition for a commercial? And I'd never thought about it before, and I was like, you know what? Actually, I was already doing comedy, and that was part of the brief. It was like, could you improv? Did you have comedic chops? And so I did this audition, and I made it to the 2 finalists, and I didn't get the commercial. But I got to like get up in front of a bunch of people at this agency a couple times, and it like fed this thing into me. And I was like, well, I didn't get this role, but I feel like I'm kind of an actor. And then a couple months later, a Chicago comic, Ruben Ramirez, if you know him,
Yeah,
he reached out to me and was like, hey, I have a buddy who's making a film. He needs like like he has a couple roles for like soldiers for this like special forces thing, and I always get like, now that I do more of it, I always get like soldier cop, like which fucking sucks.
You do look like a cop,
dude. My opening joke in my set is literally 4 minutes about me looking like a cop.
I didn't really think about it that way until you just said it, but now I'll never unsee it.
You should see me clean shaven. So I have
this mustache. I get the same thing because of my mustache. People think I have a cop mustache.
You do, and it's very Super Troopers-esque.
Yup.
So when I go clean shaven, I have hair, but I have like a hairline that's like very widow's peaky, and I look like Elliot Stabler from SVU.
Nice.
And other comedians have said it. Like a comedian like asked to get my headshot put on a screen at the Laugh Factory one night, and did like 2 minutes on me looking like this dude. Women on dating apps used to say it. So it's like a big part of what I'm just like. Oh, I guess I look like a cop.
Yeah.
Fucking who would have thunk it?
Can't beat him, join him.
And I'm never joining them. ACAB, baby.
Yeah, ACAB is that's like factually true. That's what I don't understand when people like debate, like they think that's a derogatory thing. Like it's just factually true. Like what it means is that if you have a group of people that follow a random set of rules that can change at any time, then they are bastards in a sense. Like they don't have an actual parent that guides them a certain direction. It's just whoever's in charge making the rules at the time.
Authority.
I mean, it's like why you would have weed laws the way that they are, and you have them being treated the way that they are for so long, where it's been so kind of at the discretion of random officers and random people.
Sure. Because
the people who are even the police a lot of the time know that it's wrong, but it's whether or not they think that it's worth prosecuting or not. Like that's what it's about. It's not about whether it's wrong a lot of that time. Like a lot of time they don't give a fuck whether or not you're smoking weed. They don't care.
It's 100% a judgment call.
And you look at like 20 years ago, that's all you got to do. Just look at how different it was and how like people don't even remember now because socially it's just a thing. Like oh, you can just go buy edibles at the weed store and nobody cares.
Just like I just walked down the street hitting a vape pen and making eye contact with police officers.
Literally, dude.
Well, officer, good day to you.
That began about 8 years ago. The whole vape pen thing. Before that, there ain't no way you're smoking weed next to an officer unless you're Snoop Dogg himself. You know?
About 2014 actually, I think was the first time I got a concentrates cartridge, and I was like, oh, this is a thing I do now.
Yeah.
Like as a professional pot smoker on the go, this is quite convenient.
Oh my God, it's the exact definition of convenience. It's actually too convenient for someone like me. I shouldn't have access to something like that.
My personality type does not go well.
It's funny, like the more and more I have it, the more and more I'm like, all right, this is just gonna be a problem. I better just like that. It makes me have to always end up going back to flower itself because like wax. Oh God, I'll become a crackhead. I'll just become a crackhead way too quickly.
Dude, my tolerance is very high, and at my volleyball tournament last night, I usually like will bring edibles, and the tournament started at 6, and we played till like 12:30 in the morning, and so like after every game, I'm taking like a 10 milligram edible. And my buddy Mark, who's like ex-army dude in his like early 30s, and he just looks at me, he's like, what is that over there? I was like, oh, they're just edibles. And he's like, I've seen you take like probably 15 of those tonight. And I was like, yeah, that's about right. I look at how many's in there. I was like, I brought X. We're left with Y.
Just watching you eat them like candy.
Yeah, and he's like, do you have a problem? And I was like, no, I have a solution.
That's so funny because at first when he saw you start eating them, he's thinking, oh, he's got like
diabetic or something.
And then he just keeps watching you dive into this periodically, like by a 15 minutes.
It's like, does he have weird blood sugar issues, or is he just like slightly autistic and needs edibles to function as a human?
I mean, that is like a weird. I don't like doing edibles like one by one over time because I feel like my tolerance would. Like, I think it's like mushrooms, where, like, if you take mushrooms, you want to take them all at once. So you don't want to take, like, 1 gram, then 1 gram, then 1 gram.
Under most circumstances, I'm taking 100 to the dome every time.
But that's what I mean.
But because I was playing a sport.
Oh.
As much as I would, and I play, like, reasonably high level. Like, I'm, like, solid at it. And to go out in this, like, tournament that people, like, pay to participate in, and it's blind, so you get matched with your teammates when you get there. And then we lose because I'm jacked out of my mind on 100
You're trying to, like, cruise.
Yeah, like, dude, I'm like, my knees fucked up. Like, I'm just like keeping the body right, making my mind level, quieting the very loud voices in my brain.
I told you I'm a crackhead, though. See how I just went to like, you got to take it all at once? That's how my brain goes. Like, I just got to take it all at once. I got to do it all.
and it's just like it's everything in excess in my mind. Like oh my god, when I had those vape, not vape pens, but not weed vape pens, but the Mr. Vapor ones, like those disposables.
What the fuck are those?
Dude, I'll run through a disposable within
What is a
like
Mr.
2
Vapor?
days. That's
Is it weed?
No. Well, they had weed ones that they ended up making, but it's a nicotine. So it was like one of those nicotine.
Anybody who
disposables.
smokes a nicotine vape, that's way more crackhead
Like
behavior
Juul.
than fucking. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that's how I know it's in me. Because when I was buying those things, I would buy it and I would just it would be a day, like 1 or 2 days that thing's gone. I have to buy another one. I would just hit it all like.
The confluence of everyone vaping and the explosion of AI, we don't like. There's like no real research on what the vaping is going to do to us.
Oh, it's like smoking in the 50s.
It's worse, and I think it's probably going to end up being worse than
It's
smoking.
funny because like we think we're so
it's like
smart.
this healthy, elevated option.
I mean, to me, it's a good example of like how people don't realize we're just like we think of now as like the end of time and the end of history. Like we've done everything to get to now. And it's like we are just as stupid as we were 100 years ago, 200 years. We never got less stupid. That never changed.
We're just a function of the period that we live in. And we have like knowledge of things only based on like this very narrow period of existence that we've had.
Exactly.
And if you dropped us into any other period of existence, we'd be the same as everybody fucking else.
Well, and we only now have like a universal knowledge or a universal way of sharing information, and like the internet is within the last 40 years.
What
like
if the internet existed like 200 million years ago once already, but it was like wiped out and now it's back?
You think that's possible?
I mean, maybe.
I think it's.
Like, I'm not big on conspiracy. I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all. But like, as an atheist who's like definitely like believes in, I guess, the Big Bang Theory, but also mostly just like isn't pressed about how we got here. Like, I just exist. I try to be a good human.
Yeah.
But I think it's certainly plausible that there were other iterations that predated this, and each time there's been some sort of like cataclysmic event that forces like a reimagination of what humanity is or whatever life is.
Yes, and I think that
I should have taken mushrooms before this.
One thing that always gets me is I think it's odd that there's pyramids all over the world, and the traditional
especially Vegas.
Yeah, especially Vegas. Like, and that one was built way later, so that doesn't even like
Illuminati.
Even weirder. Ooh, one time I saw an eye at the top of it. I swear to you.
I bet you did. Mm-hmm. That's the Anunnaki.
I might have been on mushrooms, and I might have been looking at a $1 bill, but pretty
You ever see
sure.
the back of a $20 bill? You ever see the back of a $20 bill on weed?
What was I saying? Oh, pyramids. So it's weird that they all are in different, and what they say is, oh, well, it's just what you would build if you had a bunch of blocks, which I guess makes sense. Like if you were just a bunch of primitive societies and you all had blocks.
It's what you would build if you had a bunch of blocks.
That's the explanation. Like I'm not trying to dumb it down.
That feels like the opening meeting of the people who created Legos.
Yeah, they're like,
hear me out.
You ever see a pyramid? Because I'm telling you, not only you build a pyramid, you build it like I don't think kids ever go to build a pyramid with Legos though. Do kids build pyramids with Legos? Because like as you said that, I thought about it. I don't think I've ever seen a child like one time make a pyramid out of Legos.
The only people building pyramids in modern society are cheerleaders.
Yes.
The human pyramid.
Power to them. Maybe they could build the pyramids now. Maybe if we ask them, like, hey guys.
I'd watch that MrBeast episode. We've got the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders remaking the Great Pyramids.
You know, he went to the pyramids recently and he spent like millions of dollars just to be there.
What a polarizing, weird, fucking autistic nightmare of a human being.
This is the tomb where someone died. Wow, let's lay in it. Like that's the video.
Dude, the fact that he like, don't get me wrong, he has clearly done some good shit.
Yeah.
But it's like the least altruistic, most fucking weird masturbatory bullshit I've ever seen.
He, I think, is interesting because I think like he's destined for, like his future is going to be even weirder to watch because he once he's in chocolate, now he's trying to do other things. I really think he's going to end up
Feastables.
I swear he's going to become a politician. I'm telling you, like 12, 14 years, because it's even the way that he answers things and the way that he speaks about things.
It's already very like kind of whitewashed and homogenized, and he's like says it the exact like PR speak all the time.
Because he's so programmed for that, and he's admittedly programmed for that. That's why he is who he is. He's a psyop. Not that he's a psyop, that he literally will say in interviews, me and my friends.
Well, you don't say you're a psyop, bro. It's not how it works.
MrBeast, a psyop is
MrBeast is exercising soft power for the CIA.
I really like the concept of MrBeast working for the CIA and being a psyop. I think that's fantastic. But I would just say publicly, I saw him, I think it was on, I can't remember. It's the two guys, and they do a podcast.
That narrows it down so much.
Yeah.
There's these two guys. They're on a podcast.
They're two guys, but they interview YouTubers, and they interview...
Oh, Colin and Samir.
God, yeah, see? You two guys was good.
Bro, I don't watch TV at all. I spend a lot of time on YouTube, and my YouTube is 80% filmmaker content and 20% leftist politics content.
So it sounds like our YouTubes are not far apart.
Yeah,
I feel like YouTube like feeds me just like, it's so funny. Like the with the YouTube content in particular, right? It's like YouTube just knows the stupid YouTube bullshit that I'll watch. It just knows.
I spend a disgusting amount on cameras.
Yeah.
This camera that's in this bag right here, it got delivered 2 days ago, and it's like a titanium gold edition limited release of a camera that I do not need because I literally already have another camera that has the exact same sensor, but I was like, I need a B camera. And I got it because I saw 50 fucking YouTube videos about it.
Yeah. Yeah. They're getting
so dumb.
They're getting you.
And it's funny because like, for the type of stuff I'm making now, like short form documentaries, and I'm working on my first like narrative short film project right now, I could do most of it with one camera.
Yeah.
And I have like a 6K like Lumix camera, very rigged out, that is fantastic.
Don't ever fool yourself. More is always better. You want to get, if you can, like the points in my life where I had money and I had money to spend, I think you should spend the money on things that you like and things that you want. You should have savings, but you should also spoil yourself and get things that make your life better. Like that's how I got this TV here. That's how I got a lot of this recording equipment we have next to me. Because at a point in my life when I could afford it, I was like, okay, there might be a time where I can't afford this. I better buy this now.
Well, even I look at the camera, even though I do the filmmaking stuff, none of that has been like a money-making endeavor. It's purely like I'm just building a portfolio at this point.
Yeah.
But I'm like a working photographer. I get gigs all the fucking time. And it's like, I've probably spent 10 grand on photography and lighting stuff in the last 8 to 10 months.
Yeah.
But I've probably billed 25K. So I'm like making more than I'm spending, and like I have like a good like corporate day job. So, and I'm a single dude. It's not like I'm like hurting for money. So
I mean, it's really just about making more than you're losing.
Yeah,
or at least making your money back through the item if you can.
Well, and even now, like this year is the first year that I'm like, I mean, like I've claimed like small creative income, but this year's the first year where it's like a large enough amount where I'm like, oh, I need to figure out like the tax implication of this. And so like I bought another camera right at the end of last tax, like in November. And I was just like, well, I'm going to buy it now because I've already billed this amount and I know that I can write it off.
Yeah.
And so writing off all the equipment I bought, it was nice to like call my accountant and be like, hey, I got some extra receipts. Like, let's try to like help me out here. What can we do?
Oh my God. That's why I need to get a fucking business license.
You can do it on, you don't have to have an LLC. You don't have to do anything. You can still do it on your personal, as long as you're doing like, I own a home. So I already do like itemized deductions. And so I claim that as income and then write off the expenses against that income. You can absolutely do it. I have a master's in finance, I promise.
No, but I mean like, so like giving them my receipts taxes, and just like...
Yeah, you can totally write that shit off.
That's not illegal?
It is not.
To write off, like say I bought like a hard drive or say I bought like things like that.
As long as you earned income from a source that you can point to that. So like I make income doing paid photography gigs. So I write off my photography as a business expense. Just the same way as before I was a creative, I kept a home office and I was allowed certain tax write-offs for my home office even though it was just a regular job.
Okay, maybe I need to start.
You got to
doing
get
that.
up on that. See, that's why you occasionally have to have like like an older dude on the podcast to talk to you about tax code.
Pete, listeners love that type of stuff.
TJ is the comedian. Tom is your tax attorney.
Ooh, lots of T's.
Yeah.
TJ the comedian, Tom the tax attorney. Attorney. Yeah.
We'll start beatboxing.
That would be cool. That would be cool if we did that.
I'll do. You remember? This is like there was these rap groups in the '80s called the Fat Boys.
Ooh, were they fat?
400, 500 pounds a piece.
Let's go.
And they had a song in one of the Nightmare on Elm Street movies, and they would do like the before they would.
Of course they did.
And that nailed it, right? I mean, that sounded like I can beatbox a little. Yeah. Nailed it, baby. Nailed it. Wait, I gotta tell you something funny. So when I was looking at your like list of like some of the other episodes, like I looked at the times of them.
Yeah.
And I saw like some of them are an hour, some of them are 4 hours. And I was like, oh, the longer ones are clearly ones where like he has good chemistry with the person. They're talking about a lot of things. They like each other.
Yeah.
I'm like, we're gonna see how much he likes me by the length of this podcast.
That's a fun way to look at it. See, that's not necessarily true.
I'm not being serious.
That's one. No, but what you're sort of right, but not really. Because like that is sometimes true. Because sometimes 3 hours will just like fly by and you're like, oh wow, that just went great. That was like, you can even tell when it was like an especially good podcast. Like you've done a lot of podcasts.
Where are we at now?
1 hour, 7 minutes.
Okay.
We're doing good.
Yeah.
Right. And you can tell you've had podcasts before. You've done interviews. So you know how this works. Where like sometimes it's like, oh, the time just like oh damn, it's only been like sometimes that
I love
happens.
the sound of my own voice. So there's that.
You know, I mentioned earlier like comedians. I think comedians, they riff more. They're easier to keep things rolling with. I've noticed even like film directors, like people who are in filmmaking and film directors, they seem to have a good, like because they have a vision, they have a lot they want to share. And so they're kind of easy to go with. But I would say the time is not necessarily reflective because what I've learned is you don't really even tell people how long it's going to be unless they ask. So
Sure.
I always just say, like, I always just message people, say, like, oh, you know, come on my show. It's a conversation. I think I try to pitch it as it's a conversational, no strings attached, freeform
That's
interview.
my favorite porn category. Yeah. Conversational, no strings attached interview. That's the leftist way of saying casting couch.
Mm-hmm. And as soon as they start having sex, I just switch to the next one. I don't know why. I just love the foreplay.
Yeah, I just want to know how'd your day go?
Yeah, it's something with me. I don't know. So that's how I do it because I don't want people to get any thought in their mind of like how long it's going to be. More and more people like look at the episodes and they'll see, but it's funny because like you said, it varies so much. It doesn't even mean anything. But that's because I do it this way because sometimes people show up. Sometimes people even say like, oh, don't worry about it. Like, you know, like they'll like I'll be like sitting here doing my bullshit. They'll be like, oh yeah, I got all the time in the world. And like 20 minutes in, they'll be like, oh, by the way, I got to leave in 20 minutes. So I'm like, oh, okay. Because you don't know when anybody's going to leave. You don't know when anybody's plans are. Unless you ask them, I don't know what you're doing today at 4 p.m. So like sometimes people just have they came in and they already planned on only being here for an hour.
The positive for this situation is, for those of you who don't know this, today is Valentine's Day. And nobody loves me. So I've got time today.
You know, me too, because I could have scheduled a whole like second podcast. I was thinking that as I was sending people my availability, I was thinking I'm going to leave the second half of Valentine's Day open and maybe somebody just as lonely as me is going to take that time slot.
We're going to go out to dinner later?
Yeah. It'll be me and you. It's going to be really romantic.
I'll take you to some of the finest dining in Chicago. Wait, it's funny. So obviously we talked before we started recording. Previous guest, Matt Brown's a really good friend of mine. And we talk like every day. And our friendship is strange. In 6 years of knowing each other, we've only like seen each other in person like probably 10 times. But we have like a friend in like each of us have like a really close friend that sort of brought us together. And we do not go more than like 5 to 6 hours without talking. Like I talk to him that much. And he constantly will make jokes about like, because you know he's bisexual, and the sexual jokes towards me, and I'm daddy, and we're like providing for each other, and we'll message about like where I'm gonna take him to dinner and when our next date is and shit. So when you were like, it's very romantic, I immediately was like, oh, Matt, we could have romantic dinner together. Aww. As a straight man, Matt, if you watch this, I will take you to dinner, buddy.
I think it's healthy to say gay things to your straight friends or gay friends. I think it's very healthy.
I'm a little gay.
I am not gay at all. I swear to God.
No, you are. You are.
See, this is the thing. Is like I really am not gay, and I do.
Thou doth protest too much.
No.
Buddy. No, look, Wyatt. Okay, I'm sure you've heard sexuality's on a spectrum.
No, but you don't understand. Like
I'm 97% straight. I'm 3% gay. I would not have sex with a dude. I would not kiss a dude. But I will let a man flirt with me. I will take compliments from a man.
That's different. That you can be straight and have a man flirt with you.
My ex-girlfriend, Annie, who I'm still very close friends with, I actually will probably see her later today. We're very tight. One of her best friends, Matt, is gay and is the best looking dude I've ever met in my life. And when I first met him, when I started dating her like 4 or 5 years ago, he flirted with me like the first night. And he's so hot, and I was like, wait, and all of a sudden,
all of a
sudden I was like, oh my God, really, you mean it? Oh my God. And it became like such a running joke. And anytime we would hang out in groups, like at some point, my ex would just be like, all right, you and Matt just need to like get it over with and fuck.
See, okay. But like
the scooch again. Oh, dude, wait. You want to see
pop
something
that
crazy?
Door for the kitty cat?
Yeah, hold on. So I told you I have MS.
Yeah.
I'm having spasticity in my foot right now.
Ooh, spasticity.
My toes are literally like pulling apart. Oh wow. And I can't stop it.
You got a real arch.
Oh, it hurts so bad.
There's no like it's like a cramp. Is it like a cramp?
Holy fuck.
Oh damn, dude.
Oh fuck.
Damn, you're really cramping.
Oh, yeah, you see my toes?
Yeah.
I can't stop it.
That just happens?
Yeah, it sucks. It's because I'm. Oh fuck.
Jesus.
All right.
I'm feeling for you.
Yeah, it'll go away. I gotta switch legs.
It's I can see your normal foot right beside it.
Yep. And almost all of my MS symptoms are like right side focused, and that's obviously like that happens every couple of weeks. It's like a pretty minor thing to deal with. But when it happens, if I don't have socks on, and you'll see the big toe. And you can tell I'm not like doing it on purpose because it pulls farther than you could normally make it pull. Like, and your big toes like just pointing straight sideways. Yeah. I should take my shoes off for the feet fetish people.
Yeah, you should give them a good peek. Now that you gave them that whole description, you should let them see. Yeah. It's okay.
I derail you so much, bro.
You do. You derailed me a couple times now. I kept track of one of them. So with MrBeast, what I was trying to say was that he said in an interview with Colin and Samir, he said that
we really derailed.
Yeah, I kept track of that one. I never lost it.
I'm proud of you, dude. I have squirrel brain.
I watched us like slowly walk away from it. I just let it happen, you know. But because I realized like, so the point I was trying to make was that he and his friends would watch these videos and they would just be in this group and they would just watch viral videos constantly. And that's how they spent like 12 hours a day just like studying videos, analyzing content. MrBeast is literally an algorithm. He has created himself to be an algorithm.
Yeah, every part of the content is like specifically created to maximize the engagement at various points and to like get these certain responses out of people. It's honestly kind of incredible.
To the highest possible extent, like to a point where
it's extreme manipulation,
ridiculous.
Honestly.
Yes, it is. And like, you know, he just did a Super Bowl commercial this year, which is interesting because I remember last year or the year before he was saying like, oh, it didn't make sense to do it. Like it would make more sense.
And it was for the snack brand, right?
I think so, but it was in association with something else. Yeah, Feastables, which is his chocolate bar, because he's trying to be Willy Wonka on top of being the most subscribed YouTuber ever. And like, even in the
do we think he has a micro penis?
It's possible. I don't know.
1 in 100 men have it, so there's at least a 1% chance.
I don't think he does. If I had to pick between like which celebrities had micro penises, like I think
Donald Trump.
Yeah, I want to go him. I want to say Elon too, and I'm not saying that like out of political feelings at all. It's literally just because like their personality.
Oh sure.
It like Elon just seems like the kind of guy who's compensating for something.
Did you wait in did you see the Elon thing in the Epstein files where he? Jeffrey Epstein messages him and is like, "Oh, I'll be in New York for it's like the United Nations like General Assembly or something. It's something like big like that." And he's like, "You should come to my party. It will be fun." And it's basically like a winky face sort of thing.
Yeah.
And Elon Musk reads it at face value and responds, I don't know what you think my life is like, but I am the creator of 3 of these companies. And he starts like listing his accolades. And then Jeffrey Epstein responds, he's like, it's going to be all women and none of them will be over 25. And it's like, oh, Elon, you fucking idiot. Who doesn't understand emails from Jeffrey fucking Epstein, bro? He doesn't want you to hang out with the UN General Assembly.
Yeah.
That's how dumb and autistic. And people are like, Elon Musk is the most brilliant genius ever.
To me, the most telltale thing with Elon is what kind of person lies about playing Diablo and lies about playing Elden Ring on the internet. What kind of person does that? That's actually weird. Like, that's, to me, one of the biggest tells. Why is he going on, like, Joe Rogan's podcast and other podcasts and saying, I'm, like, a really good Diablo player. I have, like, a lot of hours in Diablo, and I'm actually one of the best players at it? Like, why is he going and saying all that? He's like saying he's the best.
He's trying to humanize him. He's following. It's like you with rap.
I don't know if that's what it is, because the thing is, it's
he
like...
played Diablo one time, and he's like, I'm the best rapper. I'm the best Diablo player.
I don't... Yeah, but he's faking stats, though.
Yeah.
Like, he's actually faking the stats. And then he was talking about, oh, I love Elden Ring. Elden Ring's an awesome game. And then he posted his build for Elden Ring. So I don't know if you're familiar with this game at all. And his build was like, so in these games, it's like if you've ever played Elder Scrolls, you can be over encumbered and you can have too much weight. And with Elden Ring and Dark Souls in particular, you can't roll right. And rolling's part of the dodging. It makes the game way harder if you don't have the right build.
You just described life.
Yeah.
I'm over encumbered, certainly.
We're all over encumbered in certain areas. Yeah. And so he's obviously over encumbered. He's got too much shit. He's got a staff equipped. He's got a sword equipped. He's got a second sword equipped. He's got like heavy armor. It's like, this doesn't even make sense. And even, like, there's no direction to this build. There's no anything. And it shows that he doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't even know the game. And he's actually...
Vulture, the fuck?
It's kind of funny because that's how he would reveal it on accident. He would post his build on Elden Ring and the build just sucks ass. And everyone's like, you can't really play this game.
Did you ever see the thing where he has his Twitter burner or whatever that he would he would go on and like comment on his own stuff and be like, oh, great take, Elon, or whatever. And then one time he was still like logged it. There was like a login error and he did it backwards. Like he commented the wrong thing from the wrong person. So his like burner was revealed. And it's like, how pathetic do you have to be that you're worth like $100 billion and you have like a fake account on the internet to like support your dumb takes? Hate him.
I kind of want to do that. When I get famous, I'm just going to hire 10 guys to just be my burners.
I mean, I have 10 Instagrams.
They'll be my Russian bots, you know.
Dude, I legitimately have 10 Instagrams.
It seems like you can have a lot now. I think I'm getting there.
Wait.
I just made 2 more, by the way, guys. Ruse Choose. I'm going to post my food pictures there. And Ruse Reviews is going to be where I post my movie. Yeah, you have more than me. You do have more than me.
Yeah.
I'm getting there.
And only 3 of them are burners. One's burner adjacent. 2 are straight burners.
Ooh.
You never know what you have to do in these times.
Straight burners.
Yeah, like there's one doesn't have a photo. It's the silliest name ever. One is a photo of someone who lives across the world and is not me. I just gotta keep them guessing.
Yeah. Ooh.
I think I'm violating the meta terms of service.
Yeah. It's just some Nigerian man.
That's what I'm when I die because I'm a single dude. My ex was like, "Hey, do you have a will?" She's like, "You're at a point in life where like you have enough that you could like leave assets." And she's like, and I was like, "Yeah, but who the fuck am I gonna like leave it to?" And she's like, "Well, like your niece or nephew." And I was like, "Yeah, I could do that." She's like, "Or why don't you just leave it all to the dog?"
Ooh.
And then I ended up writing a joke about when I die, my funeral will be like an open casket roast battle where my dog is the judge and he's recently received his inheritance. So he's like in a crown and he's got like bejeweled fucking like dog moo sitting in the throne at the top. It's a dumb premise, but I keep rocking with it.
I like that. I mean, you're assuming you're going to die before.
I'm going to.
You're assuming.
Me and the dog have a death pact.
Oh.
If he gets sick, I immediately... No, this is getting dark.
Me and my dog. You know, that could be like a good like psychological horror. Maybe you like have a crazy person who like has a death pact with their dog and their dog gets sick, but their dog keeps like coming back to life.
So like the movie is this like series of them like, oh, are they gonna do? Nope, they're not yet. Oh,
It's
they're
like
gonna do
Pet
it? Nope,
Cemetery,
they're not
but a
yet.
comedy version.
Is that I don't even know Pet Cemetery.
I'm stretching that too far.
I see. Is Pet Cemetery good? You recommend it?
I do.
I've never seen it.
No, I definitely recommend it.
There's so many like 80s movies where I don't know if it's actually gonna be good or not.
No, it's good. Of the like Stephen King adaptations, it's one of the better ones. Certainly, I enjoyed it quite a bit. And the cinematography is like interesting. It's well done.
Okay.
Yeah, I recommend Pet Cemetery.
You know what I was watching the other day?
What's that?
It was so terrible. I didn't want to finish it, and it's been a while since this has happened. Where I was like, "Oh, this is just bad," and it's a popular movie. It was Independence Day.
I haven't seen it.
I was about like I think I got about 40 or 50 minutes in, and I will watch the rest. I will subject myself to that.
It's gonna be a slog.
I did not like it. Like I was surprised at how much I didn't like it because I remember
It's
like
pretty beloved, isn't it?
I don't know. That's the question. Because I think like it's beloved in its time, but it probably didn't age.
It's like
very
Will
well.
Smith, Aliens, The White House.
Yeah, and maybe it gets better, but oh man, it's just fucking. It's such a movie like of. I don't even know how to describe it. Like there. It seems like a very excess movie, like a movie that's not really written very well, but it's a lot about the giant set piece and the giant everything. Like,
Yeah.
oh, what's gonna happen?
Like the special effects and all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the special effects aren't that good because they didn't age that well. So it's like, you know.
Well, now we live in like an unprecedented time of what you can do, and obviously like just the capabilities.
Well, not necessarily even just that though, because there are films from around that time that did special effects fantastically,
Sure.
where it aged so well you wouldn't even
I mean,
like.
look, the first Jurassic Park.
Exactly, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, that's
But have you seen the newest one?
no.
It's the most insane. Like the special effects are so well done.
Yeah.
The first 2/3 of the movie is really, really good. The last third,
Dominion, was that the newest one?
I actually saw it with Corey and Alex Donowald in the premiere. We went to like
nice.
a creator premiere. It was fucking incredible, dude. Like the first. It's mind blowing because I think nowadays, given the, like how filmmaking works and some of the like again larger set pieces and some of the stuff they do in front of those like giant curved TV screens instead of green screens, you see some bad VR, like bad visual effects, some VX, like
Yeah.
stuff that looks like shit. And in modern movies, when stuff looks bad, it almost like throws you off because there's more money in it than there's ever been. And the technology is incredible, and when it's bad, it's really bad. And so seeing something that was just like everything about it, there was not a single dinosaur in the movie where you're like, oh, that doesn't look believable. Like it was
Yeah.
fucking amazing.
And like the lighting and all that.
Yeah,
'Cause
it's
there's
perfect.
so many different things that go into that illusion
Yeah.
of reality.
Yeah,
Like,
if the lighting's not right, the visual effects will break down pretty quickly, certainly.
yeah, I mean, and that's kind of where the original Jurassic Park shot.
I just saw it for the first time like 3 years ago.
Oh, you know, it's funny. I just saw it for the first time about 1 year ago.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
Look at us,
I
babies breaking our Jurassic Park cherries.
think there's so many good movies I haven't seen. Like when I try to actually like pinpoint it, like culturally relevant films.
I
should
see you
say.
post about films a lot. What would you say is your favorite movie? And I know that's kind of a. Are you on Letterboxd?
Yes, I am.
What currently do you have listed on your Letterboxd?
It's funny because that would be what I would go to. Like you asked me that question, I think should I just pull up my Letterboxd and look at that?
Always, bro. The fact that Marty Supreme is still number 1 on the popular this week is insane to me.
Well, I believe it. It was a great movie. I gave it a 10 out of 10. I thought it was that good.
I refuse to see it. What? I heard enough bad stuff about it from people that I like. And
you're loco coconuts. What did they say?
Well, and are you familiar with the musician Mark Rebier?
Yeah.
He gave it, his review of it was like so audaciously bad. Like it just cracked me up how hard he shit on it.
He hated it that much.
It was like, I mean, he called it one of the worst films he ever saw. It was just like.
I like his music. I appreciate Mark Rebier's opinion.
I had an opera box.
Completely disagree.
I had an opera box to see him at Thalia Hall like last December, and I went with my friend Amanda and we did mushrooms, and it was amazing.
Oh yeah, he's just so. I mean, he perfectly captures like improv and freestyle and how all that
The
stuff.
Loop Daddy.
Yeah, I mean, like he's got it down to a T. He's so good
he's
at
so
it.
likable, man. I fucking love that dude.
And he's worked with so many people at this point. Like he's the evolution of his career has been crazy. But anyway, he was brought up because
your top movies.
Yeah, but he didn't like. I thought Marty Supreme was so good. Dude, I thought Marty Supreme was a 10. Like, it's still out. It's one of the most recent times where I went to a theater and I was like blown away.
It's got a 4.2 on Letterboxd, which is an insanely high rating.
It's got a lot of 5s too. Like, look at how many 5s.
Well, but yeah, as an average, a 4.2 is insanely high because there are all-time greats on here that have like a 3.7.
Oh, is that right?
Dude, you know,
I never really thought about that. That movies don't tend to go up far above like.
no, just because there's a lot of people
rating.
and it's so subjective.
You know, the only time that happens is when it's only got like 20 ratings and it's a niche like art film that's got a bunch of 5s.
Dude, I go to a lot of weird shit like that. The best movie I saw last year was a documentary about the Ukraine war called Porcelain War.
Yeah.
So fucking good.
So I'm gonna ooh, that sounds interesting.
It was incredible.
Wow.
And like literally just filmed by the people in like a collective of artists who were conscripted to fight because they have to.
Was it Music Box?
It was that Music Box, and they did. People from the film came, including there's a dog in the movie, and they had the dog at the Music Box, and you know I love that shit.
Yo, bring a dog in the theater, you're gonna make my
100%.
day. All right, so these are the top 4 right now. Solaris,
Okay,
and Stalker. Those both movies are both Tarkovsky.
Oh my
but
God.
Honestly, like, because I got 2 more.
I'm about to be real embarrassed when I share mine. Go ahead. So
I watched Nostalgia recently. Have you seen that movie?
I have.
Dude, that was like, I want to say I like that one even more than the other 2, but I just don't know which one to take off of the top 4 to put that one there.
Okay.
Like, I think Tarkovsky is like the best ever. I actually can't believe how good his movies are. Like, it blows me away because it makes me realize that like it makes, I kind of feel like he's doing what David Lynch is doing, but more efficiently with like this whole thing
I
of
love
like
David Lynch so much.
and David Lynch used to be my favorite, but now I think it's Tarkovsky because I love what David Lynch represents, which is this idea that you can take this art form and be so metaphorical and be so interpretive and soulful, and that is the art, and people will then figure out what it is themselves. And if you commit to that and don't ever give it away, like let that thing be a conversation between them and the art. And he does it better than anybody I've ever seen, except Tarkovsky, because I can't believe how well he does it. And it's kind of like Russian poetry in a way, in the way that he approaches film, and he's so like philosophical.
I mean,
and
he's clearly an
ambiguous.
incredibly talented, like singular filmmaker. Like his movies by like everything about them are just like so stylistically his.
And then you consider the time frame and just the stuff he even did with CGI at that time. It doesn't even make any sense.
Right.
Like you're watching it and you're like, when did this come out? And like, who was helping him do this? Like it was like Kubrick level CGI where it's a singular person who could achieve something no one else could ever achieve. And we still don't even understand it. Kubrick did space before he's seen space.
Dude, I
it doesn't make sense.
There's a film podcast I listen to a lot, and they did like a retrospective on Stanley Kubrick's career like a year ago maybe, and one of the hosts kept calling him Kubrick. Kubrick instead of Kubrick. And it's one of my favorite podcasts, and I bailed 10 minutes into the episode. I was like, I'm going to drive a screwdriver through my fucking eyeball if this dude keeps saying Kubrick.
Be a good rap name.
Kubrick.
Kubrick.
Yeah,
yo,
petition bricks. Come on.
If Ruse fucks up, I'm going with Kubrick right away.
Okay,
and then
so
the other 2 I've got are Magnolia.
That's an all-time great.
I mean, that's I think the first Paul Thomas Anderson movie
the
I've ever
best PTA film.
Arguably,
yeah,
because he's got a bunch of other fucking.
I won't even tell you my favorite PTA film because it's a fucking embarrassment.
I love him so much. He's also in my contenders for my favorite directors because he's so singular. He's just so, and I think like I would say his movies are human, if not anything else. Like they're very human and lived in, and even like the structure of his films feel like wrong. Like it feels like they extend out a little bit too far, but it feels right. He does it wrong, but right.
Even his ability to like his most recent film, like the fact that it was nominated for the Golden Globes in comedy, which was like fucking hysterical.
Yeah.
But there are comedic elements to his films, even the films that are not inherently comedic films.
Exactly.
And I love that because I think the humanity of it and like the human experience, like everything we experience, there are a lot of things in the shared human experience that is like universally resonant, and like laughter and humor, I would argue, is like one of the most core parts of that. And so movies that aren't inherently like a funny movie, but that lack any humor, to me strike me as like lacking humanity.
I agree,
because even in the most darkest of times, there's humor everywhere, and people are always
Well, and humor is exactly a human thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
like I know someone who just got diagnosed, like her cancer came back and she's struggling. And I saw her the day that she found that out, and she was laughing about something.
Yeah.
Because she found something funny on a day she got the worst news of her life. And when movies don't have that, it's weird to me. And I love PTA because everything has some humor. Even if it's not like straightforward and obvious and like a gape, it's there. And I love that.
That's a great way to look at it. Yeah. And then the other one was Paris, Texas. That was number 4. I love that movie so much.
I've seen it in the music box like 3 times in the last 3 years.
Oh, at a theater, that'd be amazing.
Bro, they shared it at the music box every year.
I saw it in 4K, which was fantastic. It was a great way to watch it.
So, like, obviously, Harry Dean Stanton is, like, amazing.
And it's, like, one of the only movies he was the protagonist in, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah, his performance is haunting.
Oh, yeah.
The scene where when they finally reconnect and they're in like the booth and he's talking to her through the 2-way mirror.
All right, so spoiler alert. I
mean, this movie's like 40
you know what's crazy
fucking
about
years
the
old.
movie is I was trying to describe what's so good about it to somebody, and you kind of have to spoil the movie to describe why it's so good. It's the end that makes the whole movie. Like you know, I think it like breaks storytelling rules because you don't even know what the movie's really about until you get to the very end and they tell you what it's about.
I would say, like, you know, we were just talking about humanity and the human experience. I would say, if someone was like, "Oh, what's that movie about?" I would say it is a forlorn, distraught postcard to the human experience. It is so, there's almost no dialogue. The movie's so quiet and weird.
Especially for the first 30 minutes.
It's so strange. And again, like...
The soundtrack, too.
Singular. And it's, I would argue it's one of the probably 20 to 30 greatest films of all time. Like, like you said, it's in your favorites. It's not on my 4 favorites. Actually, now I'm going to tell you mine. And this is
really blew me away because I just remember seeing it and thinking like, wow, I don't think I've ever seen a movie quite like, especially again, that last scene. I mean, a lot of it is what, like 3 takes. It's just 3 separate, like one shot, then another shot, then another shot. And I mean, a lot of filmmaking back then, you'd see long takes, but even for those standards, like we're talking like a dialogue heavy, dramatic scene with 2 actors and the girl's doing most of the pulling. I mean, Harry Dean Stanton's just kind of calmly talking.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's
all he ever does.
So good.
His energy is like human Prozac, bro. It's very like...
And the human condition, like what you said, because I think that there's something about that film that like, with Harry Dean Stanton's character and the way it ends, it kind of leaves you with this, like the whole movie you're kind of rooting for him. Like you want him to do the right thing. You want him to make all this stuff happen. And then he falls into the cycle at the very end and does the same thing again. And it makes you realize he's always going to do that. That's the whole point. Yeah. He's going to always, he has this abandonment cycle. Yeah. He will always abandon and he will always leave. He always wants who he is. And some people are just like that. But because he's, for one, such a great actor and such like there's just so much soul in him, but the movie does it in such a way where you want him, you believe it, you think that he's really, and then at the very end he fucks it all up, but you don't even. It almost feels right that he fucks it all up.
Well, and even the way you can connect to
and
him,
he does connect them. He does connect the mom and the daughter.
Well, and the way that you can do that, the way you can even connect to him as a character, in spite of the fact that, like we said, the movie's not like crazy dialogue heavy.
No.
It's a movie that's aged very well. Like, even though I think it came out like 83, 84, something like that.
I think it's even older than that.
78, 79. Like it's definitely old. But it certainly like still works today. Yeah. And I think a lot of movies like that were written back in the day without the suspension of disbelief nowadays you're like, oh, that wouldn't work today because, you know, cell phones or whatever invention. But everything about it still translates. It's still very resonant.
Yeah, you're right.
And whether you are a person that is a little avoidant and a little that has like abandoned people in your life, or you are someone who has felt being at the other end of that is again such a like innate human experience. We all have felt abandoned. We all have at times abandoned. Like, and so that at a very base primal level, I think just hits a lot of notes with a lot of people.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I'm so amazed.
Your list is so good, and I'm such a piece of shit.
Well, it's going to be like Fast Furious 1,
no,
Fast Furious 2.
No, it's not
Fast
that
5.
bad. Well, okay, first of all, the last 4 films that I've entered are... I'm going to do that first.
Oh, I didn't know that was allowed.
It was, and I'm just doing it now to like soften the blow of my 4 favorites.
I want you to know
that I have good taste. So I went and saw The Princess Bride. I saw The Kill Bill, The Whole Damn Affair.
Nice.
I saw Hamnet.
Ooh.
And then
was that good? I've heard
it was
stuff
great.
about that.
One of the best films of the year. It certainly won Oscars. Jay Kelly. Then I saw that. It was the last where I saw in theaters.
Was Jay Kelly good? That looks like a mid movie to me. That looks like a movie just looking at it from the outside. Probably a 5 out of 10.
It was a good watch. I enjoyed it greatly. There was some buzz that Adam Sandler should get a best supporting nom for it.
Oh, he's that good.
He is that good. I would say, and honestly, a lot of the same themes of Paris, Texas. So George Clooney's character, Jay Kelly, is like a very famous actor who's lived like a charmed life, is this like A-list celebrity who's on the downswing of that. And he has a child with which he's got like a good relationship with, and she's reasonably well adjusted, but there's like a clear distance between them from like things that he's done wrong.
Yeah.
And he's coming to grips with some of these failings he's had as a human, while simultaneously Adam Sandler and Laura Dern, who both work for Jay Kelly but have a romantic past, are also apprising the ways in which they've failed each other and by extension failed others in their life. It's a lot of like, how did we miss this opportunity? How did I fail these people in my life? So like, it's definitely a little more happy and upbeat, but definitely some of the same basic themes. Okay, so
Interesting.
My 4 favorites: Pulp Fiction,
Not bad. That's not bad at all.
The Shawshank Redemption.
I haven't seen that.
Fuck yourself in the face and go see that shit today. The Talented Mr. Ripley.
Another one that I haven't seen, but I've heard really good things about.
It's amazing, and it is like the hottest cast of people performing at their absolute hottest.
All I know is Matt Damon, right? Not Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
Yeah.
Matt Damon, Jude Law, Gwyneth Paltrow, and Philip Seymour fucking Hoffman with a tour de force performance.
I didn't even know he was in that.
He plays Freddy. He's incredible. It is such a fucking good movie. And then my 4th is High Fidelity.
I don't know that one. What is that? Wait.
It is a
Is it John Travolta?
It is a John Cusack movie filmed in Chicago about a dude who owns a record store and is a failed DJ and music critic. It's like a relationship film. He goes through a bad breakup and it causes him to like recollect on the 5 worst breakups of his life. It's another human tale. I think that's like, I think there's this, we talk about the movies like, oh, it's this thing we do to escape. And at some level, yeah, like you go to Guardians of the Galaxy or Iron Man or whatever to escape. But a lot of films you go to because you like want to feel something, and it's like so much of what works cinematically are these themes that just resonate with what it means to be a person and like love people and hate people and have your feelings hurt and to lose a job and to see your parents die. And so much of that shit, you don't realize like that's like core to the experience.
You know, I'm only a little bit into it, and I want to get the physical copy, but there's a YouTube video where a guy's reading like all of Tarkovsky's book, because he wrote a book on film theory, essentially like his version of film theory. And in the first like couple of chapters, he's talking about how people, when they're making films, like in the way that he looks at it, people are they do so much to try to recreate something, like to get the scene right and to get the actors right and you could try to recreate a moment and literally do everything to recreate the moment, but you still don't capture the actual thing that was happening in that moment. And he was just basically saying that like recreating something through the format of film is so much more than just recreating it through 2 actors and writing it in the story. It's like recreating the emotion, so that way an audience, when they watch it, like you said, like they can live vicariously through it. They can like feel that emotion and feel what it would feel like to be that.
There's like it's almost like cathartic at some level.
Yeah, and I think everything is that in a sense. Like, I mean, I think escape is not necessarily like meaning escape reality as much as like to escape the confines of the everyday world, like to escape the. I think when you watch a film, you hear a great song, or like you go to a comedy show, right?
I don't listen to music at all.
I actually really barely listen to music. Can you believe that? I
Really?
listen to like mostly podcasts and
But
watch movies.
You rap.
I know. I feel like a madman. I think it's like people who like make movies who barely watch movies. I think it's like that. And it doesn't even make sense to me. Like I've learned I don't even seek out music. Like every now and then I'll listen to music, but I just kind of, and I don't know what it is. I think I just have to keep it that way. I probably shouldn't try to change.
You know what? Honestly, I don't. Other than going to shows in the city and seeing comedians I know perform, I don't watch like streaming specials at all.
Yeah,
I'm like,
see, yeah,
I'm
just some
afraid.
people-
I'm like at some. First of all, I don't really like much popular comedy.
Yeah,
like
well, I'm like that with music.
I like weird, and I'm kind of with music too. Like I like weird, not mainstream things, and not just to be a contrarian. Like I truly just like things that are a little like different, and most comedy, like music and like movies and like TV, when things become incredibly popular, it's very rarely because it's very good.
Right.
It's usually because it resonates with the most possible people, and you do that by playing with the most simplistic themes and ideas. And again, whether it's movies or books or whatever, the things that are most popular are almost always universally that. And so I tend to like things that maybe aren't the most popular, but at least through my perspective, have a little more like artistic resonance. And you'll listen to like a comic telling like some dumb fucking joke, or Renee Vaca humping the stool on stage. And to me, I'd rather watch like Kristen Toomey perform than like, you know who she is?
Yeah.
Like Chicago legend. I'd rather see her perform than watch some fucking dumb clown on Netflix tell some half-ass bullshit joke that I don't care about.
You know what though? It's one of those like problems with life where it's never gonna end, and I think more now than ever the market's super oversaturated. You just kind of have to accept it, and like I have a rule. I always tell myself it's don't be a hater, because I feel everything you just said resonates with me, and I hate, like, especially with music. Like I said, you apply that to music. I think most modern music is trash. It's just bad, and people have been conditioned to think this is normal. Like music used to be better, and it's just, and like even just talking about like the values and the morals that the music is representing. Like I can't even believe this is where we're at. Like,
Here's a music question for you, and I know obviously we have an age difference, but I'm going to tie this back into movies in a second. Are you familiar with the Talking Heads at all?
familiar.
So a couple of years ago, when like Taylor Swift and Beyonce had their concert films come out, there was this like huge discourse around like the validity of concert films as a creative endeavor, and A24 re-released the Talking Heads concert film Stop Making Sense.
Oh, yeah.
Jonathan Demme was the director. He's won an Oscar. He's a famous fucking director.
What is it called? It's like 4 words.
It's called Stop Making Sense.
Stop Making Sense. Yeah.
And that's the name.
It's very, very like critically acclaimed.
Critically acclaimed.
People love
It is inarguably the best concert film of all time. And when
funny enough, I saw Paul Thomas Anderson like talking about how great it was.
Dude, it's amazing, and I am a Talking Heads fan. Like obviously, like a little before my time, but my father was a fan, and my younger brother loved it, and that's like one thing we all bond over. But since that movie's come back into theaters, and the Music Box does a showing like 7-8 times a year on a midnight showing, I've seen it like 18 times.
Oh wow!
I describe it to people as like, it's like if you watched like an auteur film and a concert was happening inside the film.
Yeah.
Like the way it's shot is gorgeous. Like everything about it, the way you feel shit. And I've never gone to it twice with the same person. I've brought a different person every time. Male friends, women friends, people I've been dating, people in their 40s, a woman in her 20s. And every person, regardless of their like exposure to the Talking Heads, has been like, this was fucking incredible. It is such a cool experience at the Music Box. Like they have that pit in the front, and like hundreds of people will get up and like dance. My ex-girlfriend, she like goes and uses the restroom, and she comes out and she's like, oh my God, TJ, there were people doing cocaine in the bathroom at the Music Box. And I was like, yeah, because it's 1 a.m. and this is a Talking Heads concert film. That's like, this was made in like 1983. That's the fucking vibe. But that's like, I don't know. I don't even know how we got onto that. But dude, if you ever get a chance to go to a showing of that, 10 out of 10, can't recommend.
Wow. Okay. Oh, well, films in general, I think, is the thread that led us there. I mean, there's so many movies where, like, there's movies that blow me away. I was thinking about this recently. I was thinking, like, damn, movies are kind of like a representative of the human experience in that, like, there's different movies for everything. Like, there really are, like, different movies for every type of
feeling or occasion. Like it's kind of like and that's why it's kind of hard to rate them all on the same scale. Like, you know, every movie's like 0 out of 10, 1 through 10. But it's like rating a comedy movie 1 through 10 versus like a fucking 70s horror movie versus, you know, a Marvel action movie. It's all like a different scale kind of.
Well, merit is subjective. I mean, like, are you familiar with the movie The Room?
Yeah, which is a very hard movie to rate, right?
I my Letterboxd review, I give it 0 stars, but it's in my diary like 17 times, and I've written like 16 reviews about how it's my favorite movie to see in a theater ever. So
yeah, well, because that movie is an anomaly. That movie's made by an alien.
Dude, Tommy Wiseau is the strangest motherfucker ever,
and he's really that.
He made another movie called Big Shark.
Well, and then Best Friends, right? Was that was him and the other guy? I want to say it was him and the guy from The Room. They made another movie together, but maybe
they made Big Shark. I thought that was the second film. I'm not familiar with the other one.
Maybe there's 3. I don't know.
Yeah, but they did a premiere of it at the Music Box like 2 years ago, and I went. And you want to talk about bad CGI? Holy fuck! And they're basically in New Orleans, and there's a flood, and sharks flood the city.
Oh.
And the CGI sharks, they're about what you would expect.
He's pulling like a Sharknado type.
Oh, Sharknado! What the halcyon days of filmmaking.
Another hard movie to rate, right? Because how are you rating it? Are you rating it based on like how good it is compared to other movies? Or are you rating it based on like? Because like this is how I rate any movie.
The starting point should be: did I enjoy this?
Exactly. I rate it like on a scale of 0 to 10. Did this like how entertaining was this? And did it achieve the ends it was trying to achieve? Like that's the other thing I think about is it doing what it thinks it's doing, right? Because like Sharknado. At a certain point, they're just trying to make that. Like, maybe not the first one, but once you get into 2, 3, 4...
Oh,
like,
it was very on purpose.
Well, I forget that production studio, but they did a bunch of stuff like that. Like, they made, like, novelty horror films that were all low budget, like, terrible. They were doing Sharknado before Sharknado, and then Sharknado was just the one that popped
blew off. Yeah,
there's a couple other ridiculous ones. I mean, there was that tire movie on Netflix that everybody knows, but I don't think that was them.
Tire movie.
You remember that? Or the tire?
I don't.
It's a tire that rolls and it has consciousness and it just kills people.
Your phone case kills me. You made fun of me earlier for using voice text as a symptom of being old. That phone case, that's old man shit hard right there.
See, and I like it a lot. It's leather.
Yeah, the best part is when you lose your phone, you also lose your everything else.
No.
You got credit cards in there and shit.
You're just jealous. You're just talking. You're talking.
I assuredly am not, sir.
What was I looking up? I was looking up.
Fuck. Wait. Let's get there. Let's reverse engineer this. The Netflix movie about tires.
Yeah, but right before there was Sharknado, I wanted to look up the
production company
that makes that. Yeah.
See, we got
You're good at that. Yeah. All right. So it's gonna be.
When your ADHD is this bad and every conversation is like this, you get bad. You get good at like pulling the thread and finding it.
You have to at a certain point, or else you learn from your mistakes.
We call it turning the conversation dial.
Turning the dial.
It's funny, through this conversation, there's been a handful of things that have popped into my head, and I'm like, oh, that's a thing I want to bring up at some point. And right now, I've got one, but it's so lodged in my brain, it won't go away, so I'm not concerned. But there have been others where I'm just like, all right, if I don't blurt this out right now, it's gone forever.
Yeah, I'm not good at remembering things I'm gonna say. The Asylum, there it is.
Okay, I'm familiar. Yeah.
I'm really good. I'm really bad at like I'd have to have actual physical notes if I had to remember things. We got the Asylum. They were making a bunch of movies like this. I see. It's weird how IMDb has this stuff listed because I don't know where I'm supposed to go.
Getting an IMDb profile was like the greatest day of my life.
They're still making a bunch. Housemaid, they just made in 2026. That's their newest one. Flight World War II.
Seems legit.
Got a 4.5 out of 10. Okay.
It's pretty low on Internet Movie Database. Like 7.7 is like a good rating there.
Yeah. These ratings don't really mean as much. Z Nation, Black Summer.
Z Nation's a zombie flick, right?
Oh, of course. They made Predator Wastelands?
Dude, I went and saw the original Predator Music Box last year, and it was so much fun.
I can't believe they made a Predator movie.
This is basically me and another...
Dude, look at this. Sharknado 4, The Fourth Awakens. And it's like a Star Wars.
The Fourth Awakens. Look at that image.
Crazy.
Oh my God.
This is real.
It looks just like it.
Yeah, David Hasselhoff is in this.
The Hoff. The only movie I remember Hasselhoff from is the video his kid took when he was drunk on the floor eating a cheeseburger.
Ooh, I forgot about that.
Wait, why? Can I give you? Okay, if I were to leave one thing with you and your viewers, if I was going to give someone a recommendation, and I give this recommendation to a lot of people, if you like movies and you like independent films and you like things that are funny and you have an open mind to real creativity, first I'll ask you.
That wouldn't be my audience. That wouldn't.
But it might be you. Have you ever seen or heard of the movie Hundreds of Beavers?
No.
I'm going to put you on game today, sir. So this dude from Wisconsin, he made one prior movie called, I think, Great Lakes Monster. He made this film called Hundreds of Beavers. It technically was a 2022 release. It went on like the festival circuit and was like a festival darling. Won all these fucking awards. The movie's micro budget. It's a black and white, mostly silent film with no dialogue. There's only like 4 actors, and it is essentially and there are hundreds of beavers in it. The beavers are all human beings in beaver costumes.
Oh.
Every animal in it is a human in an animal costume. It is the funniest movie I've ever seen. Definitely one of the 3 to 5 best films I've seen in the last 5 years. And when I wrote my Letterboxd review of it, I wrote, this is the cross-section of auteur filmmaking and cocaine abuse. These dudes, just watching it. We went to the premiere at the Music Box. The filmmakers were there. They had beavers in the streets of Southport.
For the record, by the way, I think that's like every Jodorowsky movie, too.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Maybe psychedelic abuse, but
yeah, no, but this is like very coked out. And
Yeah.
I've never, like, weed is my drug. I've never done cocaine at all. But, like, I do comedy. I've been around a lot of dudes who do coke.
I think you probably have the same thing as me, though, where
My
people
energy's
probably
very cokey
tell
anyway.
you have cokehead energy.
Yeah, for
'Cause
sure.
I've been told that, and I think that's exactly why we don't even have interest in coke. Like,
Could you
why would I
imagine
want
on coke?
that?
I'd be
Yeah.
like running through brick walls like Dick First, like the Kool-Aid Man. Oh, yeah.
What if it reverse effects and you just become normal?
I mean, it could.
I wouldn't like that.
It could.
Yeah.
Yeah, this movie, man, when I tell you, like when we get done rapping, watch the trailer.
Okay.
You will laugh so fucking hard. Essentially, this dude is like, in Applejack, he runs like a cidery and they make like an alcoholic beverage. And the movie opens to like the beavers started kind of terrorizing his cidery, and they chew the legs off this big fucking like thing that houses all his liquid. The liquid rolls down a hill. There's like a big explosion, and the way that it's like animated, illustrated it's so bizarre, and it looks insane. Every joke hits. I cannot say enough good things about it. You need to watch this fucking movie.
When was it made?
It was made in 2022. It had its theatrical release in 2003. They did a road show where they showed it one night in like 60 cities in the US, and they drove by van from city to city for each showing. Every showing they would have, like, when we went to the premiere Music Box, they literally had people in like fur trapper suits and beaver suits like walking up and down Southport. It was insane. And they have aired at the Music Box a bunch, and every showing usually will sell out. I've seen it I think like 8 or 9 times.
This movie doesn't have like a furry audience, does it?
It doesn't.
That'd be funny if it did.
It just has like a really like a strong comedic audience. Like, I don't know if you know the Chicago comic Michael Myers. I took him and Gina Palm to go see it.
Yeah.
I took my buddy Alex. I mean, I've taken a bunch of comics to see it. Everyone loves it except for my friend Kaylee. She fucking hated it. But she just doesn't have that kind of sense of humor. But I definitely recommend this film.
She said it was the worst thing I've ever seen.
She literally, like, I saw her yawning in the movie, and at one point she's like, I could be in bed right now.
Wow.
Like, you just don't know good comedy when you see it.
She went full Mark Rebel, eh? Damn.
It's better than Marty Supreme 100%.
You haven't seen Marty Supreme.
I
What
don't
do you
need
know?
to. I don't need to.
I'm gonna go fill up my coffee cup. I feel like I felt that shit like immediately.
Yeah, and this is like a 93% THC, I think.
Oh my god. Where'd you get it? Just the shop?
Medical dispensary.
You were saying that you've gotten like into shops. What made you finally go to the dark side? What was it that made you start going to the shops?
I just pardon me.
You know what got me was that, at least in Michigan, it became the case that it doesn't even make sense financially to not just go to the store. Well, in Illinois, like you're gonna pay. Maybe you'll pay a little bit less if you've got a good connection, a good guy, but maybe but that's just usually not the case, at least in Michigan. In Illinois, because of the way that
it's expensive in Illinois.
Yeah, and the government makes it that way, which is a shame because it could be a great market.
Yeah, I could go to like New Buffalo, drive to Michigan, which I do occasionally, and get it for cheaper than I do in Illinois on a medical card. But like this is like a 2-gram disposable, and I got it for like $47.
Well, that's a great deal.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's not bad at all. Oh! I didn't even realize I allowed Oscar in the room.
Oscar, buddy,
oh, buddy, come
you
on.
gotta leave. My menagerie of animals.
Good boy. Poor guy.
Oh,
Good
babe.
boy.
Look at her eyes, bro.
Yeah, she's communicating with you.
Oh, kitty.
Good girl. But yeah, there's what else? I mean, what else with movies? What's a movie I saw recently that I didn't like? I just watched the movie. The movie I last watched was called The Ugly Truth. I didn't put that on I haven't given it my Instagram review yet, but it was. It's got Gerard Butler. I'm forgetting the female actress's name.
So it sucks.
It's not terrible, but it's not good. It's
That's high praise for a Gerard Butler movie.
It's a solid 5 out of 10. It's a solid 5 out of 10. And I'm going to tell you, there's a couple Gerard Butler movies I saw growing up that I didn't hate.
300, that's it.
It was the movie Gamer is like.
Oh yeah,
I'm pretty sure it's bad. I'm pretty sure it's bad, and I just saw it when I was 12 and I liked it. But I'm pretty sure if I watch it now, I'll be like, this is bad. But maybe it's like good bad, because there's a point where he has to like drive a car and he pees in the tank.
I don't remember much about that movie.
He drinks alcohol and then he pees in the tank, and that provides gas for him to drive
his
the
ethanol. So ridiculous. He was in a movie where he's like a criminal or someone who gets like falsely accused of something, and in the movie,
I like that movie, Law Abiding Citizen.
Yeah,
that was the other one.
Like the phone that explodes on the judge's ear and shit. It's like, what a wild.
There's a
movie.
bunch of good. Well, that's him, and
I love that you knew immediately. I didn't realize I was working with a real Gerard Butler cinephile over here.
Those are the only 2 movies of his that I saw growing up that I really liked. Those are the 2: is Law Abiding Citizen and Gamer. But Law Abiding Citizen,
You didn't like 300?
I never really saw it, and when I did watch it,
I saw it on mushrooms and IMAX, so that helped.
maybe that would help, because when I was watching, I was like, oh, this kind of like slow and weird.
It definitely is.
Kind of the vibe I got.
But it also like it. I think if you're a fan, like I don't watch the superhero movies at all. But if you're a fan of like Zack Snyder, the Snyder cut and all that, you can see where it all coming from.
I sort of hate Zack Snyder. I'm not gonna lie.
Hot take.
I've had people tell me that they love him and that they think he's great. I don't even know if this is a hot take. Like, I think that it's just the problem.
It's not.
The problem.
It's not.
The problem is with all those types of takes. It's like, how much of that is like resentment for like people who just want to be against whatever the thing is, and people who just pick a side, and how much of that is like actually well-founded criticism and critique? Because I think there's so much stuff that you could say about like the way that all of these modern superhero movies have went over the years, especially the last 5. But I don't even like I don't like that Zack Snyder and James Gunn, like, you basically have these directors who are kind of taking over these cinematic universes, and they just get like noticed for one movie, and then they just keep remaking that movie with all these different IPs. That's what sucks about it. It's not creative. It's not different. Like, now you got Superman, but it's just another Guardians of the Galaxy dressed up as Superman.
Superman now?
I don't know. I don't think the actor's doing a bad job. I just don't like the direction they're making him go in, though, because it's a goofy It's more of like goofy, jokey Superman. We're just having a good time because that's what Guardians was, and that's what James Gunn is known for. So that's why they're having him back. And it's like, I didn't like Thor 4 because I thought Thor 4 was exactly that problem. It's like they saw how Thor Ragnarok was, and they saw how fat Thor was, and they wanted to be funny Thor again.
Thor Ragnarok, didn't Taika Waititi direct that?
And that was good. I liked that movie. But that movie's success doomed the other ones because Thor became a funny character, and they couldn't let go of that, and they just kept trying to redo the same thing. And that's what Thor 4 ended up being, was that again. But even
like you can just tell that it's not the story first. It's like they have some marketing idea and they create a story around it.
It's crazy. Some of the filmmakers that have gotten into like the superhero cinematic universes, like Jon Favreau, for instance, like, you know who he is. Obviously, like, that's not, I mean, he was in Rudy. He had all these like various film roles.
I mean, even Thor 4, Christian Bale did that. It was the villain in that movie. You would have never guessed he would do any of these.
Yeah, but like, he's not the, I mean, like, but Jon Favreau like directed Iron Man. Like, he became a filmmaker, and that just seemed like a weird stretch. And then like Taika Waititi, he did the original like What We Did in the Shadows movie.
You know the guys who did the Avengers Infinity War, Avengers Endgame, those guys were like Sam and I think Sam Russo, the Russo brothers. It's Sam and then somebody else, but they did like they were directing Community episodes. If you ever saw that show, yeah, like the big episode that's like the war episode with the paintball guns on it. That's like the breakout.
That was a great show.
Yeah, and that's the episode that kind of broke the show out because they hadn't really broken the genre that much until then, and then they just started to keep on doing it. But it was that the way the episode was directed was so effective. That's why it works. So, and it's crazy to think that those guys went from directing like a small show on TV to the biggest movies in cinema at the time. But Taika Waititi too, or Taika Waititi. Taika, yeah. So I haven't seen his Hitler movie, but I'm sure it's great. I just haven't. I've seen clips. I think I've seen pictures. I don't even think I've ever seen.
It's not Jojo Rabbit. Is
Jojo
it?
Rabbit. That's it. Yeah, I couldn't remember the name, so I just said Hitler movie. And then I figure that gets it. And then the other one is. Like you said, What We Do in the Shadows.
Have you seen it?
No. And I've heard good things. I know there's the show. And I've seen the show, yeah.
Yeah, so again, for someone, like my screen time is either like movies at the movie theater or filmmaking YouTube at home. I just do not watch TV.
I'm about the same.
And What We Do in the Shadows is the only multi-season show in the last 15 years that not only have I seen every episode start to finish, I've seen every episode probably 10 times. Like, it's fucking great. And it's so funny because like the movie was so weird and different, and like he was in it, and he is in the series a little bit as well.
Yeah.
But it's just weird. It's like him and the dudes who created Flight of the fucking Conchords. Because do you remember Flight of the Conchords?
Yeah.
Those are the people who created What We Do in the Shadows. It's just like such a weird stretch, and it just shows you like, I think when you get into these creative hustles, and you said, these guys in the cinematic universe, they make one movie and then suddenly they're in charge of this universe. And they just do the same thing over and over. A lot of people, they get into like a creative endeavor because they have all these ideas, but then they make a thing and it's successful, and there's pressure to like duplicate that success. And people tend to make like derivative things. And you're familiar with like the 7 narrative structures?
Maybe.
It's an idea that every story ever, predominantly film, are based on 7 basic narrative structures. So like almost every movie can be pinned down to one of these 7 narrative structures. And if you pop for a certain type of thing and it's like that type of structure, you're likely to continue to create within that structure. And it's just such a weird thing because people are uniquely talented, and you make one thing it's good, it doesn't mean you can't make another diametrically opposed thing that's good. And then here we are, I'm like, oh, these guys did this good thing and they did this other thing that's good, but it's so different, and that's weird to me.
Yeah.
And I imagine everybody who's creative just wants to do a different thing.
Yeah.
Like, I want to make a different version of a thing I've already made. Like, it sucks to keep doing the same fucking thing over and over.
I think if you're genuinely creative, see, that's like just that's why I hate TikTok more than any of the other social media platforms. But I don't, because I think it represents that. Like, even in the way that its algorithm works, because I like with Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts, like if I say don't show me this, or if I scroll past certain things, it'll just stop showing it to me. But on TikTok, it's like it just continues to show me these stupid fucking trends and all this stupid stuff I just don't want to see. And it's always kind of been like that. And I think it's because that app, more than any of the other ones, is all about following trends and about doing things that everybody else is doing. And it's the app that established that. And I just hate that in general. It's just like in my mind, I don't want to be like anybody else. That's how I've always thought. And so I like, if I see a trend, if I'm going to do anything like a trend, I would find my own way to do it. Like in high school, what I used to do is if I had to do a speech, I would turn it into a rap, and I would rap my speeches.
So you've been rapping that long?
Yeah. And I think that's like it's like the move, because then now it's my thing. Like it was your thing, but now it's my thing.
Yeah.
So that's the only way I would do it.
You are the greatest rapper of all time.
Of all time, and you have to always be that forever. Yes, exactly. So you have to start in high school. If you didn't start in high school, you're probably not the greatest of all time. But Yeah, so...
Does that mean that I'm the greatest at all time of masturbating?
Yes. Hey, no one can tell you you're not. That's literally between you and yourself. Nobody can tell you you're not.
Wait, when do they make that a Winter Olympic sport? Downhill speed masturbating.
We got 30 jerks from the Chinese man in the corner, but the American is catching up.
As they head to the final straightaway, he's really cranking.
He seems to be doing a windmill motion. We haven't seen this one yet.
Is that the double Dutch rudder?
The double Dutch rudder. Oh, wow. Now, someone's hip thrusting. Now, I don't know if that's legal.
This is not international rules.
I don't think you should. See, if you is a jerking competition, I don't think you should be able to move your hips.
That's weird because the only way that I can masturbate is I hold it and then I fuck my hand.
Yeah, see, that'd be illegal in the competition because that's assist. You have to it has to be arm strength. If you're asking me, it's a jerk competition.
Could you imagine you had a roommate and you like accidentally walked in your roommate masturbating and he was standing with his dick in his hand just violently humping his own grip?
If that's what he's into, I'm not gonna judge him, man. I feel like with a fleshlight, that's probably what you might do.
Oh
you probably would
God.
fuck the fleshlight. You probably wouldn't.
I'm a feminist. I only perform oral sex on my fleshlight.
Oh, that's progressive of you. Yeah. Do you like juice it up, put some like candy in there first?
I light a candle, I sprinkle rose petals, and then I'm just like...
Wouldn't that be like the best thing a woman would want to hear? Is like, don't worry, I've been practicing on my fleshlight.
I've been eating pudding cups without a spoon since I was like 7 years old, just face down.
Yeah. I don't know how I would feel if I walked in on somebody eating out of fleshlight. I feel like that would be worse than the humping their hand.
What if they're
like
doing both?
At the same time?
They got one hand here, fucking it. The other hand, they're fleshlight.
Oh, then they're just a freak.
Oh,
At that point, they're
don't
a
clip
freak.
that.
I mean, maybe bringing a camera, like get my own Epstein thing going. Like, be like, hey, I got you on video doing this. Let's maybe like a monthly fund of $50. I think that's how you become Epstein. You just start slow.
It's that easy?
Start small with friends.
Question for you. So you've done just over 100 episodes of this podcast, and
Yeah.
I know you rap. How did you get involved with so many comedians? Was that just like you reached out, or you like know somebody to start your connection?
Okay, so up to episode 88 would be in Flint before I moved here.
And when did you move? You said 2 years ago?
June 2023, but I really didn't film any episodes here until like October 2024, which just because I just didn't. And so I had like batch filmed a bunch of episodes right before I left. And the last one, episode 88, was with John Connor, which is awesome. I mean, he was signed to...
Black dude, right?
Yes, he was signed to Shady Records.
Yeah, I know he is.
He's just a great rapper, and he's from Flint, Michigan. And he's been in the studio with like Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre, so it's just crazy to even be talking to this person. And he was super nice, awesome guy. And so that was right before I left. That's kind of like my finale episode in my mind. And then I moved here, and I always called it a comedy podcast. But
what brought you here though? Like, why did you come to Chicago?
Because I could sense that there, like, if you're talking about like a ceiling, there was a ceiling in Flint that was so much lower than the ceiling in Chicago. Like, it doesn't even make sense for me to do what I'm doing and be who I am being here. Like, I was kind of thinking about it, like, even like think about Casey Neistat. He's from Ohio or something. Like, imagine if Casey Neistat just never moved to New York.
Who's Casey Neistat?
He's just some loser. He makes YouTube videos. You know, he's not very important.
Dude, watching his stuff from like in the beginning, it's crazy how different, like, and how, I mean, he was always skilled, and him and his brother are both incredible, but the filmmaking has just gotten so fucking good. And
he's so efficient. That's what blows my mind about him.
Dude, he films everything
that,
start to finish. He doesn't film anything out of sequence, which that's rare. Like, he literally, like, if it doesn't happen in order, he doesn't include it, which is a strange thing to do. But I'm sure it helps with the editing efficiency when the story is, like, in order.
You mean in his vlogs and all that?
Yep, it's all filmed chronologically. Like, he doesn't, like, you know, some people be like, oh, I missed a thing. I'll film a thing to like a B-roll, whatever. He doesn't do any of that. He films it all in chronological order.
I didn't know that. That makes it even crazier.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, like, again, it's cinematic at the same time. It's not just that he's doing so much at once. He's really just a filmmaker who's making vlogs. And he proved that was even possible. And the reason I even mention him is because, again, like, imagine if he never went to New York, and he would just be that same exact talent, that same exact thing, but it would be, the ceiling is so much lower. He's not going to meet all those people. He's not going to make all those connections. It's never going to happen. He has to move to New York first. And so I was kind of putting myself in that position in my mind. Like, I've been to Chicago a couple times. I feel like it'd be a better place for me to be doing the things I'm doing. I just have to do it. And then once I started doing like the podcast for me, that's a whole different can of marbles. Because again, of course, this is a better place for that.
There's just so many creatives.
You're surrounded by it. I mean, in a city, like in a major city, that's just going to be what happens, because people go to major cities to make art a lot of the time, or to do whatever they want to do. Like, I feel like you have the people that grew up here, and then you have like a lot of people who came here for a reason, and you're going to see that in the city. Like, so much of that, you're just not going to see that outside of it, because that's not how it works.
Right.
You're going to see a lot of people who are just kind of doing life. They're just getting by. But in a city, you'll see a lot of people who are inspired because they came to the city for that reason.
And the energy of the city is inspiring.
Exactly. It's
like
both.
It's hard for me to like there are days where I'll just be like walking down the street and it'll be like a sunny day. The lighting is great. People seem happy. The sounds of the city are everywhere. And that is not for a lot of people, that like hectic nature can cause anxieties. It's so filling. Like, I see that and I was like, oh, this like makes me want to like go do something. It makes me want to like play a sport or make a film or write a script or write a joke. Just like, it just fills me up with what I need to like not do the normal day-to-day bullshit.
Yeah, I feel the same way. And I feel like everybody's, different. Of course, there's going to be people who don't like that. And I like both, honestly. Like, I like that almost just as much as I would like being in nature and just not around anything in a cabin or something. Like, I like both equally. But there's something about being surrounded by consciousness and things happening and things moving that reminds you to do the same thing. And I felt like there was a lot of culture in Chicago, too. Like, one thing I noticed the few times I would come here is I felt like everything had a living, breathing culture behind it. Like, there was a lot of background of all these different things. Like, even just restaurants. You go to a restaurant, and it's like, you look at the back of the menu, and it's, oh, this restaurant was started in the 40s, and it's connected to segregation. And you're just reading all
history is insane.
Yeah, and it's every single restaurant you go to downtown is kind of like that a lot of the time. There's so many different things like that. So, and it just goes deeper and deeper the more and more you look in every different corner, every different community, and there's so much stuff. And one thing I've learned even while being here is there's almost like a niche underground aspect to that. There's like hidden Chicago knowledge that only some people know.
Sure.
And it's like, but that type of thing is embraced. Like, and I don't know if you know about the bands they do on the lakeside. Corey was telling me about this. Yeah, because I think Corey helped him with it one time.
Well, Corey, he helped with the concerts on the river. He went to the Belmont River concert, and he helped with that. That shit's insane.
And a lot of people don't even know that happens. And
the one I went to on Memorial Day weekend, there was like over 1,000 people. It was fucking insane.
Oh, see, I didn't even know they had those big of crowds.
Yeah, it was crazy.
That's pretty big. Maybe they're getting notoriety.
They are.
But for a while, it was kind of just a niche thing nobody really even knew about.
Well, in the lakefront ones, there's like a particular band that has done the lakefront one like over and over. They do it, I think, on Thursday nights in the summer, and it was just starting the summer. And it's like very chill, vibey music, and it gets like a good crowd. But it's people sitting on like the concrete beach part, like on the steps, just like eating sushi and watching this band or whatever. But the river concert, it's off like Belmont.
Oh.
There's the pylon in the middle of the Chicago River, and they boat everyone's equipment out to this pylon, and they do it like usually once a month, I think, throughout the summer, but there were actually a couple more shows this year, and they'll have like 6-7 bands, and it'll be like an 8-hour fucking thing. And there are like once it blew up this year, there were like thousands of people. And Corey, they had him out to film set up, and he got on the boat and rode out to the pylon, and he was like, you got to check this out. And then this chick I ride motorcycles with was like, hey, like, let's check this out today. A mutual friend of ours, her brother's band was playing, and we're like, yeah, we'll check it out. It was so much fucking fun, and that's so uniquely Chicago.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I would even mention it, because it's something that seems like it would happen here.
Dude, you saying the thing about the restaurant culture, like, oh, I've been in this restaurant, it opened in 1945. Like, my ex that I'm still close with, she made a joke the other night. She was like, hey, we should start a content series, long form restaurant reviews, where we only review restaurants that have been open at least 20 years. Like, not what's new, not what's hype. what's been here forever and has a history and has a cool story and the people are cool and it's valuable to the neighborhood. And I was like, yeah, let's fucking do that. I'm down. That's kind of a cool
You could
idea.
do like the name could be like either maybe like fine wine, and,
Love
like,
that.
one, like ages like wine, you
Yeah.
know. Because I'm trying to think of like something about how something would age over time and get better over time. Like, and I think like wine.
Yeah, that's I
something
like that.
towards
That's a good
wine.
poll. Do I need to pay you royalties when we start this?
Absolutely, this is on camera. I
Okay,
have proof.
it's proof. So in the career, so you came to Chicago, you started the podcast,
And then so I was on episode 88 when I got here, and I didn't do it for a while. And then I was thinking like I should go to a music open mic, but there's really like if you look, it doesn't seem like it's there's at least an easily available list to find. There's just not that much that you can go to for music open mics. And also, I don't even know what that may mean because it's probably different things in different communities.
Sure.
Like a hip hop open mic. And even another thing I've realized is that I might benefit from not going to hip hop open mics and going to these other things instead, just because the style of hip hop I do and all of that, I get the sense that I might just be better off. Like, I don't know what it is. But anyway, I went to a comedy open mic. There was an all arts open mic. And
where was it?
the Glenwood, which is gone now.
Anthony Aguinaldo, wasn't that who hosted that?
Yeah, but it switched over to Naboo, and then it switched over to
The Naboo.
The Naboo, yes, the one and only. And then it switched over to Amy Simon, and then the bar.
She's sweet.
Yeah, and she also does the Gauntlet, so
Yep.
she was doing both.
I've judged that a couple times.
Yeah, she's fantastic. I mean, the fact that she does that so consistently is nuts.
Yeah.
'Cause
Producing shows is a fucking nightmare.
yeah, and she's doing it all the time. And she doesn't even live nearby.
I know. She's in the burbs. She's like married. I think she's got kids. Like,
It's madness.
yeah, fuck that.
So anyway, she was doing it, and then the bar didn't renew their liquor license, and they are closed now. And it's sad because I really liked that spot.
The
actually,
Glenwood? That's
yeah,
why
like
they
it was
closed?
kind of a shitty mic, but it was the shittiness that made it endearing. Like it was one of those where it's like this is obviously not ideal conditions, but like that creates a brotherhood in a
Right.
sense.
Well, even like, I mean, the Red Room.
I don't know what it was like before Naboo hosted it because that's when I started going. Again, was in October of 2024.
I've only met her once. I hosted the Red Room open mic one night, and like I met a bunch of comics, just Northside comics I don't really know that well, and she was fucking hysterical and so strange.
Yeah, she's an anomaly.
Yeah.
And then Red Room I also went to, but this was the one time I went to this mic, and I just did what I would always do. I made sure to bring my speaker just in case, but I think I was able to connect to their speaker. I think. And yeah, I did my stool trick. Stool trick always works. So you put like whatever the chair that everybody's using, and you just stand on the chair. You just stand up on the chair and balance on it.
Okay.
But you do it as like kind of like a power move. You have to do it right. So it's like
You can't look awkward getting up there. You have to look like you're in charge of the
you
moment.
have to look like you could fall. You have to like
Okay.
kind of lean into the fact that
Okay.
this is a little dangerous. You know, like maybe I'm moving around.
You give
on
me
top of the
dangerous
chair.
vibes.
Yeah, and I want to exaggerate that in the performance because like that. So that was the move I went with. That's a move I always try to. I have a specific song where I use that move now, where I like know it's the stool song.
Yeah.
And I need to figure out more tricks, because that one's good. But Manny Petty, the comedian, he
love
told
him.
me that like once I get older, I'll probably stop doing that trick.
Remember
you
what
know?
what his real name is. It's very
Meniscus
Ita-
Pedius. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very. his last name is so Italian, and I can't remember what it is. He's actually fluent in Italian, I think.
Oh wow, I had no idea.
Yeah. So, Capozzi. Capozzi, C-O-P-O-Z-Z-I. That's his last
now
name.
I can see the Italian in him.
He acted in something recently that required him to speak in Italian, and when I saw it, I was like, "Oh fuck, you actually do speak Italian." Yeah, he's a funny dude.
Yeah, and I remember I met a bunch of people at the Glenwood that night. I met like James Najar. I met Tim Perez. I met
James
Andres
has been on here, hasn't he?
Shaw. Well, that's the thing. A lot of those people were like the first guests to come on the show.
James is such a weird dude.
Yeah, I love James.
I like him a lot.
Yeah.
He's such a weird dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool because right after I had rapped, I remember he said to me like,
because he was hosting the open mic that night, and he said, like, oh, stick around, like I want to do a skit with you. And I have no idea who this guy is. And so then he says to me, like, okay, so this, like, you know, after the mic, we go outside. And he says, like, okay, so you're a guy who freestyles everything. Like, everything you do, you're always freestyling. Like, you just constantly do that.
Like every conversation.
Yeah, and he's like, I've had this idea for a while, but I didn't have the person to film it with, and so you're perfect. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I got you. And so that's what I did. You know, I freestyle, like, oh, you know, yo, I ain't showing no doubt. You know it's right. I said, let's do it. Let's go out tonight. You know, I'm just, like, talking like that. And then he's like, dude, can you just stop rapping? And he said, yo, stop capping. I'm not rapping. I'm making it happen. You know, just fucking, that's the joke. And so I'm just thinking, like, this is some stupid video. Like, no one's going to see this. And then I remember, like, he tagged me in it on TikTok or Instagram.
Oh, he's got a huge following.
He's got, like, 1 million followers.
Yeah.
And I'm just
his Instagram's not as big, but his TikTok's massive.
Yeah, and so that's what I thought. I was like, oh, this guy knew what he was doing. I was just thinking it's some random guy, like it's probably some stupid video.
Yeah.
And it's so, you know, I don't know James. And then I just see his social media. He's got all these followers, and he does skits all the time. And so it made me appreciate the situation in a whole different way, because I was just thinking, like, I don't know what the fuck is going on right now. He didn't give me much direction. He just told me
he's a very, very nice dude. And
oh, he's awesome. He's one of my. I started going to Cozy Corner like every month. I want to go back at the end of this month, because that's the show he runs in his apartment in Andersonville, and it's a great show. And he's been doing it for a while. He's been doing it for, like, I want to say
a couple years, because
that was when I talked to him. And when I met him, that was the very beginning of him doing the show.
Does it, like, Harold co-produce it or something?
Yep. Yeah. Which was a few months in, like 3 to 6 months in is when Harold started co-producing.
Yeah. I like him too.
Yeah, Harold's awesome. Harold's another one of those people that I met around that time. Matt Bowe is another guy I met that night too. Matt Bowe's very funny. He's very funny.
Yeah, I think Harold is, like, really funny. Like, yeah. I love James's sketches, and I think he's a funny dude, and his stand-up's, like, not bad, but I think Harold on a stand-up level is, like, really good.
Yeah. See, I want to... Harold's a 2-time guest. He's going to be a 3-time guest here real soon. We'll get Harold back on the show. Harold, he told me once that he
looks like an anorexic lesbian.
He wants to be a club comic, he said. And he wants to be an anorexic lesbian inside of a club.
He's doing great. He's 2/3 of the way there.
They're like, are you 15 years old? That's what they're going to be asking
He does look so young. Whenever I am near him, I always feel like people are looking at us like I've abducted him.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I'm technically old enough to be his dad, but certainly, like, because he looks like a child.
Yeah.
It's plausible. It's
side by side, I could see it for sure. Yeah.
This is just the small boy I've stolen. Don't worry.
Did you see his? I'm sure you did. The roast battle with Zach Albers.
Yeah. Dude.
Yeah.
I love Zach so much.
I mean, he literally sat on Zach's lap. You know.
I was playing softball with Zach the night he broke his wrist, and those comedian softball games are hysterical because there's only like 7 of us that are good athletes.
Yeah.
And everyone else, someone gets hurt like badly almost every game. I've seen a dislocated knee, a broken leg, a broken wrist. Like, people are constantly, like, gruesomely injuring themselves, and I'm just like, yeah, maybe 60 theater kids shouldn't be playing aggressive sports.
Yeah, you gotta live a little bit.
Yeah,
though.
for sure.
But what I say that Harold's a star. Harold does not. He doesn't give a fuck about, like, his social media. I can tell he does not care.
Yeah.
He doesn't even try. And I actually wish he did more, because I think he's funny enough.
Help him, sure.
Yeah, he's very funny.
Yeah.
But people probably don't even know, because he doesn't. He just relies on his talent and his sheer talent alone.
Yeah.
And I respect people like that. But it's like, oh, it's a hard thing, because then I feel like the most talented people tend to be like that. They tend to not want to do social media.
Sure. Social media is such a pain in the ass.
And it's a whole different job. That's not being funny. That's not making music. That's not making art. That's being a manager and posting content.
Like admin.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. It's administrative stuff for sure. Yeah. And so, like, to me, I almost think it's a plus when people have no fucking clue how to use social media. I'm like, maybe that means they're really good at what they're doing.
It's annoying because, like I'm decent at it, but I don't like it.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it.
And I also, like, I don't post clips very frequently because I don't like burning material, and also because I do dark comedy and have a corporate job. Like, I've had coworkers, like, I headlined the comedy bar, like, 2 summers ago, and I had, like, a bunch of coworkers, like, flew in to see it, and seeing the way people reacted to some of my most insane jokes was, like, a little jarring. But because of that, like, you know, they'll tell you, oh, if you're doing something on social media, like have your niche down, post about one thing. And in mine, it's like some of it's like me playing guitar, some of it's like a comedy clip here or there, a lot of it's like drone photography or portraiture, and I just post like whatever I fucking want.
Right.
And it's so hard to like grow your social media if you're not posting to one specific thing, because your followers, they expect to see like the thing that they came for.
And it's like what I was saying earlier about like TikTok and trends. I think that the way the algorithms are and the way these things are, it inspires people to be less creative. Like naturally, you're programmed to be less creative because you think, oh, well, I have to have a niche. I have to have an account that people are going to this and expecting this type of content. And in that, you stop being as creative because you start worrying about your niche and what fits this, and oh, I can't post this and I can't post this, and then you apply that to art and it's just terrible. Like it's like the death of creativity. You apply it to
that's not
music.
how anyone would do art either, right?
Exactly.
So it's such a like huge disconnect. Like if you thought, oh, I'm a painter and I've started this painting and I'm like 3 weeks into this painting and something like, wait, but this painting won't resonate with the people who've already looked at my painting. Like, I don't think anyone is thinking that. You're just painting the things that feel real and valuable to you. Oh, go baby. How did you decide on Margot as a name?
I just looked at her and figured it out. Same thing with Oscar. It took me a minute. It's hard to, I feel like names just happen to you. That's the best way to do them.
Wouldn't that be cool if that's how like human names were? Like you lived till 20 and you just like had like your kid name.
Yeah.
And then at 20, everyone around you and yourself, maybe you guys nominate like 5 names. And then you just vote on the name that fits you the best.
At least waiting a couple years. I mean, like, I think it's socially acceptable to maybe wait like a month to name a baby. Like, I think you're allowed to have a baby and not have a name. Maybe. I actually don't know about this, but if I were to guess, I would guess that like people would agree it's maybe okay to not name your baby before it pops out.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
But there's like there's a period to where it's not socially acceptable anymore. Like I'm gonna guess.
Yeah, you have like a 23-day-old baby that doesn't have a name. People are like, do you not love that baby?
Yeah, they're like, what's the name? You're like, we're still trying to figure it out.
We call it It.
They're like, Sarah, it's been 3 years. Sarah, you gotta name the baby.
You enroll a kid in preschool. You're like, what's your child's name? No, child number 1.
Yeah, yeah. Child number 1. Is there a number 2? Not yet. Not yet.
Man, as someone who has like no desire to have children at all, it's so weird because I'm at an age where everyone I know like has kids and they want to have kids and they want you to have kids and they tell you why you should have kids. And honestly, like they're not really making a compelling case. It sounds awful.
Well, I think that children make you a little bit delusional. I mean, they change your entire worldview. They make you exist for the function of something else. Literally. Like, I think that it must be one of the most altruistic things that can happen to a person to have a child, because it makes you, it forces you to address the fact that life is greater than your life. You created another one.
But it's not. You're the greatest rapper in the world.
Yeah, but if I had a baby, though, I'd be like, now I got to support this child with the fact that I'm the greatest rapper, and that's a different narrative than.
But if you suddenly backseat you being the greatest rapper, now you can no longer effectively do that. So you have.
Eminem did it. That was what Eminem did. He was like, "Hush, little baby, don't you cry. Everything's gonna be all right."
Why is Haley like an adult and gorgeous now? It's so weird.
Yeah, it is. It is jarring, isn't it? You know, because like just you're used to the narrative of her being a little girl.
Well, I think she did a pregnancy announcement last year, and the way she did
she got a podcast. I think like she got a whole.
Well, there was like a video I saw go viral. Like Eminem is sitting on her porch, and they bring up like a jersey that has like a little baby name on it or some shit, and I was like, Eminem's a grandpa and Haley's having a kid. Holy fuck. Yeah. And then I started singing, I never meant to give you mushrooms, girl. Underrated Eminem, great song.
I won't be your Superman. Start singing like Eminem's classic hits about, you know, fucking prostitutes or whatever Eminem was talking about back then.
The first full-length album to this day is still, I think, the greatest Eminem album.
The Slim Shady LP?
Yeah, with Slim Shady and Never Meant to Give You Mushrooms Girl and whatever the other one you were just singing. And that's the only album of his I ever bought.
Well, Superman is like curtain call. That's
oh,
way
yeah,
later.
that's later. Yeah, that
but
is later.
Slim Shady LP is like a lot more raw. Like Marshall Mathers LP, I would say too. I actually like Marshall Mathers
And
LP
it has
more.
the Ken Kniff from Connecticut sketch.
Yeah. I just feel like there's nothing that is on the level of like late 90s, early 2000s Eminem. And I don't think Eminem is even on the level of that. Like Eminem's still so incredibly talented, but I think like
He's aight.
I think he's like one of the best, but culturally he's not on the pulse that he was on in the late 90s. Like there's a reason
you're like a 50-year-old dude who's like worth $300 or $400 million. How really in touch with anything are you at that point?
Yeah, and like there was a certain countercultural thing happening at the time that he spearheaded by being that character. Like it's almost just he captured a moment in a way, and he just doesn't do that. He hasn't done that since probably 2010. It's been a long time, and I love Eminem. I think Eminem's amazing. I just think that like a Kendrick Lamar, he's a great example of an artist who is on top of the moment time and time again, and like that's what keeps hip hop alive, in my opinion, is having artists that continue to do that. You need those guys, or else hip hop kind of fizzles off in the background.
When Eminem was at the peak of his powers, it was like very funny to me because there was a time where you could have, like, obviously racial stereotyping is bad, but we live in a world in which they are a thing, and people, even people who are more progressive, still have very subconscious bias and whatever. But it was hysterical to me that at one point, arguably the greatest rapper in the world was white, the greatest tennis player and golfer in the world were black, the tallest man in the NBA was Chinese, and I was just like, I love what we're doing. We need more of whatever the fuck this is.
Yeah.
Like diversity for the win.
Yeah.
Yao Ming, Eminem, Venus and Serena Williams, and Tiger Woods changed it all for everyone.
Yeah. I tend to find like, I don't know, I like to think that diversity comes best like naturally, at least in like through like if I'm booking a show, I would just find that diversity just happens naturally. Like if I'm not thinking on the lines of like race and this is a girl, this is a guy.
But it happens naturally because of you and your life experience.
Yeah, that's true.
For many people, it probably doesn't happen.
That's
naturally.
true. That's a good point. Yeah.
And like, as like I'm obviously like a little bit older, and when I produce shows, as like a white dude of a certain age and like financial status, particularly, like, and I think even though I grew up poor and had struggles as a kid, like what I do now, and whenever I have an opportunity to create a platform, I'm always like, and maybe I would do it naturally, but I'm just like very mindful of making sure other voices are represented, because really, who the fuck needs to hear another white dude in his 40s give an opinion? I mean, like, probably nobody.
Hey, maybe he's
honest.
gonna. Maybe white dudes in their 40s are specialists in certain things. Like they're probably good at lawn care. I bet white guys in their 40s.
I 100%
really
pay somebody to do my lawn care.
I would imagine like if you're like a rich white guy. That's a good question. Do they like the? I don't know, because I'm used to like the narrative of like an old like a 40-year-old white man, 50-year-old white man, and he's like got the perfect lawn and he's like proud of his lawn. So that's what I was thinking.
My lawn looks nice, but I have like a landscaping company who does it.
What else would they be good at? Old white men. Be good, like if you needed any information about like
war,
sedatives
or the war, any wars, like history of wars.
Yeah,
old white dudes. That's where that's at. Let me tell you about World War I. The Archduke Franz Ferdinand and the Black Hand. It's like
You're right. They're really good with that.
They are, dude. Oh, nobody watches like history documentaries quite like old white dudes.
I think old white dudes believe in aliens more too. I think they're way more apt to believe in aliens. Which, for the record, I believe in aliens. But
I think people are here. This is not a hot take at all. Almost anyone that I know that's been seriously into conspiracy theories in my life has been someone that I know to have more than experimented with cocaine. There is such a heavy correlation between cocaine use and buying into conspiracy theories. And I came up with this with like one friend in particular, like 20 years ago. And then as life has progressed, I've known more people who've been just kind of whacked out of their fucking mind all the time. And they're like, the aliens, that's not quite a cokey conspiracy theory, but there are a lot of like very drug forward ones where if you haven't done the proper amount of drugs, you're not going to believe it because it just takes like some level of insanity.
What, do you have an example?
Sure. I mean, the Illuminati at some level, the Bilderberg group, the fucking, like all of that shit's a little wacky. I mean, when you think of like, I mean, even there's this big thing now where people like are so convinced that the NFL is fixed. Any sort of large scale schemes. Think of the last time you told someone a secret and they didn't keep it.
Yeah.
And you maybe next, someone tells you a thing and you're like, oh, how do you know that? I only told one person that. Because nobody keeps. Think of like all of these large scale conspiracies, the amount of people that would need to be like complicit to that and like not tell you what they know.
Well, the thing about the CIA is that they compartmentalize, and it's not exactly how you think it works.
Wait, who is this?
I'm trying to do Alex Jones.
Oh, yeah.
I can't ever do that one for long because it really hurts my throat.
That seemed like it was rough on the vocal cords for sure.
That's how he talks.
That dude is a fucking boil on the asshole of society. What a fuckface.
But yeah, no, that's the thing about keeping a secret. It's like how would the Earth be flat? It's the same thing. If the only way the Earth is flat is if everybody's collectively lying. That's the only way you could believe that. I mean, like, you'd have to really believe that the Earth is flat and there's just a bunch of separate governments that are all saying that it's round as a lie for some reason. You'd have to believe that they're all working together and cooperating on that. And, like, to me, that's the ultimate trump card. It's like you can't. There's nothing other than that. Like, how would they all be lying together?
Do you know how we can prove the Earth isn't flat?
How can we prove it?
Because if the Earth was flat, cats would push everything off the edge of it. You know, like to knock shit off tables and countertops.
All the cats would be on the edge of the Earth.
Just slapping everything off the edge of the Earth.
We wouldn't have any cats.
We wouldn't.
Yeah. They'd probably be falling off. They'd probably be over there. I think there's no edge, though. I think what the argument is that you, around the edge is the ice wall, and then, like, you just go out.
This sounds like Game of Thrones.
Yeah. You go out into the ice wall, and the farther and farther out you go, the more inhabitable it is, and you just can't. And they tell you that's Antarctica, but really it's the ice wall. That's what it is.
I've never heard this.
You never knew that? That's like their maps. Their maps always have the ice wall on the outside.
It's crazy. There are some, like...
You must not know much about flat Earth theory.
I don't. I'm very like anti-conspiracy theory, and like any friend I've ever had that's been into it, I shoot it down pretty hard.
I always just think it's a fun thing to think about. It's funny that people buy into it that hard.
There are some famous people that do. Like I'm a huge sports fan. Like I love the Bulls. I have like a 10-game pass of courtside tickets I've had for like 12 years now. And Kyrie Irving, the NBA point guard, is a massive flat earther, and he talks about it all the time.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, dude, you're like one of the best athletes to ever live. You're worth, again, probably $500 million. Why do you spend your time even considering that? Who fucking cares?
He's like, it's all a lie. It's all a lie.
Well, to me, that's like, dude, life is hard. Like, life is very hard. Even if you get to a level of success, life is hard. There's like misery and pain, and it sucks sometimes. All I'm trying to do is like, participate in things that I love, spend my time around people that I care about, do good things to like help my community, like whatever, like actively participate in community at a fundamentally positive level. I don't, when I tell people I'm an atheist, they'll ask me questions about it. I'm like, there's no questions to be asked. I just don't care. Like, I'm not concerned with like how we got here. I'm not concerned about if there's an afterlife. I'm not concerned with the Earth's flat. Like none of that shit. I don't care if there's fucking aliens.
Yeah.
I just care about from the day to day, like living the best life I can and being like a solid human being.
Yeah. But do you think that like people who believe in those types of things, like do you think that, like, do you think it's a form of escapism in a sense?
I think it's wacky. I think the people who go way down into it have a lot of them have a combination of either like literal underlying mental issues.
Yeah.
Or there's been numerous studies tied to like intellectual capacity and propensity to like fall for conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
And people who do it, who buy into them, are broadly less intelligent. Like,
yeah.
That's just a reality. And that might sound mean, but like fucking research it. That's numerous academic studies.
Yeah.
And then like you look at like media literacy.
I would believe that they would have a lower IQ, but I would also go as far to argue that IQ is not the only measure of
reflective of the
intelligence.
system, and the system is lying to us about these conspiracies.
Well, IQ, I mean, there's a book around here, Emotional Intelligence, right there.
Yeah, IQ versus EQ.
And it is interesting because I mean, like what the person who even made the concept of emotional intelligence was trying to say was that there's like all kinds of different intelligence.
Sure.
And what you're measuring with an IQ is like the quotient
quotient of intelligence where it's like, can I memorize and regurgitate information? Can I
recognize
repeat
patterns and things like that?
And that's a mathematic intelligence is often seen as intelligence. But like
I would say it's like
botany,
more like logic based
you could say
than mathematic.
Logic, yes. Yeah, exactly. And math is
like
grounded in logic.
Yeah, his logic and reason is I think what fundamental of like IQ.
Which I think isn't very valuable, but I also think like that just talking to artists and meeting so many artistic people, you'll often find that like they're borderline crazy sometimes, but they're also brilliant, but they're also geniuses.
Yeah.
So it becomes so hard for me to parse these two things in my mind. Like, and so that's why I love my crazy people. And I like why if someone tells me the most outlandish thing, if they tell me that they believe the earth is flat, I'll just go with them on it for like 20 minutes. I want to know why they think that.
hear their whole spiel on it.
Yeah, because if I shut it down, they won't give me the details. And I think it's like you kind of like it's a know your enemy type situation too. If you ever want to argue the earth's not flat, you want to know what these people really think. You got to know what the theory really. Like I said, you didn't even know the ice wall.
I
like,
have no fucking clue.
What are you gonna do in the debate when they bring up the ice wall? You'd be like, of course you didn't know about the ice wall.
When I'm on the Jubilee episode and they're like, one flat earther against 20 people who think conspiracies are psycho. And I'm just like, ice wall, what the fuck is that?
I would also say too, though, like, I think that especially now with like way our government, you got the fucking Epstein files now.
Yeah.
I think people are so used to being lied to that it's like you got trust issues and you start to just believe anything. You start to believe everything's a lie. And it's very easy to fall into that trap and just become a conspiratorial thinker.
Yeah.
Because everything seems like a lie. And in a way, there's so much shit that is. So you have to like, it becomes hard to distinguish the stuff that's a lie and the stuff that's not a lie. And I think that all starts with probably like JFK. Probably JFK, because that's when we all started to realize.
Gunman on the grassy knoll. I mean,
there's weird lies that happen throughout the years. And that's, you know what's interesting about that is we look at it through now, but it was like 10 years after that film came out and they started to look at it differently. Like there was
the Zapruder film?
Yeah, it was a long time between the actual shooting of JFK and like when it became controversial and like now you have media, so it just happens right away. Back then it took time.
I actually created a time machine and I went back and I shot JFK.
Oh, you bastard. You should never have said that here.
I actually have created a time machine.
You shouldn't be telling me that.
It has very limited functionality though. It can only move forward in time 1 second at a time.
Oh, I don't want that. Could you make a better one?
I'll 3D print it.
How long did it take you to make this?
Honestly, much quicker than you would expect.
What is it made of?
It's a clock.
Oh, I like it.
Your cat is actually, he's the keeper. She's the keeper of the time machine. When you sleep at night, she crawls into your bed and snatches you into this like time-space continuum where
like aliens.
Wait, what if cats are aliens?
Well, that people have said that before because like the Egyptian cat gods in the things, they're like, oh, there obviously were cat gods that came and.
My favorite Egyptian figure was Anubis. Mm-hmm. Are you familiar?
No.
Oh, dude, coolest fucking Egyptian thing ever.
I think I know Ra.
Ra's great too.
But I'm not very good with my Egyptian gods and goddesses. I should learn them a little. I know my Greeks and my Romans. Oh, okay. Very popular. Anubis.
Yes.
All right.
I had a buddy who was Anubis one year for Halloween, and he literally had like electric lights that like peered out. It was insane.
Yeah.
It was actually two buddies that worked in theater production.
Yeah.
And so their costumes were always like so sick.
So you don't care about conspiracies. Do you care about like the pyramids? Do you think, because you were saying earlier, you think that there might have been an internet a long time ago?
I don't think that. I think anything is possible.
You perplex me, sir. Because, like, I think that too, but I also, that makes me think, like, okay, but if anything is possible, then, like, because I'm pretty sure they discovered the Sphinx. I'm pretty sure that the pyramids have been there for longer than we think they've been there. I'm, like, almost positive.
Do you think it's, like,
point.
Anunnaki? Because I know that's who usually gets, like, the credit for the pyramids, I believe.
I don't know. What time frame is Anunnaki?
A long time. It's like the ancient aliens, like they're.
Well, I know before Egyptians, it goes the people who wrote like the first story ever, and they were, I want to say Mesopotamians, but I don't want to get it wrong.
I mean, that is the cradle of Mesopotamia was the cradle of civilization.
Oh, then that's it. Yeah, so I got it right. And they wrote the first story ever, which ends up kind of becoming the framework of every story to ever come.
and it's you can still hear it in like
They also,
YouTube.
I believe the Code of Hammurabi, which is like what modern law was founded on. I mean, it's clearly different now.
Yeah.
But that was a Mesopotamian thing too, like the eye for an eye.
Exactly, and that leads into Greek law and all this. But so it could have been them, but I think it's older than that. I think because of the fact that people make arguments about water damage on the pyramids, and it does, like, you have people that come in
and there's erosion from the sand and everything.
Exactly, like it just seems weird. Like, and just in our narrative of how long the Earth has been around, the climate of Egypt was like that around like 10,000 years ago. There was water there. There was a point in time when that happened, relatively recent in the past.
Yeah, I mean that was when like essentially modern agriculture was there. That all started there when there was water.
So if those things were there before and then someone else comes along and builds on top of it, and I don't know if you've seen this, but like the thing with the LiDAR scans under the pyramids now.
I haven't.
Dude, it's like ridiculous. So, okay, the guy who runs Egypt, who basically gets to say whether or not we do any archaeological digs, we do anything in Egypt, he was on Joe Rogan's podcast not that long ago. And it's an interesting watch because it goes so badly. Because, like, Joe Rogan's like the guy who's like all about these Egypt conspiracy theories.
Anything could be real.
Yeah. And he's talking to this guy who's running Egypt. And the guy who runs Egypt, like, he's like, okay, well, let's look that up on the internet. Let's check out what you're saying. He's like, no, Joe. It's in my book. It's in my book. And so he's obviously like, his whole go-to argument, the guy from Egypt, is like, I have all the information. It's in my book. I run Egypt. I know about Egypt. Joe, you don't know about Egypt. And that's the mentality that Egypt has. They don't want to look into the history of any of this stuff anymore. They don't want to dig anymore. They don't want to do anything. And it is weird, but it's probably just related to money. It's probably related to tourism, and it's not beneficial for them to put a bunch of money into a dig under the fucking pyramids. But what the LiDAR scan is they've done scans of like real things, so that are confirmable. So it's not like voodoo technology. It's like,
and I'm familiar with LiDAR technology for sure.
Yeah, and they've done stuff like with the Amazon rainforest, I want to say, in the last 10 or 20 years. They've done interesting stuff with this technology, and it's gotten better and better. And so they did under the pyramids, because it's not illegal to do a LiDAR scan at the pyramids. And there's like these tunnels that go, I want to say, thousands of meters down. It's like, almost looks like coils, like it's like wires, and then like something that goes around it, and it goes way down, and then there's a square at the bottom.
What we've just got to my first conspiracy theory. I think I'm in. Are you ready?
Okay.
The coils. Mm-hmm. You said like the box or square at the bottom.
Some type of square. Could be a chamber.
Nope. I know what it is. The coils. This is the world's first ever water slide.
Yo!
And the box is a pool.
That would be so sick.
Under the pyramids is just like a 100 million year old alien built water slide.
And it's a swirly slide too. So
it's gotta be. Yeah. Just picturing like giant fucking reptilian shapeshifter aliens just being like, wee!
He's scary as fuck. Because you're going like on a slide into the depths of the ground. I don't know if I like that slide,
Dude,
but you know.
I have Meta Ray-Bans, like the sunglasses with the glass, like the cameras on them, and they're actually forbidden from the pyramids. You can't wear them in there.
I bet. They're also forbidden from the Scientology buildings. You can't wear them in there either. You cannot walk in with your Meta Ray-Bans. They have clocked those by now. You
Dude,
can't
when
get
the
away with
Scientology, when it was in Lakeview before they moved downtown like 2 years ago, there's a church right across the like kitty corner that I like to do drone video of occasionally. And I was out shooting one night, and it's like 2 a.m, and the speaker outside the church Scientology it's saying shit 24 hours a day.
Oh, really?
And so I'm in the middle of the street, like 2 a.m, like the night after Thanksgiving. It's like 20 degrees outside. There's nobody outside. And I'm probably like 100 feet up the street, like just drone controller in my hand, standing next to my car. And you can hear L. Ron Hubbard's voice talking about Scientology. And I'm like, dude, who could live here and listen to this all fucking, because it plays 24 hours a day on the sidewalk. I'm like, dude, that would drive me nuts.
When I lived in Flint, I would go down the street to the gas station, and there was always this like person who was selling cell phones on the corner, and they had a megaphone on their phone that was just repeating the same thing over and over. Buy 2 phones, get 3 phones free. Get a phone right now. We selling phones. You know, it was just like the same thing for about 2 minutes of that, and then it would just loop over and over. So every time I would go get gas,
that would drive me nuts, dude.
And And they probably did sell enough phones to make that a good business decision. That probably did work out for them. It's the worst part, you know.
This makes me want to sell phones.
You just got to go to the right. You ever see Better Call Saul?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dude, okay.
So you got to sell cell phones.
You know, obviously, Bob Odenkirk then?
Yeah.
So his son, Nate, lives in Chicago. Bob he went to Naperville North High School. His son, Nate, lives in a condo in Lakeview on Clifton. One of my best friends, her name is Amanda. She's a CPS teacher. When she got divorced, her husband was very wealthy, and she bought this sick fucking condo, private rooftop. And like, second time I'm there, she's like, "Oh my God, you want to hear the craziest story?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Do you know who Bob Odenkirk is?" I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "His son Nate is my downstairs neighbor." And she's like, and today when I came back in from walking Gracie, Bob was just standing in my doorway, and we stood in the hallway for like 20 minutes to like pet my fucking dog. And then the next time I came over, I'm like walking in, and Bob Odenkirk's like getting out of a car in front of the condo, and I'm just like, "Bob Odenkirk, right?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "It's my son's place." I was like, "No, I know. My like friend lives upstairs from him." And I just was like, "I'm a comedian, a filmmaker, like incredible to meet you. Oh my God." And he stood at the door and bullshit with me for like solid 5 to 10 minutes, which is a super friendly dude, nice as fuck, like really cool. And I have not spoke to him again, but I've seen him there now like 3 times, which is fucking
like recently?
awesome. In the last couple of years, yeah.
That is weird. I don't know how I would react to something like that. Is that like what life in LA is like? You just see celebrities.
Dude, I
around?
work at my day job's in LA, and I go at least once a month, and you do see celebrities everywhere.
I've never been to LA, and that's what it seems like it's like. You just go to the fucking diner and, oh look, it's Johnny Depp. I guess I have to ignore him.
Do you know who Jeff Garlin is?
Yeah.
His nephew is a Chicago comic, Brad Kaufman. And you'll occasionally see Jeff at like just random shit supporting Brad, and you're like, that's weird.
Yeah. I mean, it's so like, I think the idea of celebrities is weird in general. It's all just so weird, but it happens to all of us. Like, it's always so weird when you see somebody over and over, and then you just see them in real life, and you're like, oh, whoa, you're real.
Yeah,
I forgot you were real.
I really try not to fanboy. Dude, I had there's a band that I really love that broke up, and they got back together this year and toured on the 20th anniversary of like their best album. And I went to 5 shows on the tour, both shows in Chicago. And the second night I had VIP for, and I had done VIP and met them a couple times. And it was at Metro, and after Metro, I went over to G-Man, which I used to produce a comedy show at. I like know the owner, Joe, he owns Metro. And we're just like sitting and bullshitting, and all of a sudden the door opens. And
Sitting and bullshitting.
Sitting and bullshit. That's this podcast.
Sitting and bullshitting. You know, if you could be a rapper. Yeah.
Sitting and bullshitting. No, but
You got a rapper name, too. I don't know if you knew that.
what's my rapper name?
TJ, I don't even know how you pronounce. Sopoci? Sapaki?
Sopoci.
Sopoci, that's fucking rapper as hell. TJ Sopoci. You know what it's supposed to be.
TJ Sopoci in the place to be. You know what it's supposed to be. Try to get close to me.
Ooh. See?
That was not awful.
I can see it in you. I've got
I love rap. Actually, and as like a kid, have you ever heard of the rap song Alphabet Aerobics?
Yeah.
That's like my favorite karaoke song.
Some of the stuff I really liked growing up was, I don't know if you ever saw Pale Kid Raps Fast. That was Watsky. But that was, I think, before, or I think it was right around the time that Mac Lethal did his like Alphabet Aerobics thing, if you've seen that.
Yeah, but the original Alphabet Aerobics from Black Alicious is like incredible.
Did you ever see
Daniel Radcliffe?
Yes. How'd you know? That's exactly
Yeah,
what
and
I
it's
was
funny because
say.
I've brought it up to people and they'll be like, "You can't do it." I was like, I'd do it right now off the fucking dome and not even struggle to do it. And people are always like, "Oh shit, that's kind of insane," because it's not easy.
No.
And obviously, like writing your own shit and freestyling is like totally different. But there's a band called it's actually called Alpha. Oh, it's gonna drive me nuts. It's like an instrumental, like funk hip hop band, no lyrics ever.
Yeah.
And I used to like lived in the burbs and would worked at like just crushing Willis Tower. And on my commute, I would literally just listen to these instrumental raps and freestyle my whole drive. Like I would do it constantly. And so I have like a little bit of that in me.
Yeah.
Clearly not at your level, but it's like fun to fuck around.
Dude, I think I suck. It's so funny. Like, I think I'm good at writing, but I think at freestyling, I have just managed to trick people into thinking I know what I'm doing, because freestyling is a whole different thing.
It's so hard.
It's so hard. I mean,
do you know Harry Mack?
Yeah, and so Harry Mack has kind of taught me a lot of the method of how to do it properly, because he's done it for so long. I mean, like you mentioned,
And he's a
Omega
classically
earlier.
trained jazz musician too.
Yeah, and so a lot of his musicality comes from that and his sense of rhythm, which is
Sick
interesting.
drummer.
Like, I mean, that's what allows him to like be able to rap in triplets properly in a freestyle. I mean, shit like that's nuts.
Insane.
It's unheard of. But he has described like one thing you want to do when you're freestyling. One thing you want to do is you want to like say like, with the Omegle thing, they're giving him 3 words. So if my word is cat, now I want to practice thinking outside the box for words that are related to cat and doing that as quickly as I can. So like cat, meow, paw, claw,
Purr.
fever, scratch, purr, ear, toy, tree, bird, soulless, eyes, dog, play, okay, and then laser. And so you have all these words with like loose association, and you're doing that in the background as you freestyle. So that's how you make the freestyle. You have the target words based on the original word, and you just find ways to get to the target words as you're talking.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's essentially what it is. Like, if I were doing the thing I do, or if it's at a comedy show and I'm like repeating stuff that the audience heard, because that's something I like to do, I think it makes it like unique. It's a very unique thing that you couldn't replicate. You can't even film it because it wouldn't make sense if you filmed it. Where it's like I'm taking all the jokes people said throughout the night, just the different comics that went up, and then I'm incorporating all those jokes into for freestyle. So that way the audience is like, oh, that's what that other person said. Oh, that's what that other person says. So somebody said like they're dick's so big that
Of course somebody said that.
Yeah, they said,
do better, comedians.
so
Nobody needs to hear about your dick unless it's my dick joke, then it's fine.
yes, exactly. So I'm putting this down. I said I'm making a sick line. Nobody wants to hear a dick joke unless it's mine. And the audience just goes crazy. They go, woo, oh my God, because he said the thing that the other guy said. And so that works with that, but it's like it's doing it in the background that's really hard, and that's what Harry Mack's good at. Because I was doing cat, right? It's like, oh, check it out, I'm fighting y'all, coming in like a bat, I'm Batman, yo, I'm swinging around, I'm like a cat. I said when I come in, I'm gonna get y'all like Snatch, like Will Smith, like I get y'all with a 6 scratch. I said get back, I got slick snacks, I got 6 snacks, I'm sitting back on this. See, and I fucked it up already because I was not thinking of the target word. I was just trying to rhyme words. And it's hard. It's so Harry Mack has like mastered the essence of freestyle, but he's got the fun. He's taught people the fundamentals. Like he has YouTube videos where he'll just teach you how to do it.
Actually, I said I saw Margot ABA at Talia Hall. I actually saw Harry Mack and Margot ABA at Red Rocks.
Oh, yeah.
And that shit was fucking insane.
I bet that was awesome. They did a YouTube thing together, but I didn't know they were doing stuff live.
Yeah, Harry Mack did something with Ari at Home, that producer with the keyboard, too.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of crossovers, for sure.
And Harry Mack is, again, like just such a... I think when he's
and
in
a good
other...
dude, too.
I think when he's doing that with other... Yeah, he's a fantastic guy. When he's doing that with other people... It almost makes him shine even more because you can see how flexible he really is.
Yeah.
Like I always recommend to people the stuff he's done with Rick Glassman. I don't know if you've seen that.
Yeah, Rick Glassman's so fucking great.
So did you see the 3rd time that Sal Vulcano was on Rick Glassman's show? Because it doesn't say it in the thumbnail.
I think I saw it.
Oh, dude. Okay, so I'm gonna spoil it, but it makes it even better. So because it's not in the thumbnail, you wouldn't know unless I told you. So it's Sal Vulcano's 3.0. It's the 3rd time he's on Rick Glassman's show. And this was right after Rick Glassman had Harry Mack on the first time. And so they're just talking. They're just having a normal conversation. They're just, chatting for about 30, 40 minutes. And then Rick Glassman says to him, hey, so I've got a present for you. I want to give you something.
That noise was hysterical.
Yeah. Sometimes she's running. She goes... But,
why did you just sound like a chimpanzee or a dolphin, bro?
She does it, too. It's her.
Well, it's funny. She likes a rough pet. I was like really jostling her around, and then she put her foot in her ear. I'm like,
she likes to kind of be manhandled a little bit, but you kind of have to like...
So I like my hose.
You know how her like lack of response is how Margot will kind of like... She doesn't like to tell you that she likes it. She's very... non-forthcoming about what she likes. Like sometimes I'll pick her up and I'll just snuggle her and kiss her, and she's just kind of looking at me like this. But she likes it because as soon as you put her down, she comes right back. She wants more.
Yeah, she's
she
a very loving
does not know
cat.
how to react. But anyway, what was I saying? Oh, I lost my train of thought again. Back me up.
So
back me
sorry.
up. For the cat.
before the cat, you were doing your cat freestyle. We were talking about Harry Mack.
Harry Mack.
Oh, Sal Vulcano.
So the thing was,
We are good at that.
Yeah, we are. See, you're good at it. So they're talking. They're having a normal conversation about 40 minutes in, 45 minutes in. He's like, "Hey, I have a gift for you. Since you enjoyed that Harry Mack episode so much, like I have a gift for you." And then he pulls up these voicemails, and it's Sal Vulcano in his car saying like, "Oh my God, I just watched that Harry Mack episode that you did, Rick. It was so amazing. Like I loved it. That guy is so incredible. If you could like find a way for us to meet, that would be so crazy." And then he hangs up and he leaves like 4 more voicemails. Like he just keeps calling him back, leaving voicemails, talking about how much he loved the episode.
Wait, so Sal is calling Rick.
Sal is calling Rick after he had seen the episode that Rick did with Harry Mack. And he's saying how much he loved Harry Mack. And so then a beat starts playing and it's like Harry Mack rapping, and it's like, this is the gift that Rick has for Sal. And it's Harry Mack rapping, and he's talking about, you know, like impractical jokers, and he's mentioning things from Sal's life. But then he mentions something Sal said, like, in the conversation like 20 minutes ago. So it's like, wait a minute, is this like live over the phone? Like what's going on? Is he like listening in? And you can see Sal like visually get kind of confused. Like,
and he comes out.
And then Harry Mack comes out from behind the curtain. He was there for the last 45 minutes waiting outside.
Quietly listening.
Listening to everything.
That's fucking amazing.
And then for the next like hour, he just freestyles. Like there's bits of conversation between Harry Mack freestyling over and over, and he just keeps doing callbacks to the shit that was mentioned within like the first 45 minutes.
He's like a fucking alien, man.
And that's what blows my mind the most, is the fact that, because again, it's like his talents go way beyond just like giving him 3 words and having him freestyle those. It's like he can remember and recall stuff that you said 35 minutes ago, just randomly off the cuff.
That's why he's so good at the freestyle, because like you said, a lot of it is just like word association.
Yep.
And he's done it so much, and he's obviously like an intelligent guy. He's good at recognizing patterns. He's got a great memory.
Yeah.
And I'm sure his mind, he's just got like thousands of different pathways.
Absolutely.
Like, the minute there's a word in play, it puts 10 pathways in play, and he's got them all memorized.
Yeah.
And at that point, it's still like, it's crazy impressive what he does.
Well, you know what
but
makes
he's
it
certainly
impressive
like
too,
hacked
though,
the system.
is you're doing that over and over, and you're not repeating yourself and just saying the same types of things a lot too. Because like freestyling, he used to do that more, and that's like what filler words are in freestyle. Is like when you start to just say the same thing. Like, I mean, and he still does it now, but he's gotten so, like, Harry Mack used to be good. Now he's incredible. Like, he used to do more like H Mac, Harry Mack. Like, he would say stuff like that. There would be like little phrases he would say over and over. But it's like, we're talking about freestyling hours and hours every day, and you're not repeating yourself. You're always trying to come up with new punchlines and new. It's such an impossible task. It's crazy.
Dude, my favorite Harry Mack freestyle is him. He's freestyling, like, it's an outdoor one, and he's doing it with a bunch of like high school boys who are about to go to their prom, and they're all like tuxed up. And it's like the energy is fucking insane. And there's a couple pops where they all are just like, ah! And it's like, dude,
it's like magic.
I love it, dude. Love it.
To me, it's just like magic, because it's that same type of reaction you can get with that kind of thing of like that quick, like, oh my God, I can't even believe they did that. I mean, that's what magicians will tell you they love about magic the most, is the reaction and that response you can get from people.
There's a magician that uses Omegle. That's now all over social media.
I've seen it, yeah.
And he has different costumes, and he's like Batman or whatever, and Chris Anal. And you've seen this dude?
Yeah, I've seen it, yeah.
So fucking funny, man. Some of them are
because he's doing actual magic.
Yeah, and at the end, he like is always like kissing. He's like the nun figurine. He's like, give it a kiss. And then the person kisses it, and he pulls away. It's like a dick.
Yeah.
Yeah, every single one, it's like in every name is like a play on sex. And the Chris Angel, the Chris Anel,
yeah,
the way he says it just kills me every fucking time.
Are you familiar with Chris Angel?
I mean, I'm aware he exists. Yes,
I was a fan of Mind Freak when that show came out, and I've changed ever since. I think his rivalry with David Blaine is pretty funny, because like it's so obvious who's better. But like
David Blaine.
Yeah, exactly. But Chris Angel, like, just will not. I don't think he's ever let go of it.
The whole goth shtick is so corny.
It works in 2006.
Yeah, but in 2026, it feels a little contrived, a little past its prime.
And his show didn't even age well, because the problem with the show is it relies so much on like cheap tricks and like just simple editing things that like, oh, this.
Not to be confused with the band Cheap Trick.
Yeah, not to be confused with the much better band. Chris Angel was in a band. Chris
Really?
Angel was actually in. I think he was. I want to say he was.
Did you know that the guitar?
Yes, he totally was. Yeah.
Did you know the guitar player from Cheap Trick owns Peace Pizza in Wicker Park?
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, Rick Nielsen. Wait, here we go. This is the only positive use of AI.
Okay.
Was Chris Angel in a band?
He was.
His band Angel Dust.
Yep. I didn't know that. It's a sick name.
He released 5 albums, including musical conjurings from the world of illusion.
Whoa. Not pretentious at all.
Fuck? That's like when Whitney Cummings said that comedy was supposed to take people through a spooky haunted house. Yeah. Do you remember that quote?
No.
Wait, hold on. You gotta. I hate to rely on Google too much. This is not good podcasting.
Whitney Cummings is one of my favorite philosophers, actually.
Whitney Cummings, haunted house. Okay. This may come to a show. I'm like, what? She is fucking insane. Never. I can't even do this to us. Do you really like her?
No.
Oh, thank God.
Well, I think she's she's funny. She's one of those people. It's like what I'm saying. I love people who are different because they remind me of the wideness of the world.
Okay, well, here's your wideness of the world. Comedians did not sign up to be your hero. It's our job to be irreverent and dangerous, question authority, and take you through a spooky, mental, haunted house so you can arrive at your own conclusions.
When did she say this?
In the last couple of years. February 6th, 2022.
You know her. She's always speaking truth to power. Yeah, I just think it's funny because it's funny for her to say that because
she buys views on YouTube, and that's become a pretty wide, open secret.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can look at her views versus her engagement. It'll be like 700,000 views, 100 likes, and 3 comments.
I think though, dude, I'm starting to think that's very common for musicians, for comedians.
Oh, to buy views?
Or comments or followers.
There are a couple Chicago comics who do it. Look, Brad Kaufman, Jeff Garland. Everybody knows that. We're kind of friends. Hopefully no one listens into hour 3 of this. Yeah.
I mean, it's counterintuitive is the problem because I think what happens is the algorithm negatively, because the followers aren't genuine.
The engagement is bad.
Yeah,
so it's not like it doesn't reward
engagement.
you. Have you ever heard of the concept of social proof?
No.
So when I was doing my podcast, I learned a lot about the mechanics of both podcasting and how to market it. I made this podcast playlist. Our podcast playbook. I helped 100 other groups of people launch podcasts to some success.
Nice.
And the concept of social proof, likes, comments, following, that is all social proof. It does not say that your thing is good. It says that there are people that think your thing is good.
Right.
And the concept of social proof, it's broadly used across creative, but a lot in podcasting. And people are like, oh, you'll hear people say, write, review, and subscribe. That helps me get more viewers, more whatever. The only thing that helps the rankings is average daily added subscribers over a 1-day, 3-day, 5-day, and 7-day metric. Every podcast ranking service, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, SpotTrack, all of those rank on the same way. So reviews do not help your rankings. None of that helps your rankings. It's just social proof. Other people saying that there's merit in what you're doing.
Yeah.
And I don't know why I brought, the likes and whatever. There's no inherent value in that other than telling someone else that someone else thought your thing mattered.
I saw MrBeast say in an interview.
Of course you did.
That
you fucking love MrBeast,
I love
bro.
him. No, I think it's funny. It's like watching a Mark Zuckerberg. It's like looking at a lizard person and thinking how does this work? Because he was saying in the interview that subscriber counts are a vanity metric.
and then it's really about the actual like view number, and nothing else really matters.
And it's not even just the view number, it's the retention rate.
Yeah.
Like, are the majority of
Yeah, he
your
was saying that
views
too,
staying past 75%?
Well, that's something that he's like, because he's such an algorithm, that's like, he does that to a ridiculous extent, which I think is like, I don't know, I just kind of hate it, because I think like I saw all these videos that were like these popular YouTube editors, and they're talking about, they have their own podcast, they're talking about how to, I've edited for Jake Paul, I've edited
Yeah, and they
for
talk about like
so-and-so.
retention editing and shit like that.
Yeah, and it's like, to me, you get to a point where it's anti-cinematic. It's kind of like brain rot. Like, you would never get a Casey Neistat to edit like that, and if you would never get Casey Neistat if you trained him like that.
Sure.
So I kind of just hate it, because it's like telling everybody to direct the exact same way and telling everybody to edit the exact same way, because that's the only way you're gonna win. You're not gonna get people watching past 50% of your video if you just make it a boring podcast where you talk about your cat for 5 minutes. Are you out of your mind? But like, that's and people would then be less creative and not make those choices, because they're so worried about what people think and retention rates and how, or is anybody watching this? Is anybody paying attention?
Yeah.
It's like, if I could give a fuck.
Yeah,
I don't
dude,
care.
I mean, if the first, whenever you do anything creative, I think the first two things that you have to do is you have to not care initially. Like, I'm not doing this to make money.
Yeah.
And I also don't care if anyone else likes it, because I'm doing it for me.
I agree.
And as long as you go into it understanding that money is not a primary motivator and the path to money is long.
Yeah.
And external validation, well, it does matter at some level, and we'd be lying if we said we didn't care about it somewhat. Internal validation and feeling fulfilled, like I'm working on a documentary project right now about like dive bar culture in Chicago, and any time I hit a milestone in it, the joy that it brings me, I'm like, oh, this is like, I feel good because I had an idea and I'm seeing this through, and I'm like putting a lot of work into it. And even if no one sees it or no one cares about it when I'm done, like, I don't care. Like, I made a thing that's cool.
Yeah.
And that's worth so much more.
And it came from you and you alone, and no one else's imagination. No one else could have brought it to fruition. No one else would have had the idea to do it. You made all the parts come together to make it happen.
Dude, it's crazy. I was at a bar in Pilsen called Skylark for a food pop-up called Chicago Secret Burger. And I'm getting my burger. I got a couple cameras. I'm going to make some food content. And the guy at the bar, like, dude, the guy working, starts like chatting me up in a conversation. And he's got like some historical photos of the building behind him. And next thing I know, we're like talking about the history of the building. And then the woman next to me on the customer side of the bar, she joins the conversation, and I don't know it yet, but they are a couple, and they are two of the 6 owners of Skylark. And I had just started, this is like January last year, and I had just started like really kicking around the idea of like being an independent filmmaker instead of like helping on projects, like doing my own projects. And so we're chatting, and they told me this crazy story that like the people who'd owned the building and the bar forever decided to retire, and because it's like a gentrified area, they were like worried that the building would get like bulldozed and they'd make it like a fucking apartment buildings, or they'd make it a parking lot or Starbucks or whatever. And it was important to them as employees to save this. So they spent like 2 years getting the resources together to like save the business. They moved into the apartments. They have like an employee charter that to maintain ownership, you have to work a certain amount of hours. And I'm like, as they're telling me the story, I'm like, oh, this is like a cool fucking story. And I'm like, wait, I have an idea. What would you guys say to like doing like a short documentary about the story? And they have like the oldest urinals in Chicago, like 120-year-old urinals. And it's just like a random place that everyone loves. And they do all these like pop-up chefs from like Filipino and Mexican people who live in the neighborhood to like help the neighborhood. And so I start thinking about it from that perspective. And then as I started working on it, I was like, wait, instead of doing a thing about one dive bar, Chicago's this huge metropolitan city, but more than being this big city, it's a city of neighborhoods. And each neighborhood has its own identity and its own culture and its own like third spaces that are representative of its shared culture. And more than anything, that's its dive bars. And so I was like, why don't I just like, instead of doing like a 15-minute micro doc on one place, why don't I do a full length, like a fucking 75, 80-minute doc on Chicago through the lens of dive bar culture and shared third spaces and how important those are culturally. And Could someone else have thought of that angle? Surely. And since, like, Corey knows I'm doing this project, and he's done some dive bar content since then. And there's a Chicago comedian who does a podcast about dive bars called Bar Quest. And I went on it. You do. I did it from my favorite dive bar. And so there's like some of that. But the angle I'm taking, I feel like it is unique. And it does have my spin on it. And I care about it like so fucking much. And now I'm like, I want to do a premiere at the Music Box. And I'm trying to like take it like serious at a level of which I don't think I've ever taken anything creative this seriously before. And again, if no one likes it, I don't fucking care because I'm having fun doing it.
Yeah. How long do you think it's going to take you to complete it?
My goal is to have it done by midsummer this year.
Oh, that's not long.
And have it ready for premiere by like October.
Like just a couple months of editing and you're done?
Yeah, well, I've already started. Like I've recorded like 40 hours of interview footage already. I did submit. There's a regular at Skylark who's like a professor, a historian at the University of Chicago. He's like 80, and he's been going to Skylark for 40 fucking years or something. And I interviewed him. He was so fucking cool. Corey's gonna do some interview for it because he's done so much dive bar like content. And my buddy Seth, who hosts that podcast about dive bar, he's an audio engineer, so he said he was like, when I told him about the project, he's like, oh dude, I'll audio engineer your interviews. And so getting people to like help and tag along. But yeah, I've been like cutting the interview footage as I go, but the narrative structure, putting that together in a way that matters, that's going to be the biggest thing at the end when I feel like the footage is done. But like I'm going to submit it to festivals. I'd like to submit it to Chicago Independent Film Festival. I'm definitely going to premiere at the Music Box. Like I'm very aware how to make that happen. Like I have the connections there that I could get that done. So
what is the narrative of the film exactly to you?
Like just the story of the city of Chicago, and like, so basically the value of third spaces in a metropolitan area. Like that is
that's the story you want to tell throughout.
Yeah, like that in each neighborhood, that these neighborhoods have these identities, and we go to these third spaces, and in these third spaces, like there are some of the few remaining places in society where different people freely engage. Mm-hmm. Like you go to your neighborhood bar and you have relationships with people who've maybe grew up different or believe different things and have different outlooks on the world, but you have a shared like lived experience, and that you're like from this like neighborhood, and you share these stories, and it's just like an interesting way of humanizing people and minimizing the divide versus maximizing the divide. Because I think so much of what people puts out now is like emphasizing our differences versus like emphasizing how we are similar.
Yeah.
And I think that's sort of it's a story of Chicago. It's a story of dive bar culture. It's a story of shared spaces, but it's just a story of the community and how much it means to like share space and ideas and time with people that maybe, other than geographic proximity, you might not have anything aligned with.
Yeah.
You sounded like the Rain Man. 237 toothpicks. Yeah. Wapner, gone at 3:30.
That's not the first time this week I've been compared to Rain Man, and that's true. It's a fact. Someone called me Rain Man a couple days ago. I don't know how to feel about that right now. Maybe I really am Rain Man.
Tism unlocked.
Bazinga.
Don't do that.
But what was I going to say? I think that it's interesting too, because I don't know how much you thought about like leaning into this idea of third spaces being unpopular in the modern world too.
Yeah, we're certainly getting away from that.
Exactly. And like I feel like that's a narrative a lot of people are familiar with.
Yeah.
Like they can see that stuff's disappearing. And I think if you do it right...
You could argue that the dive bar is one of the few remaining vestiges.
Yes, exactly.
Like people don't go to libraries.
Theaters.
Yeah, it's just... And granted, there are like niche micro communities, like the film nerds at the Music Box. Like I would argue that's a third space. Yeah. And you go to the lounge and people literally talk film over there. But that's more the exception than it is the rule. But through all of that... Our dive bars, dude, Corey, some of the content he does where he does his day trips, like him and his wife will fly out of Chicago at 4 a.m. and then fly out of wherever they went to at like 11 p.m. So they leave and are back in the same day. And they did one in Denver recently. Corey posted a couple weeks back. And their whole itinerary got fucking derailed because they wound up at a dive bar, and they had like 80% of this episode ended up being in this dive bar. Mm-hmm. And it was just such a cool experience. And it kind of spoke to what I'm trying to speak to, that like Corey and Kylie are just like down to earth, cool people. They both grew up like sub blue collar, very poor. Like a big part of our friendship is we joked around one night. There was like 4 of us hanging out in their condo, and we had all in our childhood lived in trailers. And I was like, what are the odds that like 4 kids who grew up dirt ass poor in trailers are now in like a skyrise condo in Lakeview, chasing our dreams in the coolest way possible, while also being like marginally successful in life? And because they have that like grounded, like salt of the earth, like blue collar energy, they traveled across country, went to a town they'd only been to a couple times, walked into a bar they've never been in, and within minutes had made so many friends. And these people were willing to be on camera, and just like, it was such a cool thing to see. Yeah. And I was like, this is why this idea for a film resonated with me, because it does. You go to any city in the United States and there's something like that.
Yeah, right. That's exactly right. And that's what I was going to say is I feel like if you do what you're doing right, if you can send that message the right way, you could inspire people to recognize that they have an opportunity to participate in these third spaces, and that they have an opportunity to establish these third spaces. Almost they have a responsibility
certainly
to do so.
Society,
I like to think I'm doing the same kind of thing with
this.
Something like this, where I am creating a community,
for sure,
from the ground up to show that the community is there. And like you just said, that it's everywhere. I'm just in one place with this concentrated group of people, but it's actually reflective of the creativity that surrounds you all the time. Yeah. There's always something if you're looking for it, but people just don't look for it.
Well, and now where we are now, you know, we've talked a little bit throughout this about like divisiveness and like the algorithmic nature of like attention span and how that divides us and like whatever else. I would argue there's never been a time where it's more valuable for us to go back to a time where there was more community, more third space engagement, more like, because we exist in a bubble, we shop on the internet, we live like our digital self is like a fake reflection of our real self, but our digital self is a more prevalent and public version. Like people get to know your digital you much more than they ever get to know the you.
Yeah, and they're two different people.
It's so different. Like when we were doing our podcast and it was at its peak, I was dating a lot, and it was hard for me because it was easy to find. And, you know, people Google people they're meeting and shit. And women would like Google me, they find my podcast. And I'd be like, look, if you're enjoying our interaction pre-first meeting and you would like to go on a date, I'm going to make a request that you do not listen to my podcast until we've met. Like me,
if I was that girl, I would so listen to that podcast
and many of them
and then tell you I didn't.
But I would tell women, I'd be like, look, it's important for you to know that like that podcast, the character that is in that podcast is 70% of me, and 30% of it is like a put on for the sake of entertainment. Like I'm leaning in,
like most comedians.
Yeah, and because of the type of comedy I like, I am leaning into the absolute worst parts of my personality for that character.
Yeah,
and I am like, I think I am deep. I am insightful. I am introspective. And in that environment, because of like what we were doing and my role within that framework, like there were moments where I would be insightful and Jenna's mom would call us, but there would also be moments where I would tell the most stupid, insane fucking stories about dating or whatever, and I would sound like the biggest douchebag fuckboy ever. Yeah. And some of those stories were real and there was merit to that, but also a lot of it was just like very exaggerated and whatever for the bit. And I would tell women, I'd be like, look, go out with me one time, and if you think that hang was fun, listen to an episode. You decide the difference between those two things and what you're willing. And it was hard.
Imagine Stephen Colbert's life at the height of the Colbert Report. Like when he was just that character on TV and he's like trying to convince women. He's like, no, that's not who I am.
But he is that though. Like that is him.
It is him. But it's not.
Yeah.
That's the trick. But it's the same. The problem is it's the same exact name. So when you Google the name, you're going to see, like, just like with you. It's like if I Google your name and I see a different version of you and I'm like a potential lover, oh, that's going to be,
you're
a
all
conversation.
Potential lovers.
Yeah, you said 3% gay earlier. That's what you said.
4.5 now, buddy.
4.5.
Yeah,
between
between petting your kitty and just staring into your eyes for 4 hours.
Wow, I made him a little more gay. I'm gonna have to put that on my my diary today. Like made someone slightly more gay.
Someone who was only 3% gay is now 4.475 gay.
So you went down about point.
Well, it was a rounding error. I rounded to 4.5, but I wanted to give you the actual, like...
I'm kind of disappointed because that's a little less.
Can I just say try harder?
You think I haven't been trying? I've been trying to swoon you. Why do you think the cat was looking at you like that? I tell her every time, I'm like, all right, get it.
She's a good cat.
I coach her. I'm like, this is how we're going to get him this time. I think my animals could help a woman fall in love with me. I will say that. I think like my animals are sweet enough. If I get the proper woman here, they'll be like, oh.
I was sitting at a table full of women last night, and all of them agreed they would not date a single man who owned a cat.
But I have a dog too.
That's true.
So that's different. And my cat acts kind of like a dog.
Yeah, your cat is like dog-like. Cats are very aloof and disconnected. This little baby's a lover, and she's very rugged. And
I think she grew up around dogs primarily, and also little kids. So like kids would carry her around and like do things with her, and she would just kind of take it and just let flat. What do you call it? Not
prone.
Well, it's the thing ragdoll. She would go like ragdoll and just kind of let them go. So she's I think that she's just used to being pushed around. I really think it's as simple as that.
You conditioner. Wait, we're in Rogers Park. I have a Rogers Park question for you as a foodie.
Mexican food.
Of course, it's
So
great.
much.
Like I had a really good friend who lived on Pratt, at the corner of Pratt and Sheridan for a long time. So I was up here a lot. But have you ever eaten at the restaurant Honey Bear Cafe?
Yeah.
Bro, it is the best breakfast restaurant in the entire city.
Dude, that's where my mom wants to go every time she visits.
It's so
every single time.
And then Smack Dab, have you ever had that?
No.
Some of the best, I would say, my worldview, I used to call it the best breakfast sandwich in the city. I still think it's top 5. It's fucking amazing. And it's Rogers Park also.
How close is it to the other one?
That's a great question. So I know exactly where Honey Bear is located.
I want to say it's like down the street, but it might be wrong.
I feel like Rogers Park. Did you know Rogers Park is it's like known to be the most diverse neighborhood in the United States?
I don't want to spread too much positive information about Rogers Park because I want to keep my rent down.
I mean, there are still places of Rogers Park that are sketch as fuck.
Thank you. Let's keep going with that.
Dude, Wilson by the Brown Line over there?
Yeah.
I did a show at a brewery. Me, Gina Palm, and Larry Bloom.
Ron Bloom?
No,
Larry.
no, Ron. No, it's Larry. The guy, Larry, bald guy. He's old. Not Ron Bloom. I know Ron. I think it's Larry Bloom also. But they were literally like, right by that stop. There's a lot of unhoused for sure. And I was like, I parked my car and I was like, holy fuck, man! I did not know that this area was like this sketch. And it was like, dude, middle of my set, like a homeless woman walks in. She's like watching and she just starts like screaming from the doorway. And the owner's like, I already gave you food today. Just get out. We're trying to have a comedy show. I'm like, that's got to suck to deal with on the day to day. I mean, also being homeless is, I'm sure, awful, but
That's I think that's kind of what the Glenwood was like. Is exactly what you just described.
I'm sure.
I remember one time there was this lady who did karaoke at the mic, like, because it was like after all the comedians went, and she sang, I have it somewhere on my phone, and it was like, oh, it's like such a representative of what open mics truly are, like for someone who doesn't understand, because it's just like a presumably homeless woman who's very drunk, she's missing teeth, and she's just singing from the bottom of her heart.
Was it good?
It was so bad it was good, but that's my taste. Like I live for this stuff. I'm like, oh my god, like this is what keeps me alive. These people.
Bad karaoke is goated.
Yeah, and it's like the type of thing that nobody's in the room is appreciating. Everybody in the room is just kind of checked out, and I'm like sitting there like, dude,
locked
this is
in, just
gold.
Me and you, baby, one-on-one.
That's what I live for. Like she is transcending the arts. She's using music to connect with this room, and really she's just connecting with me and herself.
That's fucking
That's what's
amazing.
happening. And I think it's a beautiful thing. It's like when the drunk, confused guy stumbles into the mic and he just takes over for a minute and he just starts doing a song or something. Like that's a beautiful moment that reminds you about humanity and what it means to, exist in this world, this godforsaken world.
Godforsaken indeed. Have you ever tried to do stand-up?
No, and I refuse, but only because I'm so good at rap that I don't want...
Greatest in the world.
Greatest in the world, yeah. I don't want to begin...
Callback.
Well, for one, if I start comedy, I'm worried that I'm going to carry over my rap mentality and I'm going to think I'm better than I am. And
so you'll be like me then.
Yeah, I'll be like most of you guys. And
no, I want to kill myself after every show, so that's how you should feel.
But that's what's gonna start happening, because when I do rap, I'm actually that good. Like I have confidence. I know if I have like a 5-minute slot, a 10-minute slot, it could be an open mic. I'm gonna blow these people away. I got it in me. I know how to do it. I've done it before.
You look like a school shooter. You should not say blow people away.
I'm gonna blow them away to smithereens.
Just like I did in Columbine.
Just like I thought about doing. You think I look like a school shooter?
You give school shooter vibes a little bit.
Bazinga, Rain Man, school shooter. Fuck, dude. That's why I can't do roast battle. They're going to kill me.
Dude, oh my God. So I'm not really a roast battle style comic. And historically, like, I know the producers and they've been like, oh, you should do roast battle. And I would ask friends that I asked Zacko and he's like, I don't want to do that shit. And I asked Paul Farivar, he's like my mentor in comedy. He's like, nah, I'm not doing that shit. My feelings will get hurt. So I did the tournament last year and the person I got matched with, Ethan, is like 400-pound, non-binary, autistic. And he, like, we had never met. We started DMing and he sends me like just this list of shit about him, including like that he had a brother that died when he was like 8 days old. So then I reply in kind and send about whatever my shit. And like, and he talked about a disability and I talked about MS and I like my sister died at 21. So I had that in there. And so over the like month we're preparing, we're DMing a little bit and we have a friend in common and he and I are getting along like I like people. I'm like a nice guy and he's a very sweethearted dude and we're just like really being friendly. And when we finally meet the night of the show, he's like, yeah, I was telling Evelyn, like, I like fucking hate you because you text me the nicest shit. And it's like so hard to be like, oh, we have to go be mean to each other. And you're like the sweetest dude I've met in a while. And then we're in the green room waiting to go on stage. And like right before we go on stage, I'm like, hey man, I know you said it was like okay to like joke about anything on that list, but are you sure it's okay to joke about your dead brother? And he's just like, dude, my closer's about your dead sister. And I was like, all right, I guess we're doing this. And then we went on and was like so savage to each other. And because he's so heavy, I was like, I cannot just write 5 jokes about him being fat.
Yeah.
And so I was trying to not lean into the fat jokes, but his joke about my sister dying was fucking hysterical. It was basically that she died on that day. I found out that she had an allergy to the date rape drug, essentially that I'd killed my sister by giving her the date rape drug. And I was just like, dear God, what the fuck, bro? The roast battles are brutal. That's not for me.
They're brutal, yeah, and it's painful. And comedy in general is painful because the problem is you're going on stage and you're sort of bearing your soul in a different way than other art forms. Like I think with music, I can practice it and I can, or even like if I'm freestyling, I know the format, I know how to make this work within these bounds. Whereas comedy is open, no holds barred, kind of anything at all, anything goes. There's no rules. There's no beat that you have to stick to. There's nothing.
You almost did an Outback Steakhouse commercial. No rules, just right.
You ever think about voice acting? You could definitely do Outback.
I've done some voice acting.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I feel like it's just, I'm not ready for the pain that would give me, the torture, the torment, I think I'm funny in conversation and I'm a fun person to talk to. It doesn't always
translate from the hang to the stage.
Exactly, and I don't even want to begin that because I know I'm gonna fail and I don't want to fail. And it's not like I'm a loser and I can't stand failure. It's like I'm already good at something. What the fuck am I gonna spend all this time failing at something else for? Like there are things, it's also not calling to me. That's the main thing. It's like you should do what calls to you. You should do like, if you should do the thing where it's like, oh, I have to do this. Like if I don't do this,
I want to win the lottery and be generationally wealthy. Can I do that?
If it makes your life feel more fulfilled. Joy. Like there's people who just love buying the lottery tickets. They'll buy them every single time. And I would even argue that's good for you.
I never buy it.
If it makes you feel better. I never buy lottery tickets. I would say it's terrible and you should never do it.
If you buy lottery, just know it's a tax on the stupid.
Yeah. It's like if casinos were at the gas station.
Yeah.
That's basically what it is.
That's truly what it is.
And so I would never, ever buy one. And like my dad used to always tell me, first time buyers are first time winners. That was always his way of trying to convince me, which is like the funniest thing. Because once I buy it, I'll never have a reason to buy another one. So even that doesn't really hold up. You're just trying to get me to get addicted to the drug. You're like a guy trying to sell me crack for the first time. He's like this guy trying to sell you heroin. The first time you do, it's going to be the best time.
The Afghani black tar is the best shit, bro.
See, I wouldn't know because I never tried heroin.
I'm a white collar guy, so I shoot it between my toes so you can't see the track marks.
Could maybe we like after this we can go get some.
That's how we're gonna spend our day then.
Valentine's Day doing heroin the first time together with your bro.
I've never done it either. That would be a wild ride. Like, next thing you know, the next episode of this podcast, we're just like fucking naked and stinky, like recording from the gutter somewhere.
Strung out.
Yeah. Just doing like standing in the street, doing like the Fenty lean. Just, like...
Yeah. And it's all real. We can't do it as like a fake gimmicky thing. We can't do it as a bit. I think like the best bit would be if we really did heroin. That's what would be really funny. It's like the Kaufman-esque thing, right? It's like they think
he's great.
They think that because the Kaufman thing to do would be like to step above what they think you're gonna do. The step up what they think we're gonna do is they think we're gonna fake do heroin. We're gonna fake lean. We're gonna pretend. No,
we're really doing it.
Really do it. And then because they would never think we would really do that.
It's like the episode of Always Sunny when they get hooked on crack.
Yeah. Trying to get rid of the crack and not do crack.
Dude, I'm actually there's now like I love like house music. I go to concerts broadly, like all genres, but I really love like house, like acid, soul, like weird genres where I'm probably way too old to be going to. And
the music's like
I go to a lot of that. I literally went to a festival in the Mojave Desert in October that was like 3 days of EDM. But there's a thing touring the US now called Sunny Rave, and it's a DJ spinning to drops. All the visuals are always sunny. A lot of the songs are remixed with sunny shit in it, and they're playing at Outset, which is right up the street from Salt Shed. I think my tickets are March 13th, and I actually have a show at the Lincoln Lodge that night. I'm doing Demon Hour and going straight from Demon Hour to this fucking Sunny Rave, and I'm just gonna get lit up and have a good time. Should be fun.
My friend Tim, he goes to the Shrek raves, but I've not heard of the Sunny raves. Seems like raves are like Hydra with different heads popping out now. There's all kinds of different raves.
Like a Hydra.
Cut one head off and all these other ones
would grow. Yeah, amazing.
I mean, also the celebrity lookalike things. That's another thing where they keep popping up.
Who would you say your celebrity lookalike
Frankie
is?
Muniz.
I can see it.
Frankie, because the thing is, if you look side by side, especially like younger me and younger Frankie Muniz, it's like the resemblance is kind of uncanny. I want to say Leonardo DiCaprio, but that sounds egotistical. Yeah, and I think I might age into it more. Like, I think I might look more and more like him.
Your voice even has a little bit.
Thank you.
It's funny, dude. I feel like the person that I've gotten the most, it's changed over time.
I'm trying to look at you and think of one.
So,
you know what? I got one. Who's the guy in the Jason Statham?
I've gotten that.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
So I've gotten, okay, these are, when I was like early 20s, people would call me, and I had like, some of this was I was like a giant douche, like blonde tips. I would get Stifler all the fucking time. In my friend group, multiple people had me saved in their phone as Iceman for the Top Gun, like Val Kilmer thing. And then when we owned our liquor store, people were, and this was before I had a beard, people would say I looked like John Cena.
That's a good one.
Yeah. I was like, how would you know? You can't even see him.
Yeah, right.
And I've gotten Jason
Are you
Statham.
calling me invisible?
I've had a couple black friends say I look like Peyton Manning. And I'm like, bro, every tall, big, four-headed white man does not look like a Manning brother. Let's calm down. I was like, I don't have a cleft palate. I've got a better hairline. Fuck the Mannings. No, thank you.
I just think you don't like Peyton Manning.
That's a rough hang to get compared to Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
I'm like, I could see the Leo DiCaprio. And you're like, maybe Peyton Manning.
Yeah, right. That'd be funny. Like, oh, what celebrity do I look like? I see some hot one. Then for you, they just say like the ugliest.
I think
celebrity.
you look like you could be Kid Rock.
Yeah, you look just like
the mustache is very Robert Ritchie.
Oh, dude, you look like that one girl. She was on American Idol. She was from England. She sang opera music.
Like the old lady.
You remember who I'm talking about?
Are you being serious right now?
Yeah, you know who I'm talking
about. The old woman?
Yeah, forget her name though.
And she got kind of famous for a minute.
So you know exactly.
And she was weird as fuck. She was like a very like awkward older woman.
Yeah. I don't know why, but she was like the ugly person that popped in my brain. When I thought ugly, she was the first thing that came.
Old woman on American Idol that sang opera.
English might help.
Susan Boyle.
Susan Boyle!
And she was on Britain's Got Talent.
Let me see a photo of her. Let me see how pretty she is. I don't want to disparage her character, but
Yeah, because that's what everybody's saying is she's not conventionally attractive, but she's so good at singing.
Dude, I say not conventionally attractive so much that people make fun of me for it. Because it's my polite way of like, I don't want to say somebody's ugly.
That's a good way of saying ugly.
And if someone is like pretty, but not like, I'm not like, oh, she's so hot.
Yeah, you pop that, she's trying to escape.
I'll say that I will say they are conventionally attractive. Because to me, like, you can be conventionally attractive and not be like smoking hot.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, you're gonna have to shut the Oscar's gonna. Oh, snuck in. Continue. I don't want to derail you with this guy. You can be cute, but you can't be hot. You can be pretty, but you can't be hot. Like sexy, hot.
Well, and anybody
pretty,
can be like, who the fuck
cute.
am I to be the arbiter of what is hot? But
Yeah,
in my,
well,
like,
and I
to
think
my
that's-
personal taste.
That's why I would use the word conventionally attractive, because in my mind, that woman is attractive to plenty of people. Just like if we're talking about conventional beauty standards.
Yeah, that's like symmetry.
Yeah.
Like bone structure. Like those are markers of conventional attractiveness.
Exactly.
Like,
there's different categories on Pornhub for a reason.
wait, so that's the difference between men and women. This is insane. When you are a man dating women,
Yeah.
women have, and this is a generalization, don't roast me over this, guys. There is a standard of almost testing that women hold men to. Like they want to, like a lot of women nowadays are like, oh, what's your Myers-Briggs? What's your star chart? What's your astrology? And it's all these like almost like social science-y testy things.
Yeah.
I have one test. What's your favorite porn category? That's all I care about. My last serious girlfriend, I asked her on our first date, and she was like, group sex, gangbang, rough sex.
Wow.
And I was like, will you marry me?
What's the bad answer?
There's no bad answer. It's just about seeing how willing people are to engage in a goofy conversation. Dude, on my first date with that woman, the friend that I still have that I will see later today, on our first date, on the reservation, we went to Etta in Bucktown, which has since closed. It's now called Deleuze. On our reservation, I said it was our anniversary. It was our first date. So we walked up to each other in front of the restaurant, said hello, and I was like, hey, just a heads up. And she already knew I was like a comic and I like to be silly. And I was like, on the reservation, I said it was our anniversary. And I did it because I just like wanted to see if like she would lean into the joke. And she was like, and immediately she was like, oh my God, babe, I thought you forgot. And we just like started riffing and we spent this whole like 3-hour dinner joking like it was our anniversary. And then I felt bad because then the restaurant gave us a bottle of champagne. But whatever, it was fucking funny. And then we went there, we dated for 3 years, and every year on our anniversary, we went there. And we would be like, what year anniversary is this now? And we would just like joke around.
Technically, it was your anniversary.
It really was.
If it's the year 0.
Dude, and then this is awful because I do that a lot. A couple months back, I hung out with a woman I used to see who is like, I will, without hanging myself out to dry, I'll say she's age inappropriate. Like substantially younger. And
it's a nice way to say that.
Age inappropriate, yes.
Yeah, continue.
Like she was inappropriate enough that like Matt Brown and Gina and my friend Alex would call her the child bride. And she slid into my DMs like, and she was not like illegal. She was like 25.
Yeah.
But I was much older. And
she was the Paris Hilton to your whoever that other guy was.
Yeah, well, and when we went out to dinner like a couple months back or whatever, and I said it was our anniversary, and I told her that I'd done it, and we get there, and she's like, "What anniversary is it?" And she's now 27, and she was like, "It's our 9th anniversary," or no, yes. And I was like, wait, really? Are we really doing this? She's like, yes. And then the waitress asks, she's like, how'd you guys meet? And Rebecca goes, oh, well, he's a musician and his band played at my senior prom. And I'm just like, and the waitress walks away and she's like, you made this happen. She's like, you're the ones I was fucking joking. You made the joke. Now they think you're a fucking pedophile. And then the whole night we like leaned into that it was our 9th anniversary and she's 27. And I was like, this just makes me not look great, but whatever.
That's a funny joke.
Yeah.
Those restaurant workers, those poor restaurant workers, like that poor waitress. She's thinking, "Oh God, what am I a part of right now?" Well, I know these people.
Well, dude, and when we, I cannot believe I'm going to even say this. I don't admit this publicly very often. she slid into my DMs a couple years back. It was right after I'd broken up with the woman that I'm still friends with. And we had, over a couple months of talking, I could tell there was an age difference. We agreed to go on a date. And on the first date, I was like, okay, there's a real age difference.
Yeah.
And so maybe like a half hour in, I was like, let's acknowledge the elephant in the room. Like, what are we working with age-wise? And she's like, well, how old are you? I was like, no, you first. And she's like, no, you first. I was like, well, why don't you guess how old I am? And I was 44 on this date. And she goes, I don't know, like 36? And I just go, oh, God. And she's like, what? I was like, well, if you think I'm that age and that already seemed old for you, I'm very scared to find out what your age. She's like, well, how old do you think I am? And I was like, I don't know, like 29? And she goes, oh, no. And I was like, how old are you? And she was 25. And so I was 44 and she's 25. We were 19 years apart. And I was like so creeped out. And immediately I was just like, look, you seem cool. Like she like owns a condo, has a master's, like great job or whatever. I was like, we know a couple people in common. I was like, but this is like, I cannot do this. And so for like 3 months, did not see her again. And we like, she'd occasionally text. We'd have like little like chat conversation here and there, but nothing inappropriate. And I was like petrified for it to be creepy. And then one day I just like, I had tickets to a concert and I was at Wells Street Art Fest. And I was like, I'd gone to the same band 3 days in a row at Salt Shed to see Krungman. And the third day I wasn't sure if I was going to go. And I was just bored. I didn't feel like going home. And so I texted her, I was like, hey, you want to go to Gretel and grab a burger? And so we're at Gretel and she's just like, I saw you had concert tickets. Like, I don't know the band, but like, I'll go. And we go and we run into James Webb. Do you know who he is?
He made the telescope.
He did.
Yeah.
He's also one of the more important people to come out of Chicago comedy scene in the last 10 years. He's never done stand-up. He had a podcast studio, and now he's director and producer. He directed Sam Morril's last special. He directed Mark Norman's last special.
Oh, I think I've seen some of this, yeah.
Yeah, and he's one of my best friends in comedy. Good dude. And he was dating a woman that I had dated previously. And I run into him and her at this concert. And instead of it being weird, him, her, me, and this 25-year-old all just like hang out.
Yeah.
And then I ended up like dating her for like 9 months. And it was like a little weird. I didn't feel great about it. But she used to always be like, whatever, dude. My frontal lobe's fucking formed. I'm 26. It's fine. And it's like, yeah, okay. And then when we broke up and we stayed friends in the aftermath of it, I was like, I'm cool being friends. 'Cause I have other friends that are like that age through comedy prominently. And I'm like, but I just like, your dad's like 5 years older than me. That's fucking weird, dude. Like, it's fucking weird.
Some girls really like dating
A lot
older
of girls
guys.
do, and it's usually a daddy issues thing, which makes me feel like a fucking creep.
You think that's what makes you uncomfortable with
Well,
it?
yeah, and because like, I mean, I live a young lifestyle and I have a lot of energy, and like, I'm fucking 46, and I don't think I have like obviously gray in my beard, but I'm like good shape. I'm
I would have
active.
guessed you were younger.
Yeah, most people do.
Yeah.
And the beard has gone mostly gray the last 2 years, and I would generally get like mid-30s most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so because of the way I look and the lifestyle I live, I would be put around people that were younger, and I would get hit on by younger women, and it's like flattering. But at the end of the day, it's like, oh, you're hitting on me because you have shit with your parents.
Yeah.
And I am like, oh, that's daddy now. And then that's just fucking weird.
Yeah.
And I've even had like a couple younger women make jokes about, oh, I don't have a great relationship with my dad. I'm like, yeah, no shit. You've been in my DMs for 2 years. That only happens when you don't have a great relationship with your dad.
No, it's romantic. It's sweet.
Not.
It's a sweet story.
It's not sweet. I feel like that story is a good note to wrap up on and leave everyone with. I am not on the Epstein list. I've never had non-consensual relations, but I did once date someone that I was literally old enough because I could have been her dad.
Guys, in the comments, let us know what is like the appropriate age gap in your opinion for a relationship. Like what... In your opinion, what is right and what is wrong? I think society has not properly defined this. I think there's no right or wrong answer, truly. I think part of the problem is that like you have your own society's perception of it. So you're going to look around the world, you're going to see a lot of different answers.
I feel like as long as there's no grooming involved.
Yeah.
Like if I started dating her when I was 44 and she was 25, but I met her at 17.
I agree.
That was weird, but I met her at 25.
I think that's a great point. Yeah. If you meet them when they're a minor, it's a lot different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, I'm like, it's still creepy. Like I feel like a piece of shit about it.
Yeah.
So if you're watching this, I promise I'm not the worst person ever.
Well, it's probably good that you even had conflict in the first place. It sounds
Yeah.
like she was talking you through it a lot of the way.
Oh, she literally would like. She would text me all the time, be like, "We have friends that are the same age. We have a lot in common. Our job, like, you work in data science."
She must have really liked you.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it got to a point where I think we were like in love, which also was weird as fuck.
Yeah, exactly. And I truly do think that love comes in all shapes and sizes and forms, and it hits you when you least expect it, and da-da-da-da-da. So I always am hesitant to judge anything as this is wrong and this is wrong. But it's just weird because most of the time, like 99% of the time, you are going to have this weird difference in just the way that you think.
Yeah.
Like, you're not a 20-year-old anymore when you're 30, and you don't think like a 20-year-old. You don't act like one, and most 20-year-olds don't act like 30-year-olds, and that just happens over and over and over again as you age throughout life. Like, people mature into a certain type of mindset, and you see your own immaturity in retrospect, but only then. And so, like, when I look at 20-year-olds as a 27-year-old now, I think, oh my God. When I look at myself as a 20-year-old.
It's crazy that you and my ex are the same age.
Yes, exactly. And
now, could you imagine dating a 46-year-old?
And not only that, when I'm 46, I'll feel the same way. I'll look back at me at 27 and be like, I was just a fucking kid. I was a child.
Dude, the shit I was doing at 27 was insane.
Yeah,
fuck.
Exactly. So no, I could not imagine. Actually, I'm not going to lie. One of my little fantasies in my mind is I kind of want a mature woman to come into my life, maybe in her 40s, and just like dazzle me and blow me away. That's kind of what I want.
Hopefully she's rich too.
And it has nothing, it's not a mom thing. It has nothing to do with my mother. It's just that, because you said the dad thing and women with, it's not that. It's that I want like a woman who's like beyond all of these material things. She's beyond all that. She's lived enough of her life. She's had enough life experience. She's a wise soul at this point. She's just trying to settle down. She's over she's over all that.
She just needs her sweet little lap candy to carry around on her arm.
Yes, that's what I want. Because like women in their 20s, they're like, they have dreams and aspirations. They're still trying to make things happen.
You want someone who's already had the life beaten out of them.
Yes. Experience.
Yeah.
You know, I'm glad you get me. You get me.
I'm the male that.
Exactly. If you were a woman, you would be my wife. That's exactly what I'm saying.
4.4756%.
Going up. See, guys, I have superpowers. I'm capable of making people a little more gay. Put that on a resume. How about that?
It's going in my LinkedIn bio today.
There we go. I should put it on mine. I'm told LinkedIn is a useful social media service. They tell me I don't use it really.
Comedians even use it.
Should I put Ruse or should I put my legal name?
You know who's actually a comedian who's been on your show who's very active on LinkedIn?
I do know, actually. Who was it? 'Cause she was telling me all about it.
You just posted a clip with her in the
Valerie. No, not
close.
Valerie. Victoria Flint.
There you go.
Yeah.
She's very active on LinkedIn. We're pretty good friends. And like, we're connected on LinkedIn. I see all her posts. And like, with all the stuff with her career right now, we've talked a fair amount about that. And she's such a smart, interesting person. Like, really enjoy her and her comedy quite a bit.
Yeah, and she runs an awesome open mic, Out by 10 mic.
Yeah.
I think Wednesdays, I want to say.
Yeah, she used to run it with Tina. I don't know who she does it with now anymore.
It's a few different people, yeah. But fantastic things from fantastic people, fantastic show that we had today. And how do we wrap up this show? Well, there's one way, and it's the way we always do it. You got to tell the kids. There's children who listen to this. My core demographic is 3 to 5 year olds. That's
Sweet.
Who listens to this stuff. And so
I don't want to date you.
Make that clear. First and foremost, I agree. I don't want to date you either. You guys are my friends. And so you're going to give them advice.
Okay.
You're going to tell them like something that they're going to take away, and they're going to use this nugget of knowledge to make their life better. Whatever it is they've seen over the course of almost 4 hours now. You're a really smart guy with super amazing qualities, and you must have some knowledge within you that's just going to change their life. You're like the Tony Robbins to them right now. But how? I don't know. You're going to determine it with your words of wisdom.
Okay.
And second, the social medias, where they can find you, the places they can see your face, what they type in to do so, and where they type that in.
I'm gonna start off with the where you can find me. I'm TJ Sopoci, TJ SOPOCI at Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, Letterboxd. Anywhere you can find anything on the internet, I'm there. Just don't Google me. There's weird zoomed in photos of my asshole nobody needs to see. I have some shows coming up towards the end of the month. I believe on the 27th, I'll be at the Lincoln Lodge for Hammered History. The 28th, I'll be at the Lincoln Lodge for Blackout Diaries.
Oh, I should have told you. This comes out at the beginning of like March or something.
Okay, well then you're gonna miss all of those. I don't know what I have in March. I wasn't prepared for that. But
Yeah, I guess I should have said that.
and then okay, if I was gonna give any advice, this is legit. As both an old soul and someone who like I've lived a lot of life, like even though I obviously like have the privilege of being like a white dude, I like, grew up poor. I've overcome a fair amount. You know, I have that mess. As life presents opportunities to you, whatever they are, be open to them. When we started the podcast on a lark, it's not like I wanted to be a podcaster. It was fun. I enjoyed it. It taught me how to audio engineer. It taught me how to kind of network with creatives. It gave me the opportunity to do stand-up, which I always loved stand-up, but I wasn't like, oh, I'm going to do stand-up. But when it was presented, I did it. Then that gave me opportunities to do photography. And just by maintaining an open mind and never saying no, like say no if something's weird or exploitative or manipulative, but if you're presented with an opportunity that even mildly intrigues you, just say yes to it, because you never know what those things are going to lead. And in a world where there's a lot of people doing a lot of things and we all have a lot to give, you may not even know what your thing to give is yet. And the more you say yes to experience and the more you like open your heart and your mind and your arms to just doing whatever, the more you'll get out of life, the better friendships you'll make. And honestly, like the stuff that I've done creatively, I think it's made me a better person in relationships. It's made me a better person at my like regular job. And so just that's my advice. Just say yes, be positive. If you want to do a thing, do the fucking thing. Nobody is stopping you but your own like internal inhibitions. The barrier to entry for pretty much anything is next to nothing. You want to make a filmmaker? If you want to be a filmmaker, film it on your iPhone. If you want to do stand-up, go to an open mic. If you want to be a musician, there's all sorts of shit online to teach you how to be a musician. You can figure it out. Like be entrepreneurial, be excited, and just do the shit you want to do.
Hell yeah, dude. I mean, and believe in those things, you know, like believe in your own creativity and believe in whatever it is. Like, it's like what I was saying earlier about if something's calling to you. Like I almost think about it like my soul knows the way and I have to listen to my soul. Because if I don't, then those become discongruent and there's a discord there and you become farther away from yourself. And it's just listening to that and figuring out what it is. And what I think is so beautiful is that it's different for everybody. People love things that you don't give a fuck about. And that's because it calls to them. And there's just something about that thing that speaks to them as a person. Whatever that is for you, you got to grab onto it and hold onto it.
You saying that I'll stop after this, but my dad did a lot of cool things in his life. And he one time told me, he said he tries to reinvent himself every 7 years. He's like, you know, I don't lean into something that isn't consistent with the core of my character. And I don't like go to do something that's diametrically opposed to what I was previously doing, but I'm always looking for new ways to branch out. So he raced cars and he learned to weld, and through learning to weld, he started making art. His art became furniture. He became the chairman of the Chicago Furniture Designers Association, had an art gallery. And those were all things like similar to my message. Like he was presented with an opportunity that sounded a little interesting. And he's like, well, I can just try this thing, and if it doesn't work out, it's not for me, then whatever, I tried it and I know it's not for me, but maybe it's my calling. Maybe it's the thing that is the step away from my calling, and you don't know if you don't say yes. And and don't let people take advantage of you, but just fill your life with yes, and good shit will happen.
Yeah, and I often even say like yes and yourself. Like that's what being creative is yes anding your own ideas and saying yes. Because I think like one of the biggest parts of the problem is people just say no to themselves and they trick themselves into not doing things. They'll even make the thing and they just won't show it to the world because it's not good enough.
Yeah.
It's like just yes and yourself. Just say yes, this is good enough, and then make something else. Don't like hang all your stuff up in the back and let no one see it. But like so many people, they just don't seem to like actually believe and to affirm themselves. And like that goes beyond you even. I think the more affirmative you are to other people, the more affirmative you are in general. I think it all goes hand in hand in hand. And it's like it's in the end, we are all just a big community of people trying to do the same thing.
Well, and that energy, that yes-anding yourself and just being willing to say yes in life, as you enter these creative spaces And whether it's comedy or becoming the greatest rapper in the world or doing filmmaking, as you enter these spaces and engage with other people in those spaces, that yes attitude, that's an attitude of positivity. Yeah. And if you enter these spaces to which you are essentially an interloper, like you're coming in from the outside, you want to enter those spaces with an open mind and an air of positivity, because then those communities are just going to welcome you in, and then that is then your community as well.
And it speaks to your character. Like, it's like actions speak louder than words. Like, I think the way that you approach things and just the general choices you make, that's what makes you what you are. And so, like, the way that you approach a community is all the more important, right? Like, if you're genuinely doing it for the right reasons and you genuinely give a shit, people feel that. And They know the difference. And so, like, I think that's again, like, believing in what you're doing. Like, you have to actually believe it. Because if you don't believe it, they don't believe you, and you're wasting your time. You have to really think that you're doing this for a reason. Yeah.
This is why our polycule is going to be so successful.
Yeah. Polycule?
Yeah.
What am I forgetting something? Am I stupid?
It's a grouping of polyamorous people.
Oh, I've never heard that.
We're entering the community.
Yeah.
With positivity. Yes, and.
My polycule. Yo, polycule sounds like a fucking. I thought it was like a part of your nail.
No, like molecule, polycule, because in the it's like things kind of orbiting around. It's a weird terminology.
Ooh, polycule. Like, I gotta find a way to put that in a rap or something. That's a fun word. That's the word of the day, boys and girls.
You could absolutely get that in a rap.
Polycule.
I look forward to seeing it.
I want to find a way to do it right. I'll do it and I'll send it to you.
The only rhyme I'm thinking of right off the bat are molecule and mule.
Well, I want to like use the word as the big punch.
Sure.
So that it's like and really probably only you will understand why that's amusing, but I'll send it to you. I'll find a way, because it's
you'd be surprised how many people know that word. That is not an uncommon word.
Really?
Yes.
So I am a fool, because I've just never heard it, and I thought it sounded like, I thought you were just making up a new term.
I'm not. It's like thruple, polycule. You'll get there, buddy. I'll teach him the ways.
This is what it's like to be 27. All right, well, it's been a pleasure here on this amazing episode of
I just came.
Ruse Radio. Pew, 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 pew. Clocking out.
Double down, competition couldn't help him to rock. Missed the whole time, holy fell through the flock. That's an ordinary miracle, wealth to the block. It's a balance in the character that's calm and collect.